Can I get confirmation that this is showing in full screen, not in presenter mode or in speaker mode?
It's still.
I'm seeing the PowerPoint window, not the full screen.
Got it. Okay. How about now?
Yep,
Okay.
you're good.
Yeah, that looks good.
Great. And about 88 participants at this point. So we might have a couple more trickling in, but we'll give it one more minute and then we'll get started. All right, it is 9:01. We'll go ahead and get started for today. I've got confirmation that everyone can see my slides, but if for some reason you can't, feel free to mention that in the chat box and we'll try to get you up to speed on that. But welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us today for Floodplain 101. We're excited to share the basics of floodplain management in this one-day workshop. So some webinar housekeeping items before we begin today. Please do us a favor, turn off your video. I don't think anyone's got theirs on, but just to preserve some bandwidth and hopefully avoid some issues with connectivity. We do have a dial-in option available. If anyone wants to dial in, just let us know in the chat box. We can provide you with that number. It's also in your Zoom link invitation for today. I think the microphones are muted by default, but if you have any questions, we'll ask you to just go ahead and put them in the chat box. We'll be monitoring those for any questions that come up. We'll also be able to take some time during breaks and during lunch to answer any questions. You'll see a schedule in just a few, but we'll go over some floodplain management examples during lunchtime as well. If anyone wants to stay on and look at floodplain determinations or review anything that we've discussed today. As far as CECs, this is an option for folks if you're interested. We can discuss those details during one of the breaks or after the webinar. And then once we're finished, Marilyn's going to send out PDFs of what we covered today, so you have this for your own use after today's webinar. So here's a quick overview of what we're going to discuss today, starting with flooding and floodplain management. I'm going to start. My name is Ashley Ryman. I am a floodplain management specialist with Fema. I cover the state of Illinois. Part 2A and B is going to be covered by Chris Hanstead with the Illinois State Water Survey. Part 3, the Illinois specific part, is going to be covered by Mark Hoskins with IDNR. Part 3, the remaining local regulations, I will cover again. This is Ashley. Part 4, Ordinance Administration, will be covered by Marilyn Succo, the acting NFIP coordinator for the state of Illinois with IDNR. Part 5 will be Insurance and the Community Rating System, which will be covered by James Sink with FEMA. And Part 6 with Mitigation and Disaster Operations, and Part 7, Coastal V-Zones, will be covered by Frank Shockey. We'll have some time at the end of the day for Q&A or discussions, but here's a brief overview of what we'll be chatting about today. So before we get started, let's define some acronyms that you'll hear referenced in this unit. Obviously, we have FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Agency who administers the National Flood Insurance Program, which we'll discuss at length, so I won't get into that at this time. But there may be some other terms that you might not be as familiar with. Flood Insurance Rate Map, or FIRM, is the official map on which FEMA has delineated special flood hazard areas, or areas that would be inundated by the 1% annual chance flood. So along those lines, a pre-FIRM building is a building that was constructed on or before the effective date of an initial flood insurance rate map. Therefore, they were built before detailed flood hazard data or flood elevations were provided to the community. Post-FIRM is what it sounds like. It's a building that was constructed after the date of the effective date of the initial flood insurance rate map. The floodplain and regulatory floodplain refer to the same concept, which is areas of special flood hazard, or areas that would again be inundated by the 1% annual chance flood. You may have heard the 100-year flood, but because these floods occur at a much higher frequency than every 100 years, we're now using the term 1% annual chance. We'll talk a little bit about that in future slides. Areas on a FIRM that are identified as having an A or V are within the floodplain, or the special flood hazard area, or that 1% annual chance floods. And again, all these names refer to the floodplain. We'll go a little bit more into the details of what the V zone represents later today, but essentially those areas are impacted by coastal high hazard areas, or they have wave action that impacts the flood hazard there. Moving on, the lowest adjacent grade, or the lag, is the lowest point of the ground level immediately next to a building. That comes into play when we discuss regulations and development. The base flood elevation is the elevation of the 1% annual chance flood and the elevation that development standards must abide with. So now that we've laid out a couple reoccurring abbreviations that you'll hear as we go along, let's get into part one, the floodplain management. We'll discuss what the NFIP is all about, some more terms you should know, the difference between floodplain and floodway, and an intro to the minimum standards of the NFIP. So what is the NFIP? The NFIP is a voluntary federal program that provides flood insurance to property owners in participating communities in exchange for communities adopting and enforcing floodplain management regulations. So you may have seen this before. We like to reference the four-legged stool as the NFIP. You'll see at the top, the NFIP is balancing on these four related program areas. One, flood insurance rate maps, which identify flood hazards in communities. Two, building codes regulations, which represent floodplain management. Mitigation grants, which help fund flood mitigation projects. And four, flood insurance, which again is available to communities, to property owners when a community participates in the NFIP. So we're excited to say that nearly all Illinois communities participate in the NFIP. The cornerstone is that the program is adoption and enforcement of the local floodplain management regulations. And we'll get more into that in the future, but we're excited to show the level of participation throughout the state here. 89 of 102 counties have joined the NFIP, and nearly 900 communities in the whole state have joined the NFIP. In order for the NFIP to be successful, it takes federal, state, and local governments working together. So each of these entities takes a certain step to reduce the risk of flooding for citizens. So FEMA and FIA provide the maps and the insurance. The community is the one that's going to regulate the development in their own community, and the state provides technical assistance to both the community and FEMA for the development of the maps and for the regulation of development in the community. So let's take a look at the definition of flood line by line. And this is important not only for regulations and for development, but also for insurance. So general and temporary condition. Temporary is an important word here because temporary can be just a few days or it could be much longer. Recall that the 1993 floods along the Mississippi River, in which low-lying areas were inundated with floodwaters for several months. Partial or complete inundation. So here, a property does not need to be entirely covered by a flood event. 2 or more acres, this is one criteria. If less than 2 acres are inundated, the land is not considered flooded for NFIP purposes. 2 or more properties, again, this is a criteria. Another criteria is the source of flooding. So here we have overflow of inland or riverine flooding and coastal flooding. This is a picture of Cedar Rapids, Iowa in 2008. You'll see here, this is an example of riverine overflow flooding. And we often think of flooding as an event that occurs when there's too much water from rain, but sometimes that water can come from rapid snowmelt. And another source that's familiar maybe to some of us here is an ice jam. In this situation, the ice blocks a river or a creek, causing water to back up behind it. When that ice breaks, the backed up water causes flooding. This is a picture here of the Hudson River in 2003. The ice jams caused flooding along this river right there. Or continuing the definition from mudflow, which is a river of liquid or flowing mud over normally dry land. Importantly, not a landslide. So although you might hear a lot on the news about mudslides, particularly in California, the kind of flooding we're talking about here is a mud flow. So this is mud where it's a river of liquid that's moving through normally dry land area. The damage is caused by water. That's different than a mudslide, where the damage is caused by falling masses of rock or earth. So this is the third definition of flooding in the NFIP definition of flood. And last definition, this is from collapse or subsidence of land along the shore of a lake or similar body of water as a result of erosion or undermining caused by waves or currents of water exceeding anticipated cyclical levels that result in a flood. So again, final source of flooding. This is a photo of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. The house is right on the coast of the Outer Banks, which collapsed when it was undercut by the storm surge from Hurricane Isabel. The primary types of flooding shown on a firm are, again, that riverine, coastal, and shallow. And we've talked about the riverine and the coastal a bit. We'll continue to talk about those today. But one additional type of flooding we did not address is shallow flooding, which are indicated as zones AO or AH. AO, or sheet flow, is water that's moving on sloping terrain. It's measured by depth rather than elevation. Ponding is what it sounds like. It's an area that may not necessarily be connected to a water source, but due to the terrain, water can pool or pond in an area. AH, like AO zones, are measured by depth and not by elevation. So revisiting what the floodplain means, the regulatory floodplain is the land that's subject to a 1% or greater chance of flooding in any given year. You'll see here, the gray area on the firm represents the regulatory floodplain. Those areas are subject to floodplain management regulations in a participating community. And again, at this point, we've discussed that the special flood hazard area is another name for the base flood or the 1% annual chance flood or floodplain. If your community has a digital map, the legend shown on this slide will represent the floodplains in your community. We can discuss this more when we review examples during lunch, but we can pull up your specific community's floodplain flood insurance rate map if it's in digital form and show you how this breaks down for your specific community. Now, base flood is also a term that refers to the floodplain, regulatory floodplain, or SFHA. So we keep throwing around a variety of interchangeable terms when we talk about the floodplain, but one term we do hope to retire is the 100-year flood. It really does not reflect the reality of a base flood and gives a false sense that if a community is hit by a base flood, that they shouldn't expect one for another 100 years. So unfortunately, as most of us know here, that's not the case. So we are asking if you could just go ahead and erase that from your vocab using this Men in Black flashy thing that's supposed to erase this from your memory. Okay. Here is another term to know, This is the floodway, and the regulatory floodway means the channel of a river or other watercourse in the adjacent land areas that must be reserved in order to discharge the base flood without increasing the water surface elevation more than a designated height. And in Illinois, specifically, that designated height is 0.1 foot. We'll get more into what the floodway means, but essentially, the floodway is the area, again, that must be reserved in order to discharge that base flood without increasing the water surface elevation more than 0.1 feet. The floodway is calculated by taking the floodplain as a whole, as you can see in this image here, and modeling how much development or fill could take place until the water rises to the allowable height, which again in Illinois is 0.1 feet. So we're squeezing the floodplain until the surcharge or increased flood height is at that 1.1 foot. And at that point, we find the floodway and the flood fringe. The floodway, again, must be preserved. The flood fringe is the part of the floodplain that is not in the floodway and has more room for development. So here, that image, you see how the land is squeezed, and that's how that floodway is delineated. And the surcharge has increased as the fill or the development has taken place in the flood fringe. This visual is representing what happens when fill and development occur in the floodway. The lighter orange is fill in the floodway and has increased the water surface elevation higher than what it should have been if the fill and development did not occur. Now, nearby homes are going to be flooded when in the absence of that development, they would have been protected from flooding. And this is why the floodway is so important when we talk about development. Okay, now let us know where we confused you, where things don't quite make sense, where you want to spend a little bit more time parsing through either terms or the abbreviations, the specifics of the NFIP. But we'll talk more about these elements as we continue to move on. But as a reminder, we discussed the federal, state, and local roles, the floodplain, the flood fringe versus the floodway, and some basics of the mapping. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to our next presenter. I will stop sharing so we can start talking about the flood maps and studies. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ashley. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. All right, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Hanstead, and I am an engineer with the Illinois State Water Survey in Champaign. The group that I'm a part of here at the Water Survey is a cooperating technical partner with Fema, and we also partner with the Illinois Department of Natural Resources. And together over the years, we have produced and developed probably the majority of floodplain maps that are in effect for the state of Illinois. And so I'm going to be covering the floodplain mapping and map change sections of the course today. Some things that we're going to cover in this part here. We're going to talk about some basic terms related to floodplain mapping. We're going to look at the various types of FEMA floodplain maps. We're going to spend some time looking at all the flood zones that you can encounter on a floodplain map. We're going to look at the flood insurance study and how to use that for floodplain management. Then we're going to look at how we can locate base flood elevations on the floodplain maps and exhibits. And we'll talk about updating how the floodplain maps get updated through the map change process. And then we'll conclude this part with talking about levees. Just a few common acronyms specific to this part. We've already covered a few of these, and these will show up again throughout the course today, but specifically in this part. BFE is the base flood elevation. FHBM is the flood hazard boundary map. FIRM is the flood insurance rate map. FIS is the flood insurance study. LOMAC is the letter of map change. LOMA is the letter of map amendment. LOMAR is the letter of map revisions. NFIP is the National Flood Insurance Program, and SFHA is Special Flood Hazard Areas. There's a few different types of FEMA floodplain maps that you need to be aware of, starting with the oldest type of floodplain map. There was the flood hazard boundary maps, the FHBM. Those were quickly phased out with the flood insurance rate maps, but there are still some flood hazard boundary maps still in effect, I believe in Illinois as well. Some of the earlier firms were coupled with a secondary map called the flood boundary floodway map, the FBFM. And the most current version of floodplain maps are the digital flood insurance rate maps, or the DFIRMs. So just kind of show you how the floodplain maps have kind of evolved over the years. I wanted to look at just one specific area in Tinley Park and show the history of floodplain mapping in this area. So what we're looking at right now is the 1978 original FHBM flood hazard boundary map for Tinley Park here. And so you can see that there's a couple flood zones depicted here, but other than that, it's really hard to make out a lot of useful information from this. It was a very approximate map in those days. But shortly thereafter, in 1979, the community received their first firm, which shows some additional flood zones. You've got some zone C, zone B, numbered A zone here. You actually have elevations listed on the map. These are base flood elevations. You have stream name and the stream water line shown. So you get more detail on the firms than you did on the FHBMs. Flash forward to the 2000 version of the firm. There's some changes here that you'll be able to notice right away. First of all, the half the map appears to be missing. This is because this portion of the map is located right along the Will County, Cook County border. And so the 2000 firm separated the community's maps by their county boundaries. So we're only looking at the Will County portion here. We've got our flood zones depicted. They've changed names. We've got Zone X here. We've got Zone AE shown here by the stream. It's hard to tell, but there's a little bit of a hatched area here. This is the floodway depicted here. We still have our base flood elevations shown on the map. And we also have these lettered lines here, line A and line B. These are our lettered cross sections, and we're going to talk more about what cross sections are in a little bit. But you can see that there's more information that's being presented on this 2000 firm than the previous version. And now, moving forward to the 2019 version of the firm, you can see that there's big changes to this version because the newer digital, I should say, this is the digital flood insurance rate map. The digital flood insurance rate maps have aerial imagery as their base maps, so it makes it a lot more convenient for floodplain managers to reference the floodplain in relation to certain structures, homes, other buildings. The map is now in color, so you get the color shaded flood hazard areas. We have our shaded zone X, our zone AE shown in the blue. We have our floodway with this hatched line. We still have our lettered cross sections, our base flood elevations, but the map is now digital as of the 2019 firm. And now what I'm going to be showing here, this is actually the National Flood Hazard Layer. So with the 2019 firm, again, the mapping was cut off at the Will County, Cook County boundary here. If you go to the National Flood Hazard Layer, it can be accessed via a web browser. That will show a seamless connection of floodplains across county boundaries, across community boundaries. So any area in the state where we have digital floodplain mapping data, you can type in an address, you can zoom to that area, you can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can pan across county boundaries. So you get a seamless layer of floodplain information available to you through the National Flood Hazard Layer. Worth noting, with the firms that were issued prior to 1988, they were often issued with a counterpart map called the Flood Boundary and Floodway Map. And so these two maps showed in total what the current D firms show on one map. With the firms prior to 1988, what you would get is you would see the special flood hazard areas, the zone B, the zone A floodplain. You would have your base flood elevations shown on the firm, but you didn't see the floodway on the firm. You had to go to the flood boundary and floodway map. And here you can see the floodway shown by this white shaded area here, and then your lettered cross sections are shown on the FBFM map, but not on the firm. So the current DFIRMs are nice in that they show all this information on one map. Just to give a status update about the DFIRMs for the state of Illinois, the good news for our state is that most of our state's floodplain maps are the digital flood insurance rate maps. All the green counties here, or green shaded hatched counties, are counties that have effective digital flood insurance rate maps. So that's good news for the vast majority of the state. The beige counties are counties where FEMA has funded studies or funded mapping, so they're on a path towards having a digital flood insurance rate map. And the counties that are in white are counties that have not yet been funded by FEMA, although we expect that in the next 3 or 4 years that these remaining counties will be funded. So we're looking at probably within the next 10 years that all of the remaining counties in Illinois will have digital flood insurance rate maps. So now we're going to take a step back and talk a little bit about how we identify floodplains, how we map those floodplains. And what we're talking about for the majority of Illinois is riverine flooding. That's the main type of flooding that we're mapping in Illinois. We do have some shallow flooding, we do have some coastal, but primarily for most areas in the state, we're looking at riverine flooding. So what we're attempting to identify and map is the situation when we have heavy precipitation that creates runoff that causes streams to swell. And so under these extreme precipitation, we get excessive runoff that causes streams to overflow their banks like we're seeing here. And the resulting inundation of lands that are adjacent to the overflowing stream is what we call the floodplain. So we're looking for this maximum extent of the inundation under that base flood or 1% annual chance flood condition. So in order for us to map floodplains and identify them, we need to know a few different things. So for riverine floodplains, we need to know our flood stages or our flood elevations. And then we'll also need topographic data for which we can map those flood stages on. So looking at this conceptual stream channel here, we have a low or a normal flow stage here at the bottom here. We've got somewhere above that, we've got a 10-year flood stage. Somewhere above that, we have a 100-year or 1% annual chance flood elevation. Once we identify what that 100 or 1% annual chance flood elevation is, we can then take those elevations and map them on our topographic data source to identify a floodplain. So the question becomes, how do we determine flood elevations? Ideally, we would have multiple gauges on every single stream. We'd have over 100 years of continuous flood observation records, and we'd have stationary climate and watershed conditions. Unfortunately, reality is not that ideal. We have about 240 active stream gauges in the state of Illinois, which is not nearly enough to cover all the streams that we're mapping floodplains on. And many of those gauges have shorter recording periods on the order of 10 years or less, so not enough continuous observations to map floodplains from. And even gauges where we do have longer term records, we have trends in our data that we need to account for before we can perform statistical analysis. So in lieu of having tons of reliable observation data that we can use to map floodplains, we must rely on engineers to perform hydrology and hydraulic analyses to define our flood elevations. And hydrology is looking at how much precipitation runs off of land surfaces and collects in streams and rivers. Our hydraulic analysis looks at how high or how deep does water flow through a stream channel or bridges or culverts. With hydrology, we're trying to define our flow rates or flow discharges at various flood frequencies, and we're most interested in the 1% annual chance or the 100-year stream flow, because that is the base flood and the basis for the NFIP. We've got several methods that we can use for hydrology and hydrologic studies. We can perform watershed modeling. We can perform stream gauge analysis, which is more of a statistical approach, or we could use regression equations or stream stats, which is more of an empirical approach to estimating peak flows based on watershed characteristics. With hydraulic analysis, again, we're determining the depth or the height of flow moving through a stream, bridge, or a culvert. And hydraulics is typically simulated through modeling software. The most common type used for riverine analysis is HEC-RAS, which is a software that is published by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. For a hydraulic model, we're going to require some data to develop these models. We're going to need cross-sections of our channel and overbank topography. We're going to need bridge and culvert data. We're also going to need our peak flow rates, which come from our hydrology analysis. And we're also going to need boundary conditions or starting water surface elevations. Now, I've mentioned cross-sections a few times, but I want to explain a little bit more in detail what cross-sections are. Here we have a stream represented by the blue line here, and these green lines represent our hydraulic cross sections. And these lines are cut perpendicular to the flow of water of a stream or a river. And these lines are lines where we are going to collect elevation data across this line for our hydraulic models. So if we zoom in here and look at our yellow cross section here, we're going to try and look at this conceptually. So this line, we are going to gather elevation information for, and that will come from terrain data sources or survey data. But then we can create this cross section, which you're seeing here before you, which shows the elevation along that line. And there are a couple parts of the cross section that we should identify here. The lowest portion of a cross section typically is going to be your stream channel here. This is the below water elevations, the bathymetry of your stream or your river. And it shows up as the lowest part of the cross section, as I mentioned. And then you have the overbank portions of the cross section, which are just outside of the stream banks. And these are going to be the portions of the cross section that are normally dry, except for flooded conditions. And then with our model, with our series of cross sections, we'll simulate our flow through our model and through our cross sections. And the model will tell us a water surface elevation at every single cross section. So we can see here for this cross section, the entire stream channel fills up under a flooded condition and portions of the overbank. So that's how we obtain our water surface elevations for our cross section, which we can then use to map on our topography. Now, when I first started at the Water Survey, we often had to rely on older sources of topography like the USGS quad maps, which often had contours of 5 or 10 feet. And anyone who's been in Illinois for any time knows that 10 feet of vertical relief can literally span miles. And so you get areas like this where you have large spans of distance between contours. And so if you had a base flood elevation somewhere in between contours that were spread out pretty wide, it would become difficult to know where to delineate that floodplain because the resolution of the terrain was pretty low. Fortunately, today we've got high quality LiDAR data, high resolution topographic data that gives us better resolution and allows us to map our floodplains and flood elevations with greater accuracy than we could previously. So the result is that the better topography we have, the greater the accuracy and the precision for floodplain mapping that we can perform. So talking a little bit more about topography, you need to be aware about benchmarks and reference marks. Benchmarks or reference marks are carefully measured elevation points from which other elevations are surveyed. So usually these are going to be a surveyor's starting elevation. So this image right here, this is an example of a USGS benchmark. It's got a elevation listed on benchmark. It's usually on a fixed location. It could be like on a bridge or something like that. That's not going to change elevations. But these will become the starting point for a surveyor to measure other elevations in relation to this. And you need to be aware with elevations that they're all going to reference a specific datum. So not all elevations mean the same thing. You have to be aware of what datum an elevation will reference. And some of the common datums are the mean sea level, the NGVD 29, the National Geodetic Vertical Datum of 1929, NAVD 88, the North American Vertical Datum of 1988, and then sometimes you will encounter local datums, which are relatively referenced. And these can be challenging to convert to other datums because oftentimes they'll be measured off of a local reference. It could be the top of a fire hydrant at the intersection of such and such roadways. And so a lot of times it can be difficult to convert local datums to a more standard vertical datum. But the point is that if you see an elevation of 650 feet in NGVD 29, it's not going to be the same thing as 650 feet in NAVD 88 or 650 feet in local dams. And you're going to want to make sure you're aware of what datum you're working with and what are the conversion factors if you want to move to a different datum. If you read the flood insurance study report, it will often provide explanations of the datums that were used. So the elevations that you're going to see on your firm or in your flood insurance study are going to reference a specific datum and talk about how any conversions from other datums may have taken place. So now we're going to spend some time talking about flood zones. And just as a little bit of a reminder here, the 1% annual chance flood is the basis for the National Flood Insurance Program. That 1% annual chance flood is known as the base flood, as Ashley had mentioned. So when you're reading the NFIP regulations, you may see base flood. Just know that is talking about the 1% annual chance flood. The 1% annual chance flood elevation is known as the base flood elevation, or the BFE. The floodplain delineation of the base flood is known as the Special Flood Hazard Areas, or SFHA. Now, it's important to note that not all flood hazards are equal. Therefore, the maps have a variety of flood zones shown on them. So each flood zone has unique regulatory requirements and flood insurance implications, although now with the new risk rating 2.0, the flood insurance ratings are less tied to the maps, but the maps still dictate whether a mandatory flood insurance purchase is required for properties with a federally backed mortgage. The flood zone names can vary depending on the flood map vintage. So this is makes things a little bit complicated, but if you see a flood zone on an older firm, it might be called something different on a newer firm, but they will mean the same thing. So talking about some of the various flood zones, we'll start with the A zones. The A zones depict the 1% annual chance floodplain. A zone A doesn't have BFEs shown on the map, and these are typically used for riverine approximate studies. So these are studies that don't have a lot of detail behind them, so they are approximate. That's why the base flood elevations are not shown on the map. You have the zone AE floodplains, or the numbered A zones A1 through 30. So those are the same flood zones. If you see an older firm, it will say A1 through 30. The newer firms say zone AE, E for elevation, because these flood zones include base flood elevations shown on the map. And these flood zones are used for riverine detailed studies, so areas that have been studied using detailed methods and detailed enough to provide that base flood elevation on the map. Then you have the zone AO, which is shallow sheet flow, as Ashley had mentioned. The zone AOs will show a depth of 1 to 3 feet. They will not show a base flood elevation. Then you have the zone AH, which is for depicting shallow ponding, and the zone AHs will include base flood elevations. A special note about the approximate A zones. The approximate A zones do not have BFEs, as I had mentioned, but they do still require permits. If you're a floodplain manager and there's proposed construction in a zone A, you're going to need to require a permit, and that permit's going to necessitate the estimation of a BFE. So you're in a little bit of a conundrum where, as a floodplain manager, you need a BFE to issue a permit, but the map is not giving you a BFE. So the question is, what do you do in that situation? There is a FEMA publication 265. It's called Managing Floodplain Development in Approximate A Zones. And in this publication, it lists several methods for estimating a BFE for zone A's where the map is not giving you one. So it allows you as a floodplain manager to make an estimate for a base flood elevation in an approximate A zone. So here's what the zones look like on the map. Here we've got a stream here, and up on top we've got our zone A. You'll notice how there's no base flood elevations on the map here. And then down here we have, we have a zone break here, and the map transitions to a zone AE where we actually have base flood elevations shown. So we have a zone A up here and a zone AE on the same map. Here's an example of a zone AO floodplain. Again, this is for shallow sheet flow, so this is not associated with a stream or riverine flooding. And the zone AO gives us a depth of flooding of 1 foot for this entire AO zone. Here's an example of what a zone AH looks like. Again, this is shallow ponding, so you can see that here's a little bit You can see ponds on the aerial imagery, and then you've got an area that's probably just depressed topographically here. And the map gives you the base flood elevation for these zone AHs, 758 here, 756 here. There's a couple other A zones that you'll need to know. These are not very common. I don't believe there's any these zones in Illinois, but you do need to be aware of their definitions. Zone AR is floodplain resulting from decertification of a previously accredited flood protection system that is being restored to provide at least 1% annual chance protection. And the zone A99, which is floodplain to be protected by a federal flood protection system under construction, no BFEs. So these are probably more temporary flood zone designations that are probably more commonly used out west than they are in Illinois, but you do need to be aware of their definitions for CFM exam. So now moving on to talk about coastal flood zones. We've got V zones, which depict the 1% annual chance coastal floodplain. There are two types of V zones. There's the zone V, which does not have base flood elevations associated with it. This is for approximate coastal floodplains. And then we have the zone VE, also called the numbered V zones on the older firms. These actually do include BFEs. Remember the VE, E for elevation. These depict detailed coastal study areas. Now, there are two hazard components to talk about with the coastal V zones. There's the hazard due to the inundation of the base flood of coastal waters. So that's water getting into a building or a structure and damaging carpet, drywall, etc. But then there's also the velocity hazard or the wave action hazard of the V zones, hence the name zone V, V for velocity. And that would be that wave action, that velocity component of the hazard, which poses a risk to the structural integrity of homes and buildings. And so the regulations for zone Vs are very different from the regulations for zone As in terms of buildings and constructions because of that velocity component of the hazard. Here's what the V zones look like on the firm. You can see here we're on the Atlantic Ocean, so this is obviously not in Illinois, but you've got zone V, gives the elevation, the base flood elevation. You'll notice that as you move inland from the shore that you transition from the zone VEs quickly to the zone AOs. And that's because as you move away from the near shore areas, that wave action velocity hazard really dissipates. And then your primary hazard concern is just the inundation of base flood water. So the zone VEs are really more for the near shore areas where that wave action is going to be a primary hazard. Now we're going to talk about a special flood zone that only shows up as part, can show up as part of a zone AE floodplain. That is the floodway. Floodway will only be a subportion of a zone AE floodplain. You will not see floodways associated with any zone A floodplains or any coastal zone Vs. So these are exclusive to zone AE study streams. And it's usually depicted by this hatched area, as you can see right here. Now, just to go over this definition again, the floodway is an area that is part of the stream channel plus the adjacent areas that need to be preserved and protected to prevent flooding increases from happening if development were to occur. So if we look at this conceptually again, we've got a stream here. We're looking into the stream, and this darker blue line, this is depicting the base flood elevation, which would extend to these points naturally. So you have the width of the 100-year floodplain here. And then what we've done is we've simulated development or encroachment into the floodplain. And we do that to a point in which would cause the base flood elevation to increase by a surcharge amount. Nationally, that standard is 1 foot, but here in Illinois, that standard is a 1/10 of a foot. So as soon as those encroachments cause an increase in surcharge of a 1/10 of a foot, that defines the limit of the floodway. When we encroach on the floodplain, that reduces the flow area, the capacity of the floodplain to convey waters downstream. And so that loss of conveyance causes the base flood elevation to increase. And so we're looking to define those points that cause that surcharge to increase to its allowable amount. And that's how we define the floodway. So the floodway width plus the flood fringe on the outsides, that equals our total floodplain width. So again, going back to the map here, we've got our floodway here with the hatch line, and then outside of that in the zone A, this is the flood fringe. So this is the portion of the floodplain that can be filled, it can be developed with permits, and that development will not cause a increase in the base flood elevation above that surcharge amount. Here in Illinois, that would be 1/10 of a foot. So it doesn't cause excessive increases in flooding due to that development. But the floodway must be preserved and kept free of development so that that base flood can discharge without causing those increases in base flood elevation. So I put together an example to kind of show what this looks like visually. So if you can imagine that this stream here is depicting its 100-year or 1% annual chance flood condition here, flowing this way. We've got some structures up here, and you'll notice that none of these structures are inundated by flooding from this 100-year event here. Now let's suppose that the community wanted to permit development downstream and encroach on the floodplain like this, basically constricting the stream to a very narrow corridor here. What would happen if that development was allowed to occur is we would restrict the flow capacity through here, and the upstream base flood elevations would increase. Now we can see that these structures are now subject to flooding from the base flood, which is what we do not want. So the flowway is a tool to prevent this situation from happening, because if we had a flowway delineated here on the stream, it would show that these areas are encroaching too far into the flowway and would cause these type of increases. So this is what the flowway is attempting to help us as floodplain managers avoid happening. So now at this point, we've covered the regulatory flood zones, but there are some non-regulatory flood zones that are depicted on the floodplain maps. The first one is the Zone X, shaded Zone X, or Zone B on the older firms. This typically depicts the 0.2% annual chance floodplain, or the 500-year floodplain. It can also be used to depict the 1% annual chance floodplain that has an average depth of less than a foot. So this would be a low hazard flooding source where the 100-year flooding or floodplain has an average depth of less than a foot, can be depicted using a shaded Zone X. But typically it's used to depict the 0.2% annual chance floodplain. Then there is the unshaded Zone X or Zone C on the older firms. These are areas of minimal flood hazard. It doesn't mean that these areas will never flood. It just means it's an area of minimal flood hazard. Then there's also the Zone D, which is an area of undetermined flood hazard. So there are no regulatory requirements associated with Zone Ds, but the mandatory flood insurance purchase is required. So if you have a federally backed mortgage on a structure that's located in a Zone D floodplain, you'd be required to carry flood insurance. Here's what the non-regulatory flood zones look like on the firm. We've got the shaded Zone X here depicting the 0.2% annual chance floodplain, the 500-year floodplain in this orange shading. And then we have the unshaded Zone X, which is the area of minimal flood hazard out here. So this slide shows a summary of all the FEMA flood zones that we've discussed and covered. I'm not going to go through each one again because we've already gone through them. But they do show some things, and they are grouped by SFHAs here on the top. There are several things that all SFHAs, special flood hazard areas, have in common with one another. Number one, all the SFHA zone types are depicting the 1% annual chance floodplain. They all have a mandatory flood insurance purchase requirement associated with them, and they all are regulatory. In other words, they're all going to require permits for development or construction within them. So these all make up all these flood zone types make up the special flood hazard areas because of those unique factors associated with them. The non-regulatory flood zones, the Zone X shaded, Zone X unshaded, and Zone D, none of those flood zones have any regulatory requirements from the National Flood Insurance Program. There may be some local requirements that a community can adopt, but there's no national requirements associated with them, which is why they are non-regulatory flood zones. Only the Zone D requires the mandatory purchase, flood insurance purchase requirement associated with it. So this little chart might be handy for you to refer to for future use. So no matter what vintage floodplain map you're using, you're always going to want to refer to the legend of that floodplain map, because the legend is going to tell you how to read and interpret that map. Here's what the new firm legend looks like. It shows you what your SFHA areas look like, your various zone types, your non-regulatory flood zones. You can see the old firm legend here. So they are quite different going from one map to another. The key is just to make sure you're always referring that whenever you're trying to read and interpret a floodplain map. As far as accessing floodplain maps go, the best source to go to is the FEMA Map Service Center. It can be accessed via www.msc.fema.gov. At the MSC, you can access effective floodplain maps for any community or any county. You can type in an address to get to a local area that you're interested in. You can access historic maps. You can download the flood insurance studies. You can obtain any letters of map change. And you can also download the DFIRM database if it's a digital county. You can also access floodplain mappings via the National Flood Hazard Layer, the NFHL. There's the link for it there. This could be accessed via a web browser, and it's online interactive map of all DFIRM data. So any areas in the state or in the nation that have effective DFIRMs, you'll be able to view that data through the National Flood Hazard Layer. National Flood Hazard Layer can be loaded into Google Earth. It will also display Lomax. So at this point, we're going to talk about the flood insurance study. The flood insurance study accompanies a county or a community's flood insurance rate maps or floodplain maps. And it's basically a narrative or report that accompanies those maps. So a flood insurance will typically appraise a community's flood problems. It will talk about the community's flood history. It will provide study information that was used to develop the floodplain mapping. It will provide some of the hydrology and hydraulic results. It will provide flood elevation profiles and provides floodway data information. Here's a look at some of the flood insurance study components. There's what the cover of a flood insurance study looks like. Here is the floodway data table, which we'll look at a little bit more in a few slides, and also a flood profile, which we'll also look at in more detail. So you will need to be able to read a flood profile for the CFM exam and as a floodplain manager. Basically, the way you're going to read this, you've got several components to a flood profile here. On the horizontal axis, you have the stream distance in reference to some feature. So we have the stream distance in miles above the confluence with the Little Platte River here. And on the vertical axis, you have the elevation. And the elevation is going to be reference to a specific datum. So always take note of your vertical datums here. And so the way that you would read or interpret the profile is if, say, for instance, we're trying to obtain a base flood elevation, that's going to be the 1% annual chance flood elevation at a specific location. We're going to find that location in reference to a specific structure. Say that we are using this road as a reference point and we want to find the base flood elevation that's 0.2 miles downstream of this road here. We would find that point on the profile, and that brings us here. And then we're going to reference the profile line that's depicting the 1% annual chance flood elevation, the 100-year profile. And that's this double lit dashed line here. So at this location here, we can find this point here, pull back that elevation, and obtain a BFE from the flood profile. And we're going to go through a few examples of doing that a little bit later. Then we have the floodway data table, and this shows a lot of information. It shows information at the lettered cross sections. The floodway data table is only going to show in the flood insurance study for streams and reaches that have mapped floodway on the floodplain map. So streams that are depicted using Zone A floodplain or coastal Zone V will not have floodway data information associated with it in the floodway data table. So this is only for streams that have floodway associated with them. But the table is showing a lot of information. It's showing information at all of the lettered cross sections here. So in this first column here, we have our flooding source and our lettered cross sections. So for the Green River, we have cross sections A through M shown here. The second column is showing the distance. The footnote 1 says this distance is in feet above the confluence with lake high water. So we know that A is the downstream-most cross section, M is the most upstream-most cross section here. We have some information about the floodway. We have the width of the floodway at each lettered cross section. So you could actually go back to the map and measure the floodway width, and it should show up with a similar width that's being reported here in the floodway data table. They also show the section or flow area of the floodway. They'll also show the mean velocity of the floodway in this column here. And then they have these last 4 columns, which are showing the base flood water surface elevations. And there's several columns of elevations here. And so as a floodplain manager, you're going to need to be aware of which elevation you're going to need to use in floodplain management here. And to give that away, the regulatory column here, that's always going to be the column that you want to use for floodplain management. And I'll explain how these columns differ, but the regulatory is going to provide you with the base flood elevation that you want to use for floodplain management. The next column over is the without floodway. So this is the model elevations that are being reported without that floodway simulation, so without those encroachments on the cross sections here. And then this third column here is the with floodway elevation column. So this is the column that's showing the model elevations with the floodway being simulated. So those encroachments are placed in those cross sections. And the last column shows the increase, which is showing the difference between the with floodway and the without floodway. And so you can see here that the increase with the floodway ranges from 0.0 feet to 1 foot. So obviously this is somewhere not in Illinois because they're allowing a surcharge of up to a foot, but the surcharge can range anywhere from 0 to 1 feet for this example here. So it's really just the difference between elevation in the with floodway and the without floodway column. You'll notice this footnote here, footnote 2, it says the elevation is computed without consideration of backwater from lake high water. So in other words, these elevations that are being reported here are directly from the hydraulic model, but they don't consider the backwater elevation from the receiving lake high water. And that's why you get the regulatory elevation here at cross section A is 267.5. So it's almost 10 feet. So it's 10 feet higher than the without floodway column at this location. So you would not want to use this elevation for regulation, because if you allow a building permit and using this elevation, they would be basically 10 feet below BFE, because these elevations don't consider the backwater impacts from lake high water. So we always want to use the regulatory column for obtaining BFEs for floodplain development and floodplain regulation. So now at this point, we've seen that there are several sources of elevations that you can draw from to determine a base flood elevation as a floodplain manager. You can get your elevations from the floodplain maps directly. You can get them from your floodway data table, or you can get them from your flood profiles, but there is an accuracy precedent for BFEs. And if you want the most accurate BFE, which I'm assuming you always will, you're going to want to get your elevation from the from the floodway data table if you can. And you can only get your BFE from the floodway data table if the location that you're getting a BFE for is located at one of those lettered cross sections. But that will give you the most accurate elevation, because it's giving you the elevation to 1/10 of a foot. It's directly coming from the model results. So you're getting the most accurate elevations from your floodway data table. If you are between a lettered cross section, so in this example here, it's hard to see, I think it's cross section I here, cross section J here. So if you're somewhere in between those two lettered cross sections, the next most accurate source to get your base flood elevation would be from the flood profile, because you can usually pick off your elevations to a couple tenths of a foot. So you'll be pretty accurate in getting a BFE from your flood profiles. And then finally, the least accurate source for BFEs would be the firms itself. The firms will publish BFEs on them. It's rounded to the whole foot. So you can see right here, you've got 2 whole foot BFEs, 1013 elevation, 1015 elevation. So say that you're somewhere in between those two. What do you use as a BFE? Would it be 1014? Is it closer to 1013 or 1015? So you're introducing a lot of uncertainty in your BFE estimation by just using the firm, and you'd be better off getting your elevation from the profile. So now we're going to go through a few examples of determining a BFE. So say we're looking on the firm here for Spring Creek, and we've got a couple locations here, location 1 and location 2, that we need to determine BFEs for. For location number 1, since we're located right at cross-section AS, we know that we can determine our base flood elevation from the floodway data table. That will give us the most accurate source of elevation. And location 2, because we're between AS and AT, we can't use the floodway data table, but we'll instead use the flood profile to obtain our elevation. So coming to our floodway data table here, we're going to find cross-section AS in the floodway data table for Spring Creek. We're going to locate our regulatory column, and then we're simply going to read off the elevation at cross-section AS. So we can get a BFE of 667.8, and always be sure to reference the vertical datum. We're in NGVD here for this example. For location number 2, we said we were between cross-section AS and AT, and I think I had estimated that we were about 600 feet downstream of this road here. And so we're going to zoom into this area a little bit to make it easier to read, but we're about 600 feet downstream of this structure right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to find that location. Here the scale is about 100 feet for these minor grids. That gets us to a location here that we're going to use to pick off that 1% gallon chance flood profile, which is this this double dash line here. So we can pick off that point at that location off the profile, bring that back to our vertical scale, and determine our BFE to be 669.2. Again, vertical datum, always be aware of that, NGVD. So let's go through another example using a newer firm here. Again, we've got 2 locations that we wanted to determine a base flood elevation for. We've got location number 1 here at cross-section BC, and we've got location number 2 here, which is in between cross-section BC and BD. So for location number 1, because we're at BC, we're going to go right to the floodway data table. For location number 2, we're going to use the flood profiles. So again, we go to cross-section BC in the floodway data table. We find our regulatory column, and we determine at location 1, our base flood elevation is 667.2 feet, NAVD 88. For location 2, we're going to find our location, our stream distance, find our 100-year profile, bring that elevation back, and determine our BFE to be about 668.4 feet NAVD. One thing to note here on the newer firms, the maps will actually publish the regulatory elevations to a tenth of a foot at the lettered cross sections. So when I said that the firm was the least accurate source for determining BFEs, that was partially true. It's certainly true with the older firms, but with the newer firms now, you can actually read off those elevations to a tenth of a foot at the lettered or mapped cross sections here. So we have 667.2 at cross section BC, which is the same as what was depicted on the floodway data table. Okay, here's one example for a zone AH. Here, you're not going to have a flood profile associated with it. So you're not going to have floodway data table. You're not going to have a flood profile. So you're probably going to have to rely on the firm elevation here for the BFE, which for location 1 here, we're using the BFE of 758 feet. And for this location 2, will be 756 feet. You'll have to look at the map and look at the flood insurance study to determine the vertical datum for these elevations. You may also find in some flood insurance studies, there may be a still water table which lists still water elevations to 1/10 of a foot. But if those are not available in the flood insurance study, you'll have to determine your BFE from the map directly. All right, now we're going to talk about how the maps get updated through the map change process, because sometimes the maps are just wrong, or there are physical changes that have occurred that necessitate the update of the floodplain maps. The good news is there is a process to correct or update the maps. And I think from this image here, I believe this was taken from in Grafton, Illinois. And this is taken from someone's property, and they're about 100 feet up the bluff above the Mississippi River here. And at the time this was taken, I think the floodplain maps were a little bit inaccurate. The floodplain was shifted a couple hundred feet, and on the steep bluff, it had their property mapped in the floodplain when clearly, as they are 100 feet above the valley here, there's no way they're going to be part of the Mississippi River floodplain. But there is a process to correct this situation and get a map change. So there are several types of map change that we're going to talk about here. And they're classified into 2 categories. There's the MT1 map changes, which are generally used for smaller type map changes, typically for a single property. And then there's the MT2 map changes, which are used for larger scale changes, changes that will actually affect the depiction of the floodplain mapping on the firm. The MT1 map changes will just be a letter that's issued that states that a particular property or structure is outside of the floodplain. It doesn't actually change the depiction of the floodplain on the map itself, but it is a letter that states that a portion of property or a structure is out of the floodplain. The type of MT1 map changes, there's the letter of map amendment, or the LOMA. There's the conditional letter of map amendment, the CLOMA. There's the letter of map revision based on fill, the Lomar F, the conditional letter of map revision based on fill, Clomar F. Then for the standard, the MT2 map changes, there's the standard letter of map revision. There's the conditional letter of map revision, and there's also the physical map revisions. So for the letter of map amendment, this is the situation that you'll encounter, is that you have a house, and it's a little hard to see here, but you can kind of make out the rooftop, and it looks like this structure is partially outside of the map floodplain and partially in. But then if you were to look at an elevation view, you'd have the house like this, where the structure is on natural ground that is higher than the base flood elevation, yet the mapping still shows it clipping a part of the house. So in this situation, a homeowner can apply for a letter of map amendment to have their home or their structure removed from the floodplain. So the LOMA is used for when a structure is located on naturally high ground, naturally being the key. And in other words, if fill has been placed to elevate the structure ground above the BFE, it cannot qualify for a LOMA. But if the structure is located on naturally high ground above the base flood elevation, they would qualify for a LOMA. So the information that's needed by FEMA to process the letter of map amendment is just a completed MT1 form, Form 1, or the MTEZ form. The lowest adjacent grade must be higher than the BFE. And going back, we'd mentioned the lowest adjacent grade. Basically, what this is, if you can imagine your home or your building, all of the ground elevations that surround your building, your foundation wall, the lowest elevation that abuts to your building is the lowest adjacent grade. And usually this is determined by a land surveyor who will come out and measure elevations at your property. But this lowest adjacent grade must be above the BFE for the applicant to qualify for the LOMA. If they have that, the cost is free to submit the LOMA application. FEMA will process it. There's no review fee associated with it. There will be a little bit of a cost to hire a land surveyor to shoot the elevations for the LOMA. Here's a look at what the MTEZ form looks like. It's fairly straightforward. These are often filled out by a surveyor who's shooting the elevations at a property. I want to draw your attention to the first question on the MTEZ form, which says that it asks, has fill been placed on your property to raise ground that was previously below BFE? And if the answer to that is yes, then you cannot qualify for a LOMA. You need to stop and reapply using the MT1 forms. You're going to be applying for a Lomar F instead of a LOMA. LOMAs and I believe Lomar Fs as well are shown on the NFHL. So you can see these purple dots are depicting the LOMAs for this area. They're generally pretty accurate in their in terms of their location. They can be off by several houses. They don't fall directly on the rooftops. They're more of a general reference of where these are located. But they'll show you the case number here. They'll end in the A suffix and the effective date of those LOMAs. There's also the eLOMA, which is an internet-based system to quickly process simple LOMA requests. This is only available to licensed land surveyors and professional engineers. That allows determinations to be printed out locally by the user. Randomly, these will be audited to verify that they're making accurate determinations. So now moving on to the letter of map revision based on fill, or the Lomar F. This is the situation where you have fill placed in the flood fringe. This is outside of the floodway. Can't be in the floodway. It's fill placed in the flood fringe to elevate the ground or structure above the base flood elevation. And the information that's needed by FEMA to process a Lomar F is they will need the MT1 forms submitted, including the community acknowledgement form. The review fee is relatively inexpensive for a Lomar F map change. So here's graphically what the Lomar F situation looks like. You've got a stream here. You've got the floodway depicted by this area here. So this area outside in the zone AE is flood fringe. So this portion of the flood fringe was filled in so that the ground and structure can be raised above the base flood elevation. And then the structure would qualify for a Lomar F. Here's what it looks like from an elevation perspective. So you've got your stream channel, your BFE is depicted here. The green is basically showing the natural terrain here. So obviously this portion of the floodplain would have been inundated prior to them filling, which is represented by the brown dirt here. So now the ground elevations are above the base flood elevations. So this structure would qualify for a Lomar F, assuming that this is located all in the flood fringe and not in the floodway. Beware of basements on fill. Not a good idea. Basements are typically not allowed for Lomar Fs except if certain conditions are met. FEMA's Technical Bulletin 1001 describes building construction specifications for which a floodplain manager can determine that a structure being removed is from the floodplain will be reasonably safe from flooding. So for homes constructed on fill with basement, the basement floor cannot be more than 5 feet below the base flood elevation, and the horizontal clearance between any sides of the home and the floodplain, so from like here to here, must be at least 20 feet or more. Otherwise, no Lomar F, because if those conditions are not met, the floodplain manager cannot sign off saying that the structure will be reasonably safe from flooding. And what's happening is if that basement floor is too far below BFE, you get this hydraulic pressure that is going to want to force water into the basement foundation and cause flooding. So that limiting that hydraulic relief to less than 5 feet and keeping that horizontal clearance the technical bulletin 1001, those lay out those specifications so that a floodplain manager can sign off and say, yes, this is reasonably safe from flooding, or no, it would not be. So now moving on to talk about the standard letter of map revision, or the Lomar. We have the situation where floodplains are depicted like this on the map. So we have a stream channel and its floodplain located here, but now the stream channel has changed based on some condition. Maybe the stream has been channelized, maybe it's naturally meandered from its original course. And so we have new hydraulic conditions here. And so we need to actually revise the mapping based on these new physical changes to the floodplain. So the Lomar is used for a situation when we have physical changes to either the floodplain, the floodway, or the flood elevations. And the information that's needed by FEMA is FEMA is going to need a detailed engineering analysis. They're going to need the MT2 application forms. They're going to need the revised mapping and so on and so forth. The cost of a Lomar to be processed is not cheap. I think the review fee for a Lomar is about $8,000 for an application. That doesn't even consider the cost of the engineering consultants to develop the new modeling, the new mapping to provide to FEMA. So a Lomar is not a cheap map revision. Here's what a Lomar effectively does here. On the upper left here, we've got the old floodplain mapping for this community. Community submitted a Lomar application with new modeling data, new study data. And as a result, a Lomar was issued, and the Lomar will have a revised area box that shows where the floodplain has changed. So all of this area has new floodplain mapping that differs from the old effective mapping. But now this Lomar has updated the floodplain mapping, which is now currently being used by the community to regulate floodplain management by. So I just covered the standard map changes. There are also conditional map changes. So for a Lomar F, standard Lomar, there's also a conditional Lomar F, conditional Lomar. And a conditional map change is simply FEMA's comments on the impacts of a proposed project and whether it would be compliant with NFIP regulations. So for a CLOMAR, a conditional Lomar, it would be FEMA's comments on the proposed impacts of a project on the floodplain, floodway, and BFEs to make sure that that's compliant. For LOMAs, it will ensure that, CLOMAs and CLOMAR Fs, it will ensure that a structure proposed to be constructed will be in compliance with NFIP regulations as well. It's important to note that map changes, conditional map changes will not be official until the follow-up LOMAC request is made with certified as-built drawings. So in other words, if an applicant submits a conditional Lomar F, once the construction is complete, they won't have their Lomar F automatically until they submit their as-built documentation and Lomar F application to FEMA for the follow-up map revision, map change. Here's just a look at the LOMAC fee schedule. You can see the Loma is free. The Lomar Fs, the MT1s, typically range several $100s. The standard Lomars are more expensive, about $8,000 for a standard Lomar review processing fee. All right, so at this point, we're going to spend a little bit of time here talking about levees in Illinois and how levees can affect floodplain mapping. Levee failures occur somewhere in Illinois with every major flood, and that's just reality. I think this image right here, this is the breach of the Lens Small Levee in southern Illinois and the Mississippi River. But levees are a big deal. They can be used to reduce flood risk. In some cases, they can actually pose a greater flood risk. So it's a little bit of a sensitive topic. And I can't go through everything we would need to talk about levees in this course today, but I'm going to go through some of the highlights and overviews of levees as they pertain to floodplain mapping. Here's a look at some of the many levees and levee-like structures in Illinois. This isn't an exhaustive list at all, but you can see is that most of the more substantial levee systems are located on our bigger rivers. So the Mississippi River, the Illinois River, some on the Wabash River as well. But they do occur throughout the state, all over, not just on the big rivers. It's important to note that not all levees are created for the same purpose. They're not all created or designed using the same flood frequency. Some levees are not even built using engineering design standards. Some levees are simply just dirt pushed up against the banks of a creek to protect a small farm field from flooding. So when we talk about levees, that can mean a lot of different things. In terms of the National Flood Insurance Program and floodplain mapping, we're mostly concerned about levy accreditation. And levy accreditation, well, I should say, the only levees that can meet the requirements of 44 CFR 6510 can be accredited to show protection provided against the base flood on the floodplain map. So these are levees that have met a certain standard provided in 6510 that they can be mapped on the firms to show that reduced risk of flooding due to their presence. Not all levees can meet the accreditation requirements, so not all levees will show that reduced risk of flooding. Only levees that meet the 6510 requirements can show that protection on the floodplain maps. So we'll see what those levees look like on the firms. Here's an example from East Peoria of an accredited levee. And the levee symbology is shown by this dashed line here. So here's where the levee runs. And we know this is an accredited levee because it has a note associated with it that says area with reduced flood risk due to levee. And the flood hazard zone type is a zone X here. And it's got this orange and black shading here, which is used to designate a levee protected area. But this is showing us that this area has a flood risk here, but it's not part of the regulatory flood zones. It's not part of the mandatory purchase requirement flood zones here because there is an accredited levee that is providing protection. So the mapping reflects that reduced risk due to the presence of the accredited levee. We also have a non-accredited levee shown here on the map. So again, we've got our dashed line here depicting another levee. But for this levee where we don't have that levee note here, we're still depicting the zone AE flood zone. So it's still, this flood zone is still subject to floodplain management regulations. Properties would still be subject to the mandatory flood insurance purchase requirement here because this levee has not met the requirements of 6510. And so it's not accredited on the mapping. Levees may be able to meet the 6510 levee accreditation requirements, but the floodplain map will not show the base flood protection until the documentation is accepted by FEMA and a revised floodplain map is issued showing that protection. So in other words, there may be levee systems within the state that might be able to meet that accreditation requirement, but they are not officially accredited until FEMA has accepted the 6510 documentation and that revised floodplain map has been issued showing that protection on the firm. It's also worth noting that accredited levees can be overtopped or fail, sometimes resulting in damage or loss of life that would be greater than without the levees. That's why levees are tricky business in terms of risk management because they can have those unintended consequences associated with them. Accredited levees can deteriorate over time, and accredited levees do require regular maintenance. We're not going to go over in detail the 6510 levee accreditation requirements here. I'm just going to cover the high points here. But basically, the 6510 accreditation requirements will require a freeboard for the levee 3 feet or more. So in other words, the top of the levee at all points along that levee must be at least 3 feet or more above the base flood elevation. If it's 2.5 feet above the base flood elevation at any single point, it doesn't meet the freeboard requirement, and modifications would need to be made to that levee in order for it to meet the freeboard requirement and become accredited. A levee must include documentation about closures. Here's an example of a closure on a levee here. So you can see, I believe this is on a Ohio River levee here, but you can see the big concrete levee structure here in the community here. A road passes through the levee. And so they've got this little slot here, which is normally open. And then when the river rises, they close off this road. They close the levee to ensure that the flood protection barrier is maintained. But documentation on all those closures is required for 6510. Levees must include documentation on the embankment production, stability analysis, documentation on settlement analysis. Earthen levees can settle over time, reducing their crest elevation, resulting in diminished protection. So there needs to be analysis about settlement included. There needs to be documentation and analysis regarding interior drainage. So the levee is going to protect from the main flooding source, which in this case would be the Ohio River. But behind the levee, there's still additional drainage that needs to be dealt with. Water that would normally flow out through the levee. There needs to be a study for how that drainage is dealt with and how that might still cause flooding within the community. Usually that drainage is either pumped out or there's gravity drains. Sometimes those gravity drains need to be closed. So operation and maintenance plans will document how those structures will work. It's also a requirement for the 6510 levy accreditation. So levee owners are responsible to provide the 44 CFR 6510 documentation to FEMA for the initial and the continued accreditation status on the floodplain maps. And it is a massive effort to obtain accreditation and maintain accreditation. This is not a trivial process. There is a lot of documentation. There's a lot of cost in terms of engineering and maintenance associated with accredited levees. So there probably are levees in the state that could potentially be accredited, but the sheer cost and burden to maintain that and achieve that accreditation status simply isn't worth it for some communities. So here are a couple levee myths and the truths behind those. Myth number one, I won't flood if I live behind an accredited levee. That is not true. The truth is that accredited levees can fail or be overtopped by larger events than the 1% annual chance flood event. It does not eliminate all risks. So just because you live or portions of communities are behind an accredited levee doesn't mean that all risk has been eliminated. Myth number two, my home will never be mapped in the floodplain since I live behind an accredited levee. The truth is that a levy accreditation is not granted in perpetuity. The maintenance and upgrades are often needed to maintain that accreditation status. So while a levy may be accredited for the time being, that doesn't guarantee that in 10, 20, 30 years, it will still be accredited on the floodplain maps. Myth number three, levees only fail when overtopped by floodwaters. This is not true. The truth is that levees can fail due to seepage, erosion, or collapse. So a levee can fail even in an event that's less severe than the 1% annual chance flood. Okay, let's look at an example of a levee in Brookport, Illinois. Brookport's in the southern end of the state on the Ohio River. You're looking at a photo from the top of the levee, and you can see that there's a bunch of trees growing on the embankment, which is a big no-no for levees because the roots basically create preferential flow paths for water potentially move through the earthen structure. They've got debris built up on some of their drainage structures through the levee. Some of their gate structures are in disrepair. They've had 10 years of successive USACE levee inspection failures. Their interior pumps no longer work. They have to bring a pump in by a truck and pump out the water. It's not a fixed structure. But looking at the community's old flood insurance rate map from 1976, you can see that the community's firm depicted no flood risk within the community from the Ohio River, even though the levee may not have been functioning properly at that time. It certainly wasn't functioning well by the 2000s. And so in 2007, the IDNR mapped the residual risk of that levee because the levee did not meet accreditation requirements. And so now the community has their flood risk depicted as if that levee was not even there because it doesn't meet the accreditation requirements. We have to map the risk as if it was not there. So currently the community of Brookport has their the flood risk map, not considering their levee. A couple things to keep in mind. Hundreds of thousands of residents live behind levees, yet only about 1% carry flood insurance. So there is a residual risk there. Risk awareness and levee safety are a big deal. So you just want to be aware of those for the communities that you oversee and understand what that risk is and be communicating that with the public and with your residents. And that about concludes my my section for today's course in part 2 for mapping and map changes. So again, what we covered is types of FEMA floodplain maps, the various flood zones that you will encounter on a floodplain map, how to use and read a flood insurance study, how to locate base flood elevations on your maps and flood insurance study exhibits. And we also talked about updating the floodplain maps through the map change process, and we concluded with levees. So at this point, I don't know if we want to open up for questions or take a break, so I'll defer to the other presenters to interject what we want to do now.
Hi, this is Marilyn. Can I? Yep, I think I'm on. There
Yep.
were a number of questions in the chat and a couple in the Q&A, but if I believe people could ask by unmuting. If not, if you have a question, please type it in the chat and we can take a few right now.
Okay, let me read through some of these.
One question that came up was about BFEs changing cross state lines. And I know I'm aware of the difference there on the Illinois River at Peoria and East Peoria on a county boundary. And I was looking, and I believe there's still a difference up in the Beloit area where Wisconsin and Illinois meet on that river. But I actually didn't find other ones around the Indiana line, which I thought there might be.
There may be one on the, I want to say the Ohio River with Kentucky. Yeah, so the thing is that when the maps get updated, there are adjacent jurisdictions that are on a different mapping schedule. So what, for instance, in Peoria, Tazewell County on one side of the river had their maps updated a couple of years ago. I can't remember when exactly, but they incorporated a new study for the Illinois River that was developed by the Corps of Engineers in 2004. And the Peoria County still has its older firms that went into effect before that 2004 study was issued. So yeah, you've got the same river, two different elevations that are being regulated across county boundaries. And yeah, same thing can happen across state lines as well. It's more of a product of the timing of when maps get updated is the reason for that happening.
There's a question about when is a Lomar required? Want to take that? Do you want Ashley or I? Okay.
So for those of you who don't know, my primary responsibility at the Water Survey is reviewing Lomars for FEMA. So the Water Survey actually partners with FEMA, and we actually do the review and processing of Lomars, not the Lomas or the Lomar Fs, not the MT1s, just the MT2s. We do the processing of those at the Water Survey, and so that's one of my primary responsibilities. And So a Lomar is required whenever a community has information or knows that the base flood elevation or the flood hazard has changed for a particular stream. And usually what that is coming from is when a project is either proposed or being constructed that affects flooding conditions. So a development that's going to channelize a stream. So that would be a condition where the community would certainly be required to submit for a Lomar. Oftentimes it's because some of the older floodplains are so outdated and not accurate, or there were approximate A zones that the community just really wants more accurate flood hazard information reflect on their maps. So they will submit a Lomar that just for the first time will incorporate detailed study for a particular stream. So basically, if the mapping is errant or outdated or is changing due to some physical change or project, that's when the community will want to or be required to submit for a Lomar.
And I just want to emphasize to especially community representatives, but I guess really anyone on the call, this issue of a structure being built on fill with a below grade, below BFE level to the home does come up, unfortunately, more frequently than we'd like to see. And when everything is done correctly and the all the data is available, the compaction data, things can go smoothly. But of course, if the community has not required all this documentation ahead of time or required that a Lomar F be issued prior to any construction, oftentimes these homes will never be removed or buildings never be removed from the floodplain, never be issued that Lomar F. And one of the critical issues is the soil beneath the structure. And once that structure has been built, how do you get data on the conditions of that soil 5 feet below the structure? And that is just where we often come up with issues. So there are homes currently that are looking at constructing cutoff walls and large pump stations to ensure that the ground surrounding the home is essentially dewatered to keep the basements reasonably safe from flooding. So we have, like I said, too many locations in the state where mistakes have been made and paperwork has not been collected prior to construction. So everyone should be careful with that, and communities should decide up front whether they will allow someone to place structures with basements or other below grade levels in that fill.
Okay,
There's another one. Yeah.
I'm seeing a question. If the development doesn't increase water surface elevations, but requires mitigation within the floodplain to keep water surface elevations as regulated, will it require a Lomar? That's a good question. Usually to be safe, a community will want to apply for a CLOMAR. Certainly there'll be state permits involved. If there's work that's occurring in the map floodplain or the map flowway, certainly if you're in the floodway, you're going to need to do a CLOMAR and follow up Lomar. But if you're in the flood fringe, it may not require a standard Lomar, but it probably will perhaps require a Lomar F if there's being fill placed to elevate portions above the BFE. But the change that's occurring due to work in the floodplain It's not just a BFE increase that's a concern, even decreases, those are changing the flood hazard conditions. So if something is changing hydraulically, they should be submitting for a Lomar, even if it's making the situation better. There's a requirement that the community is supposed to be submitting technical information when it has it available when BFEs are changing. So we want to ensure that we're keeping the maps up to date for every single community, which is why if the community is proposing or permitting something in the floodplain in those regulatory areas, that they should be considering the various types of LOMAX that would potentially apply.
Chris, we're getting some questions under the Q&A instead of the chat.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to click over to there.
Yeah, let me do that really quick. Okay. John is asking, how are AH zones determined that are separated from the stream or river? Is it a correct assumption to think that they are modeled as resulting from past overbank flooding instead of as a result of local stormwater system that does have adequate capacity to drain? It's really a mixed bag. Some of the zone AHs are legacy from older mapping, the older firms. Generally what it is you have a depressed topographic area, and sometimes those were carried over from the old hydrologic atlases and still live on the map. Sometimes they're actually studied depressional areas where there has been some analysis, some swim modeling of stormwater to determine what residual ponding may result. I would say the vast majority of them are legacy zones from older mapping, and they probably need to be revisited. But yeah, they can come from a variety of sources, but they may not have detailed modeling associated with them. Some of the zone AHs may just be have an elevation that's based on the closed contour. So in other words, the water can fill up to this point, regardless of whatever stormwater infrastructure may be there to drain it. If it's, it could fill up to this point, that's going to be the elevation that might be put there. So yeah, it's really a mixed bag when it comes to the zone AH zones. Moving down, although it is strongly recommended to not install basements in the floodplain, developer and property owners are still very interested in pursuing the installation of. Since municipality can, are you aware of if there are any documents for that outline the necessary steps and certifications that would be required? Marilyn, do you want to take that one?
Well, and then there's the next question is kind of on the same vein, where it says, since municipalities can't prevent a property owner from installing basements, are you aware of any developed documents that outline the necessary steps and certifications that would be required? So yes, that's the technical bulletin. Chris showed it, the slide where he had the home with the engineered fill that extended minimum of 20 feet away. So that's technical bulletin 1. And, oh, sorry, 10-01, or technical bulletin. Am I getting this right? 10?
Yeah.
So it's, it will go through the process of engineering a basement in fill. Again, if there has not been a letter of map revision based on fill issued and they do not provide you all that documentation, you as a community would not be able to sign off on the reasonably safe from flooding community acknowledgement form. And so therefore they would not be removed from the floodplain. So if you as a community want to inform someone that you will not sign off on a community acknowledgement and they build, then they will be having to pay flood insurance. It also, think it would be a violation of your code, because they would not be constructing with the lowest floor above the BFE, and that area would still be shown in the floodplain. So one community, Lyle, actually instituted some of the 10-01 criteria. Regardless of whether you're in the map floodplain, they looked at the elevation of the lowest floor, compared it to the adjacent BFE, and if your lowest floor was below that BFE, you still had to meet amended version of the 10-01 criteria, even in those cases, because of course groundwater floods basements throughout Illinois consistently. So basically FEMA 10-01 would be the place to look for documentation.
Hey, Marilyn, this is Ashley too. Just to hop on, because we recently just reviewed Winnebago's ordinance, I'm familiar with what this says about building the lowest floor below the BFE, and it does say that, like Marilyn mentioned, it does have to have a letter of map permission before any development is done that would put a basement in below the BFE. And in the ordinance itself, the individual who requested that question, it specific goes into specifics of what's required for development of that type. And then again, I would encourage you to reference that technical bulletin that Marilyn just brought up, but your ordinance as well does have specific information on what is required for that type of development.
And for others on the call, the state model ordinance has been updated, so there are more specifics in the ordinance now referencing the situation, because unfortunately it is still occurring across the state.
Frank, did you have your hand up? I think I may have seen it.
Yeah, I think what Jim was getting at maybe is that there may be situations where the simplified method described in the middle of the technical bulletin 10, the assumptions aren't met, or something is outside the bounds of those assumptions. There is a more detailed engineered method that can be used, described more generally near the end of the technical bulletin. No, there's not a checklist for that. It's not as simple. Essentially, it puts the onus on the geotechnical engineer who's investigating the existing soil conditions on the site and recommending what parameters need to be adjusted in terms of what soils can be put in place, how they need to be compacted, and how deep the basement floor could be in order to manage that seepage, what sorts of sump pumps need to be installed, and whether that's going to be feasible, or whether you need to have the basement floor be not as deep as you wanted it to be in order to cope with that. So essentially all of those parameters that are kind of set in stone in the checklist are kind of freed based on what that geotechnical engineer sees. But then in that case, you, the community official, are calling on that geotechnical engineer to actually do those investigations, and then the developer to actually follow that engineer's recommendations.
Perfect. Thank you, Frank.
But that's not going to be on the CFM test, I don't imagine.
So it looks like we're right at the time to take a 15-minute break, and we can get to your question individually, but why don't we all meet back at 11, and then Mark is going to take us through the state floodway reg. So yeah, we'll see you guys back at 11. Thank you. All right, we are back at 11 o'clock. So Mark, if you want to take it away, feel free to go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Ashley. And thanks to Chris and Ashley for a great intro to the NFIP. What I'm going to talk about today, however, is more about the state regulations, which probably won't be on your CFM exam. However, if Frank actually pointed out, if you're ever submitting to the DNR, the Office of Water Resources, some of this information might be helpful to you. What I'm going to talk about today is basically permitting rules and regulations for 4 different aspects of the Office of Water Resources. There's more to the Office of Water Resources than just these regulations. For instance, they have an urban flood mitigation program. They're removing dams. The CAPS program, which Maryland is actually taking over for Paul Osmond as the NFIP coordinator, interim, I suppose. I hope she's full-time sometime soon. And from that, she works closely with FEMA, which is what kind of brought this whole seminar together, working together with FEMA and with Maryland and her ideas. So my little part here is more a half an hour. So I'm going to kind of fly through some of these issues that relate to getting a permit from OWR. Basically, what you need to know is we have rules. We had administrative rules that were passed, oh gosh, in the 70s and 80s and 90s that relate to how permits are to be submitted, how they're to be evaluated, and how we can protect the waterways in the state of Illinois. I'll call that 3 main ways. One would be through the permitting of Part 3700, 3708, and we'll talk about that in a second, dam safety program, and kind of spinning with that in the same orbit is the regulations for public waters, and we'll talk about what that definition of a public water is. And then finally, we'll quickly touch on this removal of Lake Michigan water, which is kind of in the news lately. Joliet and a few other large municipalities are very interested in tapping into that Lake Michigan water due to the loss of groundwater within the state of Illinois. So one basic concept to know right off the bat is in northeastern Illinois, in the 5 counties surrounding Chicago, Part 3708 rules have this concept called a designated floodway, and it's a non-NFIP term. And what it relates to is a designated floodway is a studied floodway. It's a floodway that someone took the time and was able to, and was under mandate to draw what I would call the center point, or where most of the water flows down this waterway. We just picked the generic one for this upper slide here. And so this hatched area on the newer maps in the NFI National Flood Hazard Area map shows this concept of a designated floodway or a floodway limit. The floodplain limit would include the fringe, we'll talk about that in a second, or the water as it goes all the way out to touch the ground. That would be the whole floodplain. The center point, the floodway, would be the major conveyance portion of that cross section. Okay, we call it in OWR the designated floodway. Okay, Part 3700 rules for the northeastern Illinois and for all of the rest of Illinois, what we call downstate, or the non-5 county area around Chicago, that would be downstate. The Part 3700 rules, we call it a non-designated floodway because there's no floodway drawn. And this is in general a zone A or a zone or a shaded zone X. These are flood zones which are on the maps and they're known to flood, but the definition of them is a little sketchy. The money wasn't there to have perfect maps. Chris hasn't been working long enough for the State Water Survey to get that all done, but I'm sure he will in a couple more years. So what you need to know also is another basic concept of beyond the designated and non-designated floodway would be the amount of area the watershed is draining to that particular point where your project is located. We would be interested in, and we would have to issue a permit for 1 square mile in an urban area or 10 square miles in a rural area. There's getting fewer and fewer rural areas in the 5 county areas in around Chicago, but that's what that is. So sorry for this has got to be the most complicated slide ever made by anybody. But I did this because I kind of want to throw a lot of concepts out in a way that you can see it from a conceptual basis. So over here on the left, we've got this Part 3700 rules. Over here on the right, we have Part 3708 rules. no floodway here. The floodway from a cross-sectional perspective would be this area here, which holds most of the water. See, if you were to say, hey, well, where does most of the water flow? Well, it flows where the channel is for sure. And then some of the overbanks, we call this kind of the overbanks. So this is called the non-designated floodway because there's no floodway flowing. And what we have is we allow for development in general, we allow development in the fringe, but if there's no fringe, then we have other rules, another set of rules, which are fairly conservative to try to protect those waterways and the property owners that are adjacent to those waterways. So we look at this project channel conveyance. The term conveyance has to do with, it's a term within the Manning's equation that has just how much of the area, the cross-sectional area and the end value that relates to how much water is flowing through that channel. So for the 3700 rules in general, we allow new bridges to have about 1/10 of a foot of water increase. If you're placing a bridge, you have to maintain the same conveyance, modeling concern, and we have to look at a damage assessment upstream. You know, are you blocking the water, or is your new bridge a problem, or what's going on? So we need to see those things. Then also we have a separate set of permits called statewide permits. There's, I don't know, maybe like 12 of them or something like that. We'll talk about in a second. And those are drafted for minor construction projects where we can approve them quickly so you can get going on your project and get it done. In 3708 rules over here, we've got this term called a designated floodway. The outer part, we talked about that about 2 seconds, is called a fringe, and that's allowed to be developed. So think of the designated floodway or a floodway, a mapped floodway, as a way to allow the use of the floodplain and yet not hurt upstream people or downstream people by preserving what? 3 main things: water surface increases, compensatory storage, which is not in 3700 rules, and velocity. So we don't want to speed up the water and flood the guy downstream, but we want to keep everything kind of the same. So we have these rules and this modeling approach that we take a look at. And we try to evaluate each project with its unique characteristics, because believe me, they're not all the same. So we want to minimize upstream damages, and these other types of permits apply. RP3, regional permit 3, apply to designated floodways. It does not apply to a non-designated floodway. Delegation, we can only delegate 3708 projects to another community for them to review, because we have a feeling that that's probably been studied well. And a PNR is a permit not required. So if you're outside this floodway and you're building away, that's okay with us. We'll allow that because someone took the time to study that waterway. Okay, so let's just jump into 3700 rules. I alluded to this, where you have 1 square mile for urban area or 10 square miles for rural area, with the restriction is that's gonna maybe not be developed in the next 5 years. And I get that that's subjective, but you can look through zoning maps and everything. We'll get together and talk about that for your unique project. What I like to use is USGS stream stats, and this is the link for that. It's awesome because you can just you can zoom in on where your project is located and get a pretty accurate feeling for what is your upstream watershed area. So I would recommend using that for you. Certainly you want to consult with us and talk to us. I'm going to say this like in a third of my slides. Talk to us, because we realize that these rules can seem frustrating, put it that way. And we want to make them more clear to you and to help you with your project. So what are we talking about? This 3700 rules. I mentioned this quickly. The 3708 is only in those 5 counties: Will, DuPage, Cook, Kane, McHenry, and Lee. The rest of the whole state is regulated through the 3700 rules, whether or not there's a floodway defined, whether or not there's a designated floodway. Okay, what's a formal permit? You don't have to wear a bow tie, something else like that. I guess you have to wear a mask, but so I'm trying to make a distinction here between a formal permit and a statewide permit for 3700 rules. The statewide permits we'll talk about in a second. They have specific tasks that are unique, that are like docks or stream stabilization or that type of thing. So they were back a few years ago in the 90s. These were defined as a way to streamline your permit issuance, so we can issue the permit quicker as opposed to going through a formal permit, which has a lot of H&H, hydrologic and hydraulic engineering and calculations embedded within it. So you could put in a new bridge in a non-designated floodway. You could put in a culvert or a levee. That would be a formal submittal. That would take a little more work for us to review that. The statewide 2, 3, 4, all the way to 14, have specific focuses. I'll put it that way. I highlighted the ones that are more commonly submitted. A minor boat dock. We get a bunch of those, and they can be difficult to administer because sometimes they put them in without understanding really the rule of what we have, and it's all defined. These are documents you can download from the web that are like 4 pages on statewide thought. So minor boat docks, I just kind of gave you a brief brush overview of it. 10 feet wide, 10 feet inside the property line of your property line. So you can't put it on your property line because if the boat's moving around the water and there tends to be some conflict with your neighbors. So 10 feet inside your property line, a maximum of 10 feet long or some percentage of the overall channel. Most of it, because these are larger waterways, it's 50 feet long. But there's other regulations too, but this isn't the place to go through every sentence of each one of these statewide. There's outfalls, underground pipelines. There's Kankakee project we're looking at right now. The proposed new pipelines underground would be 3 feet below the channel, among other regulations. Minor shoreline and stream bank stabilization, accessory structures, bridge replacement, culverts. These are all different aspects to a permit that you might want to get. It would be more or less considered minor or would not impact the water surface elevation or the calm storage or the velocity. Okay, 3708. OWR has jurisdiction. So I already said 3708 rules really only relate to Cook, DuPage, Kane, Lake, McHenry, and Will counties, not in the city of Chicago. With the same issue of the 1 square mile urban and 10 square miles of rural. Okay. Best bet, if you have a question about this, please consult with us before you submit. Don't go through a whole bunch of work. We're more than glad to talk to you about that. All right, 3708 also has formal permit submittals. Okay, so remember we talked about 3700 permit. That would be like a new bridge being put into an area of an A zone. It's not all well defined. So we need more detail there. Same thing here, except statewide permits don't apply for 3708. Okay, they just don't. So we do have one permit though that does streamline some of these. We'll talk about that in another slide. It's called the regional permit number 3. And that allows for certain minor construction within the floodway where you don't have to go with a formal permit. There's no H&H required. And generally, if you can abide by these rules within regional permit number 3, we can talk to you about it, and you don't necessarily have to fill out a form or what we call joint application form. And we'll talk about that in a second. But in general, a formal permit for 3708 is going to be rather detailed because now we know the flood elevation, we know the flow from the FEMA study. Now there could be other studies that you may call best available data that could be brought into the play there. More than likely, we would accept that. There's a whole nother series, another seminar we'll probably be talking about. What about climate change? That's a big deal. And we do have a document out. I can share that with whoever would like to know. We can talk about when would your project have to use full and 75 rainfall amounts. That's beyond the scope of what we're going to talk about today. But just so you know, 3708, there's regional permit number 3, and there's formal permits that are allowed. What's regional permit number 3? Well, these 5 different categories. And again, I've tried to just give you a couple words to describe what's really a page or 2 of text. Underground overhead utilities, talk about 3 feet below. You don't want to disturb streamside vegetation, keep it to a minimum. You have storm and sanitary outfalls. You got to be less than 1,000 CFS, which is pretty rare that you're going to be above that. You're not projecting the pipe, the proposed pipe into the bank. You know, it's got to be flush. Think of like a mitered end section, that type of thing. Sidewalks, patios, athletic fields, that's neatly built at grade. Fencing is a big problem. Okay, we don't allow fences in the floodway. That's just a debris catcher. It's a big problem. I have to step back on that because there's always some variances on that. We did allow a fence that was running parallel to the flow that was protecting a solar farm recently, I think it was in King County. Then minor commercial boat docks, in other words, a boat dock that would be on the Fox River, on the Des Plaines River. So these boat docks are for people, they're for people's homes, the residences, and they're no greater than 10 feet wide, which that can be a problem, and no longer than 50 feet long, and 10 feet inside the property line. And once again, you can download the RP3 document. You need to take a look at that and study it, and we're more than glad to meet with you too. Okay, some other issues that are differentiating between 3700 and 3708 rules. Appropriate uses. This is a concept that spins with 3708. There are no appropriate uses in 3700. However, within 3708, you are, for instance, not allowed to build in the floodway. Remember, 3708 has a defined floodway, so someone took the time to do that. And you can't put a house, a residence, within a floodway. That's against the NFIP, and it's against our rules also. You can put a flood control project, outfalls, non-habitable garages. That's can't have a someone's apartment above the garage. Storage sheds, bridges, culverts, parking lots that are high enough so that not more than a foot of water is impounding above for the 100-year event. Sorry, the 1% chance per year. Sorry, Ashley. And there's no fill or regrading, floodproofing, repair, damaged buildings less than 50%. So these are just appropriate uses, and they're defined out far more carefully than what I did in this very brief summary. What's also allowed or required for 3708, we have what's called concurrence for floodway map revision. So if you're going to revise the map, FEMA is going to look for also state approval before they do that. We have certain definitions that are a little, what we call a higher standard than FEMA would be, for instance, the 90% floodway rule. We would require you to hold volume within your waterway of 90%, which oftentimes, almost always, would mean you'd have to have a wider floodway as opposed to a 1/10 of a foot rock. So it's something you need to know, put it in your back pocket, that's another criteria that Office of Water Resources would have. Delegation, what is that? Delegation is only for 3708. It's not available for 3700. And basically it's 3 counties, definitely within this 5-county area, have delegation. In other words, someone's doing a particular project, and we would allow them to review the project as if they were OWR. So there's also municipalities that have this same delegated review ability. You can't, there's certain things we won't delegate. We won't delegate public water. We won't delegate removing the channel. So there's certain things that we're going to, whoa, time out. No, we can't just delegate that. Although we, certainly DuPage, Lake, and Will has very capable staff. And then the last concept of differences here is we have a memorandum of agreement with DOT from back in 2013, which allows, if DOT is heavily involved and already reviewing a particular project, which might be a bridge or a culvert, we will allow them to complete the review and maintain the whole review. It's in certain, this document is like, I don't know, 10 pages long or something. It's detailed, again, outside the realm of this scope for what we're talking about today. Do we have fees? Yes, we have fees. And the fees fluctuate. So I just want you to know that you need to check with us, because you might say, well, hey, last year we paid $220, so we'll do it again. Well, be careful, check with us. The fees change in July of every year, and they go up. They've been going up. I don't know that they're guaranteed to go up because it's based on the U.S. Labor Consumer Price Index. And so it could technically go down, but historically they've gone up, where the fees have gone up some small amount. Okay, joint application form. I just kind of want to run through this. Remember, this is for formal permits. It's also for delegation. Remember, delegation is only in 3708. So jump into this. When do you submit a joint application form? Well, for floodway construction. Floodway would be within the designated floodway or within the non-designated floodway. and you're doing something that's kind of major, you're regrading, you're putting in a bridge, that would require a joint application form. A joint application form is also needed for our delegation. And generally what we do is we realize that it's delegatable, so we have to make that judgment. And then there is a slight fee for that, $230 right now. And then that would go to the municipality or to the county, one of the 3 counties that has delegation from us. How do you submit this form? Well, you submit the form, a project report, because remember we're talking about there's new H&H, new hydrology for the runoff, and hydraulics would be how the water is backed up by the bridges or by the geometry of the waterway itself, and give us a project scope. Totally, if say you're putting in a subdivision or you're doing a major change here in the floodway, please call us at this number, and we're glad to sit down. Bill Boyd's my boss. He's a great communicator. I look forward, we would look forward to working with you on that, and go through the nuances of what you're trying to do and help you out. And then technically, this is kind of weird. We have to have the fee before we do the technical review. By statute, by administrative code, it says that. That's tough because technically you'd have to review the thing before you could even tell what was going on. So that, whatever, but we're supposed to have the review fee before we dig into the full review of the project. The joint application form is not needed to be submitted for flood reconstruction provided, and this one's important. Remember I talked about using the USGS stream stats to try to determine the watershed area. Well, if you come up with 0.7 square miles, we're not jurisdictional. You don't have to submit to us. You may want to send us a note and say, hey, we've worked on this project here and it's on this tributary to the Fox or whatever, and it's less than a square mile. And we'll go, okay, cool. Yeah, you're right. So we say, no, you don't have to submit to us for anything. Generally minor construction, you don't have to do a joint application form for an RP3, regional permit number 3, or any of the statewide permits. An exempted activity, okay? You're just maintaining a bridge. You're sandblasting the outside and you're going to repaint it, but it's work, okay? The only thing that might kick in would be the fact that if you had to put up a cofferdam to get there, and that would be a blockage of the flow for some small time period, we still might have to talk to you on that. And also within our permit application form, DEE, the Department of Ecosystems and Environment, or maybe it's Environment Ecosystems, I apologize about it. They have both an environmental review where they'll look at endangered species, and then there's also a historical structures review embedded within the DEE. We cannot approve our permit until DEE says thumbs up on theirs. So we hold back until they say yes. And then also we talked quickly about this DOT project. 3700, kind of giving you a quick kind of a diagram here of what we see within these. This is a summary of the actual rule itself, and you can pull that up and read it with more detail. But in general, Part 3700 rule starts off with exemptions, things you don't have to submit for maintenance, structure maintenance, dredging to the original geometry of the waterway, which I guess there's some sketchiness on that, some subjectivity. You're removing a culvert, okay? Then we get into these specific, if it's a new culvert or if it's a replacement bridge or culvert. And a new one, we would say, hey, for urban and rural, there's different, I call them surcharges. It's the downstream water, the upstream minus the downstream water. So you can have a drop across your bridge or structure of 1/10 of a foot for a new bridge, okay? Or a 1 foot if you're in a rural area. Then we have erosive design. So we take a look at the velocities also. And that's something that's important that we have to review. 3700, if for instance, you're replacing bridge, there's an existing bridge now, existing culvert now, and you're going to replace it. Then we get into this, is there damage upstream? And if there is damage upstream attributable to that particular structure, then we're like, whoa, you need to go to the county engineer or someone, a government employee that has a public works director if it's in a large city. And they have to say, you know what, there's no damage that we can see. Now we take that into consideration, but we also look at the floodplain maps and we can kind of see like, whoa, there's 10 houses upstream. I say that because we just had a project that did have 10 houses upstream, and the consultant was good about that. And they actually worked with their client and they removed are considering removing, they will remove it, and then they may put another one back in the future with a much larger opening. But upstream damages are a big deal with 3700. So I need to move on. What's appropriate use? There's a whole list of appropriate uses within 3708. Now we're jumping into 3708. For instance, constructing a new home in a floodway is not an appropriate use. There's a bunch of others, but appropriate uses are what you can do, what is allowable. Now we have a slightly different modus of review for new bridge or replacement bridge within 3708. Because it's 3708, we can actually look at these flood elevations far more carefully. And we have the concept called comp storage, compensatory storage. So 0, 10, 10 to 100. Okay, what does that mean? What it means is we're looking at layers of water. If you were to replace all of your storage, so you're bringing in some fill, you're filling in the floodway, okay? If you were to fill it in and then only dig out very deep into this channel, in other words, from 0 to 10, 10 would be a lower elevation than 100 years. So if you put in all your volume there, it's gone with the first 10-year event. So you're going to impact and raise flood elevations for all events larger than 10 years. So we look at it in a two-stage process for comp storage of being 0, 10, and 10 to 100. We see that as important because it's important. So that's a calculation that needs to be given to us. Then erosive design, that would be below flow velocity. You can't increase flood more than 10% through the whole reach. And we look at the soil to try to, we can provide soil information and then we can make that judgment together. Replacing a bridge, if it's not a source of flood damage, then we kind of say, okay, you can have a 1/10 of a foot rise in an urban area. If it is a cause of flood damage, then you need to look at the potential of putting in a larger waterway opening. And what does that do? How much is it load? So it's sort of a cost benefit thing. You have to take a look at that. And we try to work with you on that. Joint application form, here is the form. And it's pretty self-explanatory. So we'll fill in 1 and 2 because that's what we'll assign a number when we receive it. So leave those blank. Then your applicant name, have your email address. That's helpful. Forget about the fax number. That's just, no one uses that anymore. So give your email address, your street address, and we'll send you, they'll actually mail you a paper copy. But with COVID and everything, we try to work with using email correspondence because it's quicker. And then for the agent name, the agent is often the engineer. The statement of authorization, that allows the agent to sign the next page or to present himself or herself as the applicant. So you have the applicant, that's the person that's making this whole thing go. They're your client if you're the engineer. And then the engineer would be handling this is Jason's property. We definitely need that if it was public water or we had to go out to a public notice. 7, latitude, longitude, you can just click on Google Maps and it'll show it in a little tiny font at the bottom. You can actually just copy it from there. Section, township, and range. There's a website for that. I can, if you're interested, I'll be glad to provide that. Very cool. Then the next page, you're basically going to give us description of the project, purpose of the project. The description, just give us something that's pretty straightforward, existing versus proposed conditions. When you want to start, when you're going to be done with your project, and it's an estimate. You need a signature and date it, and that's great. Supporting information for a formal permit. The narrative, this is what we just talked about quickly, and the joint, but you're going to have more detail within the report itself. The location maps, you want to kind of give us this feeling of where your project is, and that helps us. And we have to make a more careful determination if you're almost in or out, that type of thing. You're probably going to be in if you've done this much work to set the form for. I would recommend the National Flood Hazard Layer. It's a great, it's updated sometimes every 30 days or something, so it's very accurate. And we can make our, we can review it quicker if we have that type of information. You only have to submit 11 by 17 sheets. You don't have to give it 24 by 36. It's just, they're just unwieldy. And in general, we can see the level of detail. The plans are really good. On the grading plans, your existing is usually a light line, if I can put it that way. And then your darker lines will be your proposed. For us to be able to see both of them, we can make our judgments a little quicker. It's just more helpful if we can see that both those layers. Platted cross sections, especially if it's a road job. You only need 1 application form. You don't need 2, so don't worry about that. Generally, wetland reports are not something that we are concerned about. If there's something that's significant, maybe we forward that to DEE for their review, their environmental review. Full set of engineering drawings for the stuff that's in the floodway. We don't need structural stuff. We don't care, but we do care about the geometry and how the water will see the new opening. Soil borings and contract documents, generally for dam safety information. Okay, dam safety, I'm gonna move here. Is part 3702. The definition of a dam, okay, is all obstructions, walls, embankments, or barriers, okay, together with their abutments and appurtenant works, which I guess would be things that can manipulate the water, a sluice gate, something like that, if any, constructed for the purpose of storing or diverting water or creating a pool. So this is the definition that we work with. And dams are categorized into 3 main categories, class 1, 2, and 3. And 3 being kind of not a problem to downstreamers from a breach perspective. Class 1 would be one that would be high head. If there was a breach, it would be significant and could impact people that live and work downstream. When do you need a new permit, a dam safety permit? Well, constructing a new dam, a major modification of an existing dam, or if you're breaching or removing a dam. And there's a distinction between existing and a new dam as a time frame. Existing is considered after construct prior to September 2nd, 1980. Class 1, this is in Lincoln the Hills. We actually had almost a breach back in the mid 90s. And unfortunately, they the reaction to it, the emergency plan needed to be upgraded. There were some issues that were wrong there, but you can see there's this house right there. I don't know if I'd want to live there. I probably would not. So this is a pretty big dam. This would be a class 1 dam. Class 2, they're related to how high the embankment is and the volume of the water behind it. Okay, and then class 3 would be these low-level dams. There's a lot of these little guys. The Springfield office has a group of people that travel around and they write reports. They evaluate maintenance that may be needed. Frequently, there'll be wing walls that are breaking off and things like that. And so they'll create a report. Paul Maurer and his group travel around, and they're out in the field a lot, taking a look at these dams. Okay, public waterways. Public waterways are, in general, categorized and defined public waterways, and it's bigger streams, bigger rivers. We've got the Fox, the Splains, Kankakee. Those are more natural waterways. Then we have waterways that were improved for navigation, chain of lakes up there. And then man-made waterways, which was amazing. The I&M Canal reversing the Illinois River, and back years ago, the Sanitary Ship Canal. Okay, so these are managed. So we have different types of public water, but they're defined. Okay, and when we have a project that's being constructed, we have to look at both sets of rules and abide by that. So public waters, basically, a lot of it has to do with the type of fill and the almost like appropriate uses. You have certain types of fill for bank protection, beach nourishment, spur dikes, dams, emergency projects, that type of thing, or authorized by the General Assembly. So that's only certain activities can happen in public waters. Generally, it has to do with keeping navigation impacts to a minimum. You don't want to encroach. And there's certain essential public rights and interests that we are aware of and that we work with. We cannot delegate construction to a delegated community, for instance, not to those 3 counties and not to the 40 or 50 delegated communities within the within Chicagoland area. Statewide public waters, okay, they are defined. We have them mapped and defined, and I kind of blew up this area here by because there's a lot more, obviously, with the activity of the Chicagoland area. But they're, Mississippi, and these are all statewide public waters, and they are regulated as such. What's a public notice? Public notice has to happen if we're changing the regulatory floodway map. The public notice or profile the public notice has to do with whenever you're working in public water. The public notices, it allows people to be aware that their waterway is being changed, okay? It protects folks that are in the area. If it's a dam modification, we have to have a public notice. This is just a sample public notice that we send out. We used to have to have them in newspapers, but now we just have to mail them to adjacent property owners. And then the third regulatory group, fourth actually, is this allocation of water from Lake Michigan. And Jim Casey and Jay Kesson are in the Chicago office, the OWR Chicago office, and they have basically 3 categories of this allocation of water, one being for domestic water supply, and they have permits with certain allocation. An allocation would be the amount of water that you can remove. And these communities have to pay money to do this, okay? And the money, I think, goes to probably to Chicago, and for the OWR to do this monitoring of this. Then there's what they call the direct diversion, and that is allowing water to flow from Lake Michigan into the sanitary ship canal to provide for safe navigation. That's still water being removed. And discretionary would be if there's water quality problems in the canal system, so they kind of flush it out a little bit. And stormwater runoff is diverted water from Lake Michigan to flow into the Chicago River, to keep the Chicago River flowing into the Calumet River. And this is a lot of water, and it is calculated, the Army Corps of Engineers calculates this flow, and it has to meet the allowable Supreme Court ruling from many years ago. I want to say it was 1800, something like that, when that one was kicking in. Okay, we have the Northeastern for the regulatory group as far as permitting goes. If you're outside the 5-county area, you're going to want to go to downstate. You're going to want to probably contact Bill Milner. Steve's his boss, but he has a hand in some of these decisions. And then my boss is Bill Boyd, and I totally enjoy working with him. He's very careful about going through the rules because these projects are unique, and we look forward to working with you on any future projects. So that's all. Are there any questions, or Marilyn, should we hold off, or I don't know how you want to move forward?
Okay, sorry about that. We are going to go to lunch. After about 15 minutes, we're going to start talking about some exercises. So if you're able to come back and eat your lunch in front of your computer, that's great. I answered a few questions in the chat, but one thing I wanted to point out, because a question did come up about whether if someone meets a statewide permit or meets the conditions of a regional permit, can they just proceed? And yes, but I want to caution for all the local communities, and I did not do some polls, and I'm going to quickly, I just put up a poll. Hopefully everyone, let's see, do I have to launch it? Maybe I have to launch this. Does anyone see a poll? All right, let me hit launch. Okay, so if people could answer a couple poll questions while I'm talking. If you are a local community official and you are responsible for issuing your local floodplain permit, regardless of whether the state, the work being done in the floodway meets a statewide permit or regional permit, you are essentially eyes on this project. So if a project meets the conditions and can be just permitted locally, you would confirm that those conditions have been met and that no state permit is required, individual state permit is required. And then you are responsible as the local official for inspecting that work. All right, I'm going to end that poll. So it looks like we predominantly have people from Northeastern Illinois today. Share those results so you can see.
And now I'm gonna go to, let's see, end poll. There's another poll that's gonna, I don't know what just happened. Apparently I signed out. Sorry about that. So I think I'm still on the call, although my computer's down.
Yeah, you're here.
Basically, local officials, you should be inspecting these projects, and if at any point the project strays outside of the conditions of the statewide or regional permit, then you need to require that a individual permit be applied for. And so you should be aware of what the conditions are that make that project eligible for the statewide or regional permit. All right, Ashley, I will let you talk about timing for lunch while I try to figure out how to sign back in.
Perfect. Let's break for lunch now. Like Marilyn said, if you want to come back in 15 minutes, we can review some items that we'll discuss. Feel free to eat in front of your computers if you're able to. We will plan to kind of get up and running close to noon to stay on time. But yeah, so please come back by noon at the latest, if not sooner, to participate in the lunch activities. Thank you. We'll see you guys soon.
Hey, Marilyn, it's James. I'm not sure if you can see the chat, but it seems like there's an audio problem where we can't hear you if you're speaking.
No, but I am about to start right now, so hopefully you can hear me.
Okay, yes.
So I have, let's see, we have 62 people responding so far to the last poll that I have for the day. And so I'm guessing we have roughly half of the participants back at their computers right now. But we'll go ahead and get started with some of these examples for the next 15 minutes. And then starting at 12:15, we'll get back to the scheduled programming. If you didn't notice or see the poll results from before, we have about 50 local government officials, 30 consultants, 2 members from planning agencies, 12 states work for the state, and 2 that identified as something other than those categories. So we're up to 74 people. I'll go ahead and I guess, I don't know if there's a way for me to leave this poll off to the side. So we're just gonna talk through a couple mapping examples. I think Chris did a really good job of going through the whole process of establishing a base flood elevation when you're have an AE zone. He talked a little bit about unnumbered zone A's and the need to determine those elevations. So in this example, you know, what we're saying here is your first step is you got to make sure you're on the right firm. That is getting easier with the digital maps, and if your map is on the National Flood Hazard Layer and having the aerial photos, all of that is just making it much easier. But here's an example of the older style of paper maps. And when you're, especially in some of the downstate communities, and you pull up your maps on the Map Service Center, something we're going to talk about this afternoon, you have to make sure you notice that those maps, they'll show a single cover sheet, and then there are arrows at the top for you to move to the other pages of those maps. See if this is going to work. Okay, so find the general location. Now we're going to zoom in on the actual property that we're interested in. And we know it is a 150 by 150 corner lot on the north side of Butler and is on the west side of Hayden Drive. Find that and locate, make sure you look at the north arrow. A lot of maps, north is not up especially on these old paper maps. So make sure that you pay attention to the north arrow. And of course, the scale differs greatly from map to map, and sometimes it can even differ panel to panel. Not an issue if you're using the National Flood Hazard Layer, but when you're when you're using a paper map, then you will need to pay attention to that scale. So we've located the property here. So of course, pretty clear that this is in the mapped floodplain. This is a floodplain without a designated floodway. Therefore, here in Illinois, we consider that to be in the floodway. So a state floodway permit would be required depending on what is being proposed on this property. Again, you know, we just went through the statewide permits, and regional permit number 3 are available depending on what is being proposed at this location. All right, just working through
locating it on the map, getting the exact dimensions. So again, it is located in the zone. Now we would call it an AE zone, but an A3 zone. No separate flood. Oh yeah, so if there was a designated, there was a designated floodway, it would be shown on the newer maps. So we're looking at the direction of flow. Of course, you can figure that out by looking at the BFEs. So we're trying to establish this BFE. Again, we have these whole numbers that are shown. However, if you look between the 457 and the 454, there is flow coming in from the east, and so you shouldn't assume that this is just a continuous drop in elevation. So we're measuring it between, well, I would be measuring it just from the D cross. Oh, okay. I think we're just doing a comparison here. If you were to just measure it at the halfway point, you would set the BFE at this elevation. So we have an option of using the road crossing or using the cross section. The preference, of course, is the cross section. I'm going to measure it along the center line. If you are using the National Flood Hazard Layer, you used to have to turn on water lines to get that center line shown. I think that they are now being just shown routinely. I've been having difficulty getting the name of the stream to appear now on the National Flood Hazard Layer. It's difficult for me since I'm working all across the state and don't always know the streams I'm looking at. So in this situation, we've got a distance of about 725 feet. Now you're going to go to the profile. You're going to measure that. Again, make sure you pay attention to the scale. The scales change from profile to profile. It's important on the test. It may change profiles on you. It's been a long time since I took it. Make sure you read which line on the map is the 1% profile, or sorry, not on the map, on the profile. Not all streams will have the same flood elevations or recurrence intervals mapped. Sometimes you will only have the 1%, sometimes you will have the 1% and the 0.2, some have 10, 25, 50, so there's all different recurrence intervals that will be mapped. So you can see here the BFE, when taken from the profile, is nearly a foot lower than what you would have assumed if you just had read it off of the firm. Of course, that can be the reverse. It could be a foot higher. So if you're permitting something, that would be a very serious mistake and could cost someone the ability to pay lower flood insurance. Okay. Not sure what was supposed to appear in those boxes. Here is just kind of just a general discussion exercise. I'm going to go ahead and
end this poll. So most of you, 70% of you do not have your CFM. So some of you may be planning to take the test. There's one coming up at the end of September, and another one is planned for October as well. And you can go to the IAFSM website if you need to find out more about those. Oh, I didn't share the results. Now you guys can see them. Okay. So this is just kind of talking through an example here of a single family home located here where the star is. So would you make a determination that this home is in the floodplain? I think clearly everyone would agree that your interpretation would be yes, it's in the floodplain. Now, is it in the floodway? Well, that depends where it falls exactly on this curve, how far back the property or the home extends to the north or to the west. What is the base flood elevation? Once again, we have a situation where we've got a cross section that's nearby, and so you would be measuring that BFE using the profile and using this cross section and measuring along the stream, and you would find the so the direction of flow here is from south to north. So you would be measuring the point at the farthest south west corner of any home that's located here. You would want the highest BFE that affects the home. And if this was going to be a new home that was going to be being built here, you know, what kind of options do we have for a new home being constructed here? Basically looking at either elevating the home on posts or piers. It could be elevated on fill if it was in the flood fringe only. And then we get into the whole issue which we discussed about whether you would allow a lower level into that fill. And if you as a community are going to allow for that, then you should be looking at requiring either a conditional letter or map revision based on fill. You'd be looking at making sure you have all the data you need as a community to sign the reasonably safe from flooding, sign off on that for the community acknowledgement when they apply for their final letter of map revision based on fill. Another option would be an enclosed foundation where flood openings are required. And you would want to make sure that all the mechanicals and equipment are properly elevated. In all cases, you want to make sure that's the case. And a flood openings is probably another compliance issue that we're having. Those flood openings, to be compliant, must be within a foot of grade. So we do have cases where we have a mobile home right now, a set of mobile homes that were constructed, and they have enough flood opening area if the openings that are 3 feet above grade were counted, but they cannot be counted. And so now additional openings are going to be required for those mobile homes. Anybody else can think of something? You're welcome to chime in, any of the other presenters. Go to the next one. There we go. Pretty similar situation, single family home. In this case, the home has suffered a fire damage and the owner wants to repair the home. So is the home in the floodplain? Looks like it is based on the marker here. Is it in the floodway? Certainly looks like it probably is, but again, you would need a site plan and you would need that floodway accurately drawn. Remember, the floodway is a line on the map. It is not related to an elevation. So it is something that is just scaled off the map. It is much more difficult to do that using these older paper maps than it is today. But that's the only tool we have is to measure it off of the map from, generally speaking, the center lines of roads in this case, because you don't have anything else really to work off of. Base flood elevation, again, you're gonna take measurements. You've got cross sections, BH and BG, as well as roadways. And so Miller Avenue should be located on the profile. And so you should be able to use that as well. You may want to do it from both the road and the cross section to make sure that you're accurately measuring. The roads in these older maps are, I think, a little more difficult, so you may want to consider using the cross section. So because this was a fire damage, substantial damage determination needs to be done. You will need to do a damage estimate for this home. It's damage of any cause has to be considered. There was a car drove into a building recently in another town and damaged the building. So trees falling on homes, lightning strikes, fire, tornado, it doesn't matter, or flood. So the first step is to determine if this structure has exceeded the 50% mark, and we will discuss that in the next section. Assuming it has exceeded the 50% of the market value of the home for the damage repairs to restore it to the condition prior to the fire, then the home would have to be brought into compliance. So if they have a full basement, then this home would have to be elevated and the basement would have to be backfilled and removed from the home. If the home has not achieved the substantial damage, then they could conduct the repairs and not bring the home into compliance. However, in cases like this, you might have a situation where they have this fire damage. Well, now they want to not only restore the building, but they want to go ahead and add an addition, or they want to remodel and improve the home while they're doing these repairs. So now you have a whole nother level of determinations to make. So at this point, you're getting into the substantial improvement side of this. So they didn't reach the 50% for substantial damage, set that aside, and now, okay, what do you want to actually permit? What do you want to do to this home? And now you're going to have to estimate the repairs and improvements that they're planning, and that combined together may trigger mitigation, again, having to remove the basement from the home and elevate the home, or if it's on a crawl space, they may have to still elevate the home because if they're not high enough. So, and then the construction methods would be the same as the first one we discussed. Does anybody else want to take this next one? I feel like I'm talking too much. No takers? All right, this is a convenience, it's supposed to be a convenience store. A convenience store is proposed
College Avenue and Wolf Road. So again, you will have to make your floodplain determination. This could be a situation where the applicants could submit some existing topography, and it could show that the ground is higher than the base flood elevation. So, that's a determination or tool that you need to use to make that floodplain determination. Is it in the floodway? There's quite a bit of area here at the corner there that looks like it could be out of the floodway. So again, you'd need a site plan. You need that floodway accurately located on the site plan. That is something that has caught a couple permits up in the last couple of years, where engineers and surveyors have inaccurately drawn the floodway on a site plan. Do not assume that they have done it correctly. Please check. Make sure it's accurate. Do the measurements yourself. Check the accuracy. In one case, it was a single family home that ended up being built into the floodway. The homeowner then had to go through the entire letter of map revision process, and they thankfully were able to lower or decrease the width of the floodway, and they were able to get the letter of map revision, but it was an extremely expensive process. They had to do the full H&H modeling. So don't make sure you confirm the floodway delineation. I think we've gone through the base flood elevations. In this case, this property is right next to the cross section. So, but depending on exactly where the building's located, you will still need to do some measurements to get the highest BFE for this property. And then construction methods and floodproofing. So because it's a commercial property, floodproofing or non-residential floodproofing is an option. It is something to, in my opinion, to discourage. Floodproofing requires usually action on the part of the owner to add controls and doorways and entry points, but there is a floodproofing certificate. An engineer submits that to you. You need to pay attention to things like sanitary backup. We need check valves put into the sanitary sewers for floodproofing. I don't know if Frank's on the line, if he has any other thoughts, or Ashley on thoughts regarding floodproofing, but there are technical guidance from FEMA if you find yourself in a situation where someone is proposing it. But ideally on a commercial property like this, a convenience store, they would most likely be bringing in fill. So depending on where you are and what your ordinance says, compensatory storage may be required for any fill in the floodplain. Any other thoughts out there?
There are some very detailed publications about dry flood proofing for those who want to attempt such a thing. One of the difficulties with dry flood proofing any building is that part of the purpose of dry flood proofing a building so that you don't have to elevate the lowest floor is so the lowest floor can be below the flood elevation, which is usually motivated by wanting to be able to get access into the building at an elevation lower than the flood elevation. So doors and or normal windows would be below the flood elevation. And then you, in addition to the structural elements of the building and the materials used in the building that's going to be exposed to the floodwaters, you have the issue, like you do with many levees and flood walls, of how do you close up those openings? How do you close up those windows and doors against infiltration of water when the flood comes? And so then you're again, like a levee or flood wall system, you're developing an operations and maintenance plan for those closures. If they're incorporated into the building, for where you keep the metal panels or whatever the closure devices might be, who's in charge of putting them in? Is there more than one person? What do you do if they're on vacation when the flood's coming, or they're sick in the hospital when the flood's coming, et cetera? So there's a lot of ways that it can go wrong. And so there's a lot of moles to be whacked in this game of whack-a-mole in order to get it right. So oftentimes it's not financially rewarding to actually try to do it, and most people choose to elevate instead.
We had a bowling alley in Lyle that was retrofitting and floodproofing the building. And so they had installed inside the doorways cabinets that were probably 6 inches wide and 4 feet tall, in which they slid all the panels that were going to have to be placed in front of the doorways. And one of the issues that came up with the fire department was access to the building if the building caught fire during a flood. And so there was a entrance that had 2 concrete walls that extended 10 feet out. And so the barrier was placed across those concrete walls so that there was this kind of courtyard that was protected from flooding as a way for firemen to basically get in and out of the building without opening the door and therefore flooding the building. So there are considerations like that to be made. And we are already at 12:30, so I don't know that I should continue on these examples. And we will go over some more of this BFE determinations this afternoon. So I'm going to stop sharing. And Ashley, I believe you are up.
Let me just get this where it needs to be. Oh. Okay, just a confirmation everyone can see the PowerPoint screen. Yes.
I can.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to get into local floodplain regulations, which we'll talk a little bit more about some of the information that we were just using in the exercises. Okay. So the local floodplain ordinance is going to regulate development. And basically, development is anything that might alter or divert floodwaters or be damaged by itself by the floodwaters. New buildings, manufactured homes, that includes fill, that includes storage of materials, fences, etc. Anything that alters the natural conditions of that floodplain must be reviewed by a local official. And just so to make sure everyone can see this clearly, you're not seeing presenter mode, you can just see the PowerPoint, right? Checking chats.
yes.
That's right. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks, everyone. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so any floodplain development cannot block or obstruct the flow of water. So you'll see here that there's a huge debris pile that would certainly cause an obstruction to the flow of water and potentially alter the water course and has a chance of impacting neighbors or even changing the elevation to the flood service. So anything that might be changing the flow of water or causing obstruction is going to fall into development as well. So floodplain management ordinances at the local level will include a section on building protection standards. And one of the main requirements that Marilyn alluded to in the exercise is that one of the standards of the building protection requirements is that any building constructed in the floodplain must be elevated. There are 3 types of elevation. The first one is elevation on fill. The second one is elevation on flow through walls. And the third is elevation by poles, piers, or columns. There is the exception that we briefly mentioned about non-residential buildings, but right now we're talking about elevated buildings in an A zone. So enforcing elevation requirements starts well before a structure is placed in the floodplain. One of the requirements for floodplain administrators is to review development proposals to make sure that they're adhering with the floodplain ordinance. So when a development is proposed, be sure to get a site plan with elevations. Here you can see that the base flood elevation, which is the elevation that the lowest floor needs to be elevated to, is 332 feet. However, the spot elevations shown with the X's show that there are some areas in this lot that are below the BFE, which could trigger noncompliance if fill isn't properly placed or if the structure isn't properly elevated. We'll discuss slab on fill as a form of elevation first. So here the home is raised by use of earth and fill to elevate the home outside of the floodplain. And we'll go into some more details about what that entails. So there are specific requirements for using fill to elevate a structure outside of the floodplain. It's usually limited to 3 or 4 feet in height. The fill must be placed in 6-inch layers and be compacted. It must extend 10 feet around the structure. The slide slopes must be 1 foot vertical to 1.5 feet horizontal. There must be erosion control. And there are more criteria that we could share in the technical bulletin that's been referenced a few times, so we can share with you. Here's an example of a house built on fill. It's outside of the floodplain at this point. You can see that it's not going to be impacted by flooding as the surrounding areas are. Another example of this house that was elevated on fill. Next, we're going to discuss elevating a structure on a perimeter wall. In this case, the structure isn't elevated on the fill, but rather it's elevated on foundation walls. And we'll talk a little bit more about what these openings are referring to, but this is the second type of elevation. And again, there are certain requirements for elevation on perimeter walls. Again, elevation is limited to 3 or 4 feet in height above ground. There must be openings in the foundation walls to equalize hydrostatic pressures. Those openings must also be no more than 1 foot above the grade. The perimeter wall and any areas below the BFE must be made from flood-resistant materials. HVAC and electric utilities must also be elevated above the base flood elevation. So here's an example. You can see that the lowest floor is identified as being above the base flood elevation because the home in this case is elevated on solid perimeter walls with a crawl space. There are 2 openings on different sides of the foundation, and the openings are no more than 1 foot above ground. So this would be a compliant example of elevation on solid perimeter walls. The building on the right is an example of a home that's elevated on post, but you'll see that it does also have an enclosed area. So that enclosed area is going to have those openings as well. And then the image on the left is just another example of an elevated building on foundations. And then just as a reminder, any enclosed area must be have flow through and have interior rooms with openings, including enclosed stairwells. So this is just a quick example of what that may look like. And again, there are specific requirements for buildings elevated on crawl spaces. For all the details, we'll refer you to the Technical Bulletin 11 for crawl space construction. But generally speaking, crawl spaces must be no more than 4 feet in height. The interior grade cannot be more than 2 feet below grade. The openings ratio must be 1 inch per 1 foot of enclosed space. And the area below the BFE must be made of flood resistant materials. One thing to note, elevation on crawl spaces is not permitted in V zones, which we will get into a little bit more in the V zone section. Here is just another example of how that looks, putting some of those criteria into an image. You'll see that the height of the crawl space is no more than 4 feet. The interior grade is abiding by the same regulations. The lowest floor is elevated above the BFE. And all the ductwork, this is important to note, must also be above the BFE. We're running into some problems in a couple counties where the ductwork wasn't elevated, and that's unfortunately making the home not compliant. And again, just another visual to show the specifics of crawl space requirements. For a comprehensive resource on flood openings for foundation walls and enclosures, we can send out, or you can please refer to the technical bulletin, number 1, that's gonna guide you on all sort of details that you need for this kind of construction. So now we know that flood openings are required, but what exactly do they consist of? So here's an example of what is known as a non-engineered vent. These vents have fixed angled blades, and will allow for the flow of water through these vents. To ensure that they're compliant, though, be sure to review the airflow opening that's indicated on the manufacturer, or otherwise the net opening will need to be measured to make sure that they are in compliant with the amount of enclosed space that it's protecting. This is an example of an engineered flood vent. A smart vent is a type of engineered flood vent that you may be familiar with. The ICC evaluation report can provide extra details on the airflow to ensure that the vent is compliant. And I'll show you a couple pictures of houses that are built on elevated foundation walls. You'll see that they have these openings at the proper elevation. Here, proper openings again, and they may also have them on the garage doors. The garage doors themselves, although they can open, are not considered flood openings because they would require someone to manually open them. So in a lot of cases, the openings are placed on the garage doors themselves. Now, here's an example of a house that could potentially not be compliant. So do we think that all of these vents would count? And the first thing that should pop into mind is that perhaps, I think we got an arrow coming up somewhere right there. So this looks like it's higher than 1 foot in some of these cases. Some of these lower ones do look compliant. It looks like they have maybe more than enough, but enough openings, but these ones that are higher up are not going to be compliant with the 1 foot requirement here. So when you're permitting a structure that intends to be elevated on foundation walls, it's essential to require a non-conversion agreement so something like this does not happen. In this case, it looks like someone installed a bathroom in the enclosed space below the base flood elevation, which is a violation of the floodplain ordinance because enclosed areas can only be used for parking, storage, and entry, and not for habitable spaces like this. We recommend that you record any non-conversion agreements with the county recorder. In the event someone chooses to sell their home, then the new person who buys it isn't unsuspecting and unaware of this violation that they're now inheriting. This is an example of a non-conversion agreement that we'd suggest that you keep on file. And there are CRS credits available if you use this kind of floodplain compliance reporting. Okay, moving on, we're going to talk about post or pile foundation as the third method of building elevation. This is most likely, in most cases, going to be used in areas of deep flooding or high velocity. There are requirements for properly anchoring to resist wind and water forces, and the lower area is to be open and not enclosed at a later date, like we mentioned with the non-conversion agreement. And those are typically used in V zones. So here's an example of a house built on piers above the flood elevation. And you can see that while this may look a little bit shocking, that during the flood, this house was safe because of the elevation on the post piles or piers. It's important to note that manufactured homes have a specific need to have anchoring because they are more susceptible to water flows and also wind. Manufactured homes must be anchored to resist the flotation or collapse or lateral movement. There are tie-down requirements that are associated with this kind of development. And we'll see a little bit more about why that might be the case. So here's an example of a manufactured home being removed from its foundation due to what we can imagine is probably a combination of floodwaters and wind. So that's why the anchoring requirements get kicked in for all development and specifically with regard to manufactured homes. There are requirements for utilities and building systems as well. These systems must be designed or located to prevent water from entering or accumulating during flooding conditions. And we can talk a little bit more about that, but basically just making sure that all utility and building systems are going to resist floodwaters. So in this example, you can see that the appliances are elevated above the BFE in an enclosed area. We've got the flood openings, maybe it's an AC unit elevated, or the hot water heater in this example elevated as well. The elevation and anchoring requirements also apply to above ground tanks. As you'll see here, this one is anchored properly. This one is elevated above the base flood elevation. And we have that requirement to avoid something like this. So this tank is not properly anchored and it's extremely close to entering the river. So that could be, a huge potential disaster if it's, used as debris, if it's plows into a different structure, if this opens for some reason, there could be an environmental hazard if it's not properly sealed. So again, anchoring and elevation is a requirement for these tanks. Here's another example of elevated utilities. You'll see that even the power outlet is elevated, which is a requirement as well. And the vented area, I believe that this is supposed to show there are some vents here, but everything is above that base flood elevation again. And then another example of utilities being elevated. So this is all the way up higher than the base flood elevation, presumably. And this enclosed area also has the openings, as you can see with this lattice woodwork. Okay, moving on, we're going to discuss the requirements in place for RVs and travel trailers. So both must be self-propelled or towable, must not have an attached porch or deck, must not be used as a permanent dwelling, must not be more than 400 square feet, must have inflated wheels on the axles and the ability to quickly disconnect from utilities, must be licensed and titled as an RV, must not be supported by blocks, but rather by wheels or jacks, etc. Now, if the structure does not, or the RV does not meet this criteria, it more than likely is going to be treated as a structure and need to abide by the regulations for a home in the floodplain. And again, just reviewing some of those requirements, it needs to be essentially highway ready, able to move should a flood event be impending. We're now going to get into wet floodproofing for minor accessory structures. Wet floodproofing is a mitigation action taken when flood openings are used. So essentially, if floodwaters make it to the building, the water will move through the enclosed space rather than meeting the foundation with hydrostatic or hydrodynamic forces. And those two forces, combined or on their own, could result in the foundation collapse and the destruction of the foundation. So that's why we have these flood vents. So the water is moving through rather than potentially collapsing the structure. Okay. And again, kind of reiterating the last slide, floodproofing for minor accessory structures can be used to wet floodproof enclosed areas below the BFE that are used for parking, building access, and limited storage. It's appropriate for attached and detached garages and minimal value storage sheds in garages as well. Some other criteria: they must be non-habitable, used only for storage, parking, and not for later modification. Must be an accessory to an existing structure on the same lot, not the principal structure. Must be made of flood-resistant materials. Will not have an HVAC unit or any other utilities, and have the flow-through openings. And lastly, less than $15,000 in value and less than 500 square feet in size. Here we see the flood openings in addition to building elements that appear to be flood resistant to flood water. So the flood protection elevation, which is a new term, but it's essentially the base flood elevation plus any additional freeboard that the community has decided to adopt, which is an even higher standard, but allows for more flood protection. Everything below the BFE or the FBE, excuse me, is made of flood resistant materials. And then we have these flood vents installed, like I said earlier, in the garage door. This one just has them right on the building itself. There are some provisions in place for agricultural structures. They're only permitted on a site-by-site basis and can only be allowed through the issuance of a variance. Variances are not allowed for livestock confinement buildings, poultry houses, dairy operations, or any other livestock operations. But this is kind of how Illinois chooses to go about agricultural structures. And if you have any more questions on that, we can discuss that, or Marilyn can help you with this element. Okay, now we're going to move on to dry floodproofing, which we kind of discussed is not the first choice for mitigation. Elevation is certainly the recommended one, just because of that need for a manual intervention to provide mitigation, but it is an option that's available only to non-residential structures in lieu of elevating. To dry floodproof a non-residential structure, the construction must have the area below the base flood elevation watertight, with walls substantially impermeable to the passage of water. In addition, the structural components capable of resisting hydrostatic and hydrodynamic loads and effects of buoyancy. So again, making sure that the structure is not going to be either thrown off its foundation, have the foundation walls collapse due to those hydrostatic or hydrodynamic forces. So how might we ensure that the walls are watertight and the foundation won't collapse if the water is going to reach the building? The design and the completed structure must obtain a floodproofing certificate from an engineer. That floodproofing certificate must also remain on file with the community. Here's an example of a floodproofing certificate. And again, it needs to be done for every floodproof structure. All right, we're going to move into a new topic, which is substantial improvement and substantial damage. This is an important component of administering a floodplain management program. As a thought is when an older building that was built before the regulations were in place become either damaged or improved to a certain percentage, they must come into compliance with the current floodplain management regulations in the community. The idea is that after enough time, all the older structures that were built without addressing flood hazards will be protected from future flooding. Any actions listed on this slide may trigger determination of substantial improvement. So let's talk about what I say when I mention triggers. Construction, any rehabs, improvements that don't affect the external dimensions of the structure, additions, or any other improvements that may occur when the structure is minimally damaged by a flood. So any of these things would trigger a tracking of substantial improvement to see if the structure may meet the definition of a substantial improvement. So what constitutes substantial? The NFIP definition states that any improvement that equals or exceeds 50% of the market value renders the building a substantial improvement. The Illinois model also includes a limit on lateral or vertical additions by including that 20% increase in floor area as a condition of substantial improvement. So to calculate that metric, it's basically the cost of improvement of the project divided by the market value of the building. And if that's at or more than 50%, the structure is going to be defined as substantially improved. So for example, if there is a house that's worth $140,000, the market value, and they're proposing a $75,000 improvement or rehab or repair, the repair divided by the house value is 54%. Therefore, this will be a substantial improvement, and the whole house will need to come into compliance with the current floodplain management ordinance. A variety of sources are available for use to determine market value for structures. Some include the previous NFIP claims data, will oftentimes list the value of the structure. Appraisal data from a qualified appraiser can be used. The Uniform Residential Appraisal Report depreciates value by age and quality of construction. These are all good indicators for coming up with that market value. This is an example of a substantial improvement permit package. So you'll essentially, just a guide, doesn't necessarily have to look like this, but take the permit packet, see what kind of information they're providing or anticipating to build. Are they doing a massive redo of ceilings, rafters, and trusses? Are they redoing the roof? These kind of things you would calculate for the labor, material, and then come up with the total costs, which you would track for this project. Tax assessments or appraisals may be the only sources local floodplain administrators have. This data can be used successfully as long as the age of the assessment is taken into account. Although taxing agencies do send out property tax statements every year, the appraised value for taxes is oftentimes lower than the house would sell in the market. So if using the tax appraisal information, make sure that the land value is not included, because importantly, land value does not count towards substantial improvement or substantial damage estimates. In addition to the land not being included, here's another list of things that would be included from the cost of calculating substantial improvement or damage. So cleanup, dehumidifiers, repairing existing health and safety violations, etc. And why would we want to exclude these items from a substantial damage or improvement determination? Essentially, other than correcting existing violations to ensure the structure is safe, costs to be excluded are the kinds of expenses that are not directly related to construction of the building. All right, so we'll see this, kind of visualize what all this means. So let's see, we'll start with a home that was built before the first flood insurance rate map. So they did not have to elevate the first floor. the first floor is below the floodplain, the flood protection elevation. This is on its original ground. Now, let's say the owner decides they want to add a new garage, a new bedroom, or a family room. Well, that project will probably be more than 50% of the market value of this home. You'll make the determination, you'll track the costs, and make the determination if it is going to be over 50%. So if indeed it is, the entire structure needs to be elevated above the flood protection elevation. Here they raised the existing house, built the elevation above the FPE, and added openings to the garage that was elevated on fill. And what about a vertical addition? So if the cost of the addition meets or exceeds, again, that 50% of the market value, then it must be brought into compliance. Before, the first floor is well below the flood protection elevation, but with the vertical addition, the home is now elevated on foundation walls with the openings, and the AC is also elevated. This requirement also kicks in when a structure is damaged, whereby the cost of restoring the building to its before damage condition would equal or exceed 50% of the market value of the building before the damage occurs. The damage can be from any source, like Marilyn mentioned in the example of the home that was damaged by fire in the exercise, not just by flooding. And similarly with substantial improvement, when a structure is substantially damaged, it again must come into compliance with the floodplain regulations. The Illinois Model Ordinance includes cumulative tracking of damages and improvements in most cases, which is a higher standard than the NFIP. That basically says NFIP minimums, and this is different for, again, Illinois, is that one project is the only metrics that you would be looking to for substantial damage or improvement. In Illinois, in some cases, it's a 10-year parameter. So anything that's occurred in 10 years would be cumulatively figured for that 50%. And that's for damage and improvement in some cases. And this is an example of a substantial damage state spreadsheet template. You'll see that this is tracking one particular structure. It says in the last 10 years, there was a remodel that was worth $41,000, a couple different upgrades, but then in 2013, they were impacted by a flood. So that damage has to be calculated in the tracking process if there's a cumulative provision in the ordinance. So you'll see that as time goes on, there's more and more being added to that that percentage to date to see if and when the percentage will meet 50%, at which point it would have to come into full compliance. Okay, and similar to the images of the substantial improvement, here's a house that had its existing first floor below the FBE and was flooded. And from the determination, they were required to come into compliance and elevate, and this is how they chose to raise and rebuild above the floodplain elevation or the flood protection elevation. There are also circumstances where the substantial damage and substantial improvement determination does not apply, such as making sure that the structure is a safe place to live. If there was any existing health, sanitary, or safety code violations, that would not be figured into the cost of the substantial damage or improvement. In addition, a historic structure would not necessarily have to comply with this to the same length, but in order for it to be considered a historic structure, it must be registered by a national, state, and local preservation district or agency. It's not historic just because it's old. It does need to have that determination. Okay, so when a community is impacted by a flood or natural disaster, it's certainly important to note that it can be difficult to break the news to residents that they will need to comply with regulations that at what point they did not have to deal with. However, there is a really important window of opportunity here to reconstruct in a way that will intend to prevent flood devastation from happening again. rather than putting 50% of the value of a home right back into the structure in the exact same fashion, risking the same damage year after year, the substantial damage requirements significantly reduces the risk to loss of property and life in your community. In some cases, the state or FEMA may have available mitigation funds to help with this process. We'll talk a little bit more about this in the insurance section, but if property owners have NFIP insurance and they're substantially damaged, they may also be eligible for up to $30,000 to help with the cost to elevate their home properly. For assistance doing substantial damage assessments, reach out to other communities before floods or potentially the state to set up a mutual aid agreement. But again, however, regardless of available funding, all substantially damaged buildings must be brought into compliance. It's a requirement that needs to be followed in the community. We would be willing to share, or Maryland, the State of Illinois Flood Damage Assessment Packet. It kind of goes more into detail about what's required, steps to take following a flood, what the determinations are, and et cetera. So here are some photos of a post-flood damage assessment team. They went through and red tagged these homes, which is basically saying if they're very clearly or very visibly over 50% damage, they've been, knocked off their foundation or completely blown out, they'd be immediately red tagged. When there's more time to do a more thorough determination, that's another opportunity to red tag buildings, but these are going to be considered substantially damaged and need to come into compliance. So during those post-flood surveys, be sure to document high water marks, digital photos to have more documentation to support the substantial damage determination, mark those locations on a map, and then post the notices on the property. These, I believe, make notes saying that permits are required for any sort of repairs or reconstruction, that you should please call the community if you do have any plans to do any work on the home. And then follow-up letters in the next handful of weeks post-flood, just to remind them of the requirements of that repair. At the end of the day, this is a component of floodplain management that has extremely tangible results. So you'll see here that there's a home that flooded in 2008. It was red tagged and was required to be elevated. When the flood came back in 2013, the home was protected from floodwaters and did not receive the damage that it did in the previous year, previous flood. And that is it for me. Marilyn, I think you're going to take over for local administration.
I am, and my mouse is not working. If you could advance the slides, then we don't have to keep changing our screen sharing. All right, so here's an example in Rock Island County where a building has been elevated. So next slide. Duties of the floodplain administrator. First topic we'll go through, variances, the community audit compliance process is something that I'm responsible for. And then there's record keeping and elevation certificates. Next. So the local permit responsibilities are required for your community to maintain participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. It is what your ordinance really is all about, is the enforcement of the rules and through the local permit process. Next. So I have updated the model ordinance and have even expanded on the activities for the floodplain manager, but here's just some quick highlights. Clearly, you're going to review all applications for building permits. If because of substantial improvement requirements depending on if your community has cumulative. Cumulative is in the model ordinance. However, your ordinance may or may not require cumulative tracking of substantial improvements. But you need to have a way in your permit review process to flag which permits are for buildings in or near the floodplain, so you can determine whether that work is being done to a structure in the floodplain, or if any work is being done on the property that's in the floodplain. You're going to be asked occasionally to provide base flood data to someone, whether it be a surveyor doing an elevation certificate, a builder, but where it is available, where the base flood elevation is available, you should provide that data, or at least help direct them to the flood insurance study and where to find the information themselves. Review plans and specifications for the buildings. Make sure you look at, for example, if you're in the Public Works Department, or if you typically are just looking at the site plan and grading plan, make sure that you speak to the building official and make sure the architect's plans match with what the engineer site plan drawings show. Flood openings, for example, will often be shown on the architect's plans. So you need to make sure that those are done accurately. Make sure that they're measuring the outside dimensions of the building. Architects tend to measure the interior dimensions for many of their codes. So make sure they are sizing the openings correctly. Ensure that all state and federal permits are obtained. We'll talk about that a little more later. Provide notice of watercourse alterations. Again, that'll be another slide. Issue, but also deny permits. You may not be able to permit something someone has proposed. Inspect development. Make sure that they are keeping to what they proposed in the permit. Look out for violations, maintain records, and complete those post-flood damage inspections and estimates as part of your substantial damage requirements. Next. So just like we've been talking, you're going to be making determinations about, is the development in the floodplain, and then more specifically, is it in the floodway? And you're going to require a permit for any development within the entire floodplain. That's the flood fringe and the floodway. Even if the state of Illinois has issued a permit, or the work in a floodway is allowed under the regional permit number 3 for Northeastern Illinois, or any of the statewide permits for throughout the state, you still, as the local official, must issue a local permit. Again, you are the eyes on that project. And even if the state issues a no permit required, that doesn't mean you, as the local official, might not be required to be issuing a permit for that work. Next slide. So provide base flood data. We've talked about this. You're going to interpret the floodplain boundaries and provide BFE data. When it's an unnumbered zone A, that's when things get a little trickier. You need to require that the applicant, if it's for a permit, that they determine a base flood elevation. There may be information out there. For example, I worked with a homeowner recently in Macomb who needed a BFE in an unnumbered zone A, and the county had just replaced a bridge on the roadway in front of their home. So they were able to get that information from that bridge replacement project. There may be situations where another development is occurring immediately adjacent to, or upstream, downstream, across the stream from a property. And so that could be a source of base flood elevation data. But it is your job as a local community or as an engineer designing a site to determine the BFE in an unnumbered zone A. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Go back for a second, Ashley. So the last idea here is make FEMA do it. You can apply for a letter of map amendment, or an owner of a property can apply for a LOMA, and then FEMA will establish the base flood elevation. It may be very conservative, so I will speak with people and kind of look at the situation, the topography in their area, look at downstream and upstream roadways, look for other LOMAs issued in the area to determine whether I think they have a chance at getting a LOMA. LOMAs can be denied, and when they are issued, they will say LOMA-DEN, meaning that is denied. Next slide. Review plans and specs. Ensure conformance with the NFIP floodplain management criteria. You're basically, again, reviewing the site plan. Are they in the floodplain? Are they filling the floodplain? What does your ordinance require if they are putting fill into the floodplain? Do you require compensatory storage? Are they affecting the floodway? We have a site plan right now where all the work on the site was outside of the map floodplain, but they did have a detention basin, and the outlet for the detention basin extended down into the floodway. And the plan just showed a little rectangle square for the disturbance in the floodway. No description of what they were doing. Were they excavating? You know, were they putting in riprap for the outfall? And when they requested a LOMA, they were denied because the plan showed that they had disturbed the floodway with no information of what they were doing down in the floodway. No cross sections, no details, no notes. So that's the last comment. Thoroughly notated plans. Make sure if they are disturbing anything in the fringe floodway that they are explaining what's going on. And again, you're going to look at the foundation design. You want to know that the architect and the engineer are, their plans relate to each other. Next slide. So GIS, of course, is extremely helpful in identifying the limits of the floodplain. Some people have chosen to add extra details so that you could click on a property or a parcel, and records such as elevation certificates or building permits and photos can all be linked to that. And one of the biggest tools is linking permitting software to identifying whether a parcel is in the floodplain or floodway for permitting, to automatically trigger that those parcels are looked at in greater detail so that you don't miss any development in the floodplain. Next slide. So we talked about ensuring that other permits are obtained. I think everyone's pretty familiar with the Corps of Engineers and IEPA permitting. One of the things I don't believe Mark Hoskins mentioned, but well, he probably did, but the joint application, permit application that he showed is a joint application that can be submitted to IDNR, Corps of Engineers, and IEPA for the same project. So the application form is the same, but the supporting documents are not. The Corps does not want to see the information you're providing to IDNR. And as Mark mentioned, IDNR does not want to get a 2-inch set of plans or specifications, nor do we want 4-inch diameter rolls of plans pertaining to wetlands. So make sure you submit to each entity the plans they need based on the type of permit that they're issuing. It is just a joint application. The other examples of permits would be the state floodway permit, of course, making sure that that's been issued prior to you issuing your permit. Endangered Species Act is kind of a new permit that we've been working on getting a better understanding of compliance with that. The state of Illinois does have something called EcoCat, which deals with the state's environmental or Endangered Species Act. And then, of course, there's county permits for septic or local permits for stormwater management. So all of those other permits, your ordinance says must be issued before you issue your floodplain permit. Next slide. This is an example from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service where you can go in. This was LaSalle County, and you can see the different threatened and endangered plants. And from there, you can determine whether your location has the potential for having that plant or animal or insect on your property. Wetland biologists, if a property is getting any kind of wetland determination, are generally some of the best people I found to help understand how to write up compliance with the Endangered Species Act. Next slide. Water course alterations. So you're going to provide notifications to FEMA, the state, and adjacent communities. So, for example, if a stream is being straightened, or if a large stream bank stabilization project is occurring where there will be some changes to the water course, if there's something happening with a road crossing that is requiring some water course modification, you are to be notifying, this is in the ordinance, FEMA, state, and adjacent communities. If you're making these kind of changes, you are most likely triggering a state floodway permit anyway, and so as part of that, there is notification process. Next slide. Again, you're responsible for issuing permits, but also for denying permits if they cannot meet the requirements of your ordinance. Next slide. You are to be inspecting developments, verifying that the construction is happening according to plan, making sure, for example, they're staying back from the floodway, foundation construction, the elevation, opening size, location. Sometimes some communities get spot checks, and they will go out and check that the forming or the framing of the foundation is in its proper location before it is poured. And then they will require a survey be submitted that verifies before they perform the construction on the home or begin construction on the home or the building that the foundation is properly located. If your community doesn't do that and the building is very close to a floodplain or floodway, that is something you need to consider requiring as a special requirement for that permit to make sure that someone doesn't site the foundation in the wrong location. Again, flood-resistant materials, make sure those are being used. Utilities and other building systems, inspect those, and any kind of anchoring or flood proofing. Next slide. I guess for the inspections, I did want to point out again that you are the eyes for the state if a project is being constructed under statewide permit or regional permit number 3, or even an individual permit for the state. Those conditions, any conditions in the statewide regional permit or on an individual permit should be part of your permit packet. And as a local official, you should, you are the eyes for the state. We are not out inspecting these permits. We do not require as-built. So you as the local floodplain administrator need to make sure they are adhering to any state requirements. So you look out for violations reported by citizens, reported by other officials, or just found by chance. Ideally, you get out and inspect your floodplains. Sometimes you have people who are your frequent violators. I always remark that I worked for a local community, and the park district was my frequent violator. In the spring and fall, they would collect lots of material at a park and on a golf course, and they always wanted to pile it down in the floodplain. Implement enforcement provisions in your ordinance. You might have to issue stop work orders. Not many of your ordinances do not have stop work order provisions, so it's something you might want to consider adding to your ordinance, and it has been added to the new state model. You want properties to be retrofitted for future flooding. If there was a violation, a substantial improvement happened. Now we have to work on getting that house retrofitted. And you want to educate your citizens to avoid future violations. Make sure they understand permits are required. Next slide. Just make sure you keep good sets of records. We do have cases where homeowners do have to show that their structure was built in compliance to the regulations when they were built. I don't know with all the changes coming to the flood insurance program, whether that's going to be as much of an issue going forward. Probably not, but it is always good to have good records. Elevation certificates, I probably get 3 or 4 phone calls a week for people looking for elevation certificates. Many of those homes are built in the 60s or 70s, but in some cases they are built later and the community does not have any elevation certificate on file. Not that they're required, but it definitely is something communities should consider requiring. It is an excellent tool for your enforcement, and it is something that the homeowners can use in the future for flood insurance. And James Fink just wrote, built-in compliance, grandfathering, all grandfathering for that matter, is being phased out. So having knowledge of whether the home was built in compliance won't matter as much now in the future. But it does matter for me for violations. If I think a house has been built in the floodplain and you can show me that it was built 10 years earlier and it was in compliance, and possibly a new floodplain map has raised the BFE, but it had been built compliant at the time. That's important for your showing proof that you were compliant at the time of construction. Next slide. Variances, grants of relief from your ordinance, permits construction that otherwise would be prohibited. It needs to be noted that this is going to stay with the property. So I'll say this on another slide. This should not, variance should not be granted based on the current owners of the property. Situation in Will County where an applicant came in wanting to build an addition for a relative in a wheelchair, and they did not want to elevate the addition because the relative was unable to access it then, and they didn't have the room in the home to build a ramp for a wheelchair. So in that case, unfortunately, that can't be used as a reason to grant them a variance not to elevate the addition. You know, maybe they were going to have to switch rooms with grandma and give up their bedroom, but it can't be tied to the people living in the home. It's tied to the property itself, the uniqueness of that property as to why the variance would be granted. And oftentimes variances can lead to higher flood insurance premiums, and your ordinance does require you to notify the property owner that that is going to potentially be an outcome of a variance. And again, it is granted by your local governing body. Next slide. For a piece of property, not the owner, minimum necessary to afford relief. Have a situation downstate where a variance was given to the ordinance. It was not a variance given to certain portions of the ordinance. They basically said that the structure did not have to comply at all with the floodplain ordinance. That is not a variance. You need to look at what is the minimum necessary for that structure. If within a designated regulatory floodway cannot cause an increase in flood levels during the base flood. Some of your ordinances say variances are not permitted in the floodway. That is something that is very restrictive and is something we can discuss if you want to change that. But in general, you can't order or allow a variance if it would increase flood levels, if it's in the floodway. No extraordinary public expense, no increase in flood heights again, no fraud, conflict with other existing ordinances, and no increase of threat to public safety. Next. Again, it kind of just repeats a lot of what's already been said. One of loss of beneficial, all or beneficial or productive use of the property, deprivation of reasonable return on the property, those are things to be considered. Inability to develop property in compliance with the regulations. We have one in court, for example, in the floodway, not in northeastern Illinois, no new structures are permitted, and that has gone to court and has been upheld in Illinois. So that's still, or that stands as an acceptable restriction for development in the floodway in Illinois. Next slide. These are just some ideas of insufficient reasons. I think you've probably all experienced variance requests in your job, and you know, it can't be a hardship created by the owner's own action, for example. Convenience of the property owner, like I said, the handicap ramp, less than drastic depreciation of the property. Those are not sufficient reasons. Next slide. If a variance is issued, you must maintain a record, including all of the findings of fact, all the documentation as to why you determined that a variance was applicable in that situation and that you afforded or allowed them the minimum required. Next slide. Ideally, you do not issue variances because they are an impact to the flood insurance, and it also just generally means you are allowing something to be built with a greater flood risk. Next slide. If full compliance isn't possible, so this is kind of getting at violations, we're going to ask you, if I come to you, or Ashley and I come to you with a compliance issue in your community. I've got a house right now that was substantially improved without any local building permits. I don't believe that the county itself has a building permit requirements, so the owner did not know that they had to get a permit because they were in the floodplain to do an improvement to the home. And so now we've got to develop a correction plan. How is this homeowner going to mitigate the structure? Is he going to be able to elevate the entire structure? Half of the structure is over 100 years old. So this is going to be a tricky compliance plan that's going to have to be developed to determine what is going to be required of this property owner. Next slide. Once a community has exhausted all of their enforcement actions, and this includes, you know, writing the letters, documenting the violation, going to court potentially, working with your state's attorney or your community's attorney, deciding how you're going to proceed with this violation, having discussions with the state and FEMA. If everything is exhausted, all means of enforcement are exhausted, then the community can request that flood insurance be denied under the section 1316 of the National Flood Insurance Act. Let's see. Next slide. So here in Illinois, I wish I was still doing 100 community visits per year. That is not happening. But we do provide hundreds of technical assistance between Ashley, I, and the Floodway permit engineers every year. And we do visit communities, maybe not all personally, but I do spend quite a bit of time on the phone with communities and performing workshops, all to keep communities compliant. But when that happens, this is a very old slide, so it still says Paul on it. You know, we have kicked communities out of the National Flood Insurance Program. Paul is very proud of that. But at some point, if a community refuses to take action or refuses to enforce their regulations, especially substantial damage, then we will ask that that community be removed from the NFIP. Next slide. Okay. Do we want to take a break, Ashley?
I think we have time for a quick
Okay.
15-minute break. This will be a really short. Oh, you know what, Marilyn? I think you were going to continue with the visits, but I can do that if you want me to.
Yeah, I was going to have you do this and then I'll do the EC.
Okay, that sounds
Okay.
good. Yeah, why don't we take a 10-minute break? Does that work for everyone? And get back here at 1:43.
Perfect.
Gonna take that as a yes. Okay, we'll see everyone at 1:43.
I have 5 minutes before I go back to my 7-hour Zoom call.
How far are you going? How far?
Oh, just, yeah, I got to go right back. So we took a 10-minute break, and I'm on like, when someone starts talking, I better be back in my house. I've got my phone on.
So how's things in your world?
They're good. Alexa, oh my God.
Hey, Marilyn, I just want to let you know that you're not muted.
Thank you. I will mute
You're
my
welcome.
phone.
All right, it is 1:43. We will just get into the community assistance visits and contacts. So the CAVs and the CACs, which are the community assistance visits and the community assistance contacts, provide a way.
Oops,
Yeah.
Ashley, we are not seeing at
Ooh.
least I'm not seeing your dog.
Oh my goodness.
I'm seeing
Okay,
a
give
little
me
part
one
of the
second.
slideshow. Sure.
Oh, sorry about that. Let me try that again.
While Ashley's figuring that out, Frank had posted something in the chat that I I should have said. So when establishing a BFE for an unnumbered zone A, your ordinance does specify that if you have a development consisting of 5 acres, 50 lots, or both, you must have a base flood elevation established by an engineer. So he mentions basically that you can't use like the highway design that I mentioned for a single family home. And in that case, the home had already been built. It was an older home and they were trying to get a Loma. And so they were using the bridge design for the BFE to request a Loma for the home that had been built in the 70s. Over to
Marilyn, does this look correct
Yes.
now? Okay,
You're good
thank you. Sorry, everyone. Like I was saying, the CAVs and CACs provide a way for FEMA and the state to offer technical assistance to communities that are participating in the NFIP, and a way to address deficiencies or violations. So essentially, for the CAVs, in most cases, we will come visit the community in person. Not so much at this point for FEMA, but I know Maryland's been able to do in-person CAVs and sit down with the community to talk about components of the floodplain management program, potential deficiencies of the program, potential structural violations, and then just kind of reviewing things that might be outstanding questions that the community may have. So possible violations or examples of deficiencies that we would look at are failure to require any permits, which is unfortunately something we do notice sometimes. Failure to obtain a state floodway permit. So perhaps the local permits are being issued, but the state floodway permits are not being obtained, which is a requirement of the floodplain administrator to maintain that. Failure to use proper flood elevation data. A non-compliant ordinance, so something that's been adopted that was not meeting the NFIP minimum standards or the state's standards for compliance with the floodplain administrative ordinance. Structures that were built recently that were below the base flood elevation would certainly be a possible violation. Substantial improvements that were not brought into compliance with the floodplain, which is what I addressed in the previous section. Substantial damage repairs that were allowed without compliance, same thing. If things were substantially damaged or improved and were built out of compliance in its original form that were not brought into full compliance, that would be a violation. HVAC or electric components that are not elevated. Failure to correct violations at a practicable extent. A pattern and practice of issuing non-compliant variances that Marilyn went over, and allowing non-compliant lower enclosures or no fence. And lastly, fill and debris in a floodplain or floodway. So here is something that we might see in a CAV or potentially a CAC where it might trigger some concern of a potential violation. So here we can assume that this is fill or debris that's in the floodplain or floodway. This is something that we would bring up at a community assistance visit with the floodplain administrator for the community. This could be a variety of things. Maybe we just would want to see permits for this structure if we notice that it was new or obviously being worked on. If we know it's in a floodway, for example, we would potentially have some specific questions to floodway development. Is this being elevated? It doesn't really look all that elevated. So some examples of things that would catch our eye on a community assistance visit. And one thing to note is that when we're doing these community assistance visits, we're trying to have an understanding of how the program is working for the community. In most cases, we do find some violation, structural or programmatic deficiency. And the expectation is that the community shows us what it's doing to correct those violations. We're not necessarily saying that your standing with the NFIP is going to be in trouble if you can't correct every single violation to the absolute 100% full compliance, but in some cases, it may be very difficult to find full compliance, but it is required that you show us the actions that you have been taking to achieve that level of compliance. So again, that's with the intention to limit flood damage exposure to people and the property. We're looking at the greater community level reduction in risk when we talk about compliance. So there may be challenges in finding full compliance with a particular structure, but at the end of the day, that efforts towards compliance is helping the whole community and keeps a good standing for the community for the NFIP. Now, when there's an issue that comes up that we identify, there's a variety of people that could be blamed for why that happened. The developer, the builder, the owner, the building official, realtor, prior administration, but quite honestly, we don't care. Regardless of who's at fault, the violation must be corrected. So that's what we're more interested in, not why it happened that way. We can certainly work through some of the reasons if there's confusion in how to administer the program or how to administer the ordinance. That's something we can discuss, but at the end of the day, our focus is on the violation being corrected. Now, if we do a community assistance visit or a community assistance contact and I've identified large issues at the community, there may be a chance that the community is put on probation. A probation is a formal notification to the community that FEMA regards the community's floodplain management program as not being compliant with the minimum standards of the NFIP. When this happens, an additional $50 premium is added to any flood insurance policies sold or renewed during that probation period. And I believe when that happens, every affected homeowner gets a letter, and the floodplain administrator or the mayor of that town is listed as the person for the community to call if they have any questions or concerns about the added premium. So you'd certainly be getting a lot of pushback from the community if this were to happen. Another thing to note is that the minimum probation period is 1 year. John, I see your question about who pays for the correction. In most cases, it's going to be the homeowner. If it was the homeowner that did things perhaps without a permit, Marilyn or Frank, feel free to jump on. But I know in some cases, if the community incorrectly permitted something, they could be financing the corrections to bring it into compliance if indeed the community was doing things incorrectly and it was their direction that caused the structure to be out of compliance. The next step after probation is suspension. A community is subject to suspension unless it corrects program deficiencies and remedies all violations by the compliance deadline, which is set during the probation period. Typically during these community assistance visits, if we've identified any sort of violations or structures that are out of compliance, we will send a follow-up letter detailing what needs to be corrected. And with that comes a deadline that we'd like to see the action performed within. If there's a pattern of non-responsiveness from the community, if there doesn't seem to be any intention to fix these things, suspension or probation would be something we would recommend. If deadlines are continuously passed with no effort to fix them, suspension is certainly something that has happened in the state and happens outside of the state on a national level. Now, what happens if a community is suspended or it withdraws from the NFIP and has identified flood risk? that community would not receive federally backed flood insurance. So the option for the community members to obtain federally backed flood insurance would no longer be available to them. Within the floodplains, no federal or state grants and loans would be provided, no federal flood disaster assistance, and no federal mortgage insurance. So no federally backed mortgages could be offered in areas of floodplain if the community was suspended or suspended from the NFIP. So if the community has any rep loss properties, which we can discuss more in depth, there really isn't a reason that you should not adopt a cumulative substantial damage provision in your ordinance. Having that cumulative substantial damage provision in your ordinance gives you, as the community official, a lot more leeway to bring those structures into compliance. You close the threshold, the length of time that the threshold of the 50% would kick in. You have more power to bring structures that are out of compliance into compliance, thus reducing their flood risk. And again, so Illinois is ranked #1 in the nation for a variety of things, but here we'll highlight the overall flood loss reduction. Illinois has a really strong floodplain management program. There's a lot of great work that's done. There are mitigation grants that are available for the state beyond just what FEMA provides. And one of the neatest points on this slide is that there's the fewest number of flood insurance claims occurring on newer post-firm structures. So that means, for the most part, newer structures that are built within the floodplain are built in a way that are compliant to the floodplain regulations in that community or in that section of the floodplain, that they are not getting impacted by flooding. Some states have as much as 50% of flood claims taking place on newer post-firm buildings. So that means in places outside of Illinois, new buildings are not being built in compliance or with higher standards, and they're actually getting impacted by flooding in a way that Illinois is not seeing. And the third is mitigation of repetitive loss properties. 50% no longer make damage claims, which is another way to see that the work that's being done in Illinois is significantly reducing the risk that had occurred in years before. Okay, Marilyn, if you want to take on elevation certificates, I can advance the slides for you.
Okay, and I wanted to point out one thing, and did it literally just go out of my head as I started to read a comment? I will think of it in a minute. Next slide. So elevation certificates, I will do presentations for surveyors, and it's just 1 hour on elevation certificates. So this is going to be a very brief discussion of elevation certificates. The community rating system, because elevation certificates is so important to CRS communities for their compliance with CRS, they have now set up a series of videos that go through each section of the elevation certificate, and each video is somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes. So if you really want to do a deep dive into the elevation certificate, you can just Google FEMA CRS elevation certificate videos. And Frank may know, or Ashley may know a little more detail on that. It was in a floodplain management newsletter. I did have links to that information. So at the very end, or at some point in the comments, I will put the page that everyone can go to get the state's floodplain management newsletters. Next slide. So I did mention that elevation certificates are not required to show compliance for structures, but I highly recommend their use for structures that are in or near the floodplain. So always at the top, there's an expiration date. If you go to the internet and search FEMA elevation certificates, when the date has passed, sometimes the certificates are still valid. They aren't always renewed prior to the expiration date. So, but you do need to make sure that I just had a situation where someone used an expired elevation certificate and the LOMA was rejected. So the surveyor has to do a new elevation certificate for the home because they had used an expired certificate. Photos are required for insurance purposes. So while you don't require it for your compliance for your permit, it is definitely something I would caution the homeowner to make sure that the surveyor or the builder, that the surveyor go ahead and put the photos in so that the EC can be used for insurance purposes. Next slide. So Section A is the first part of the certificate, and attach a map to show the building location if appropriate. In some rural areas, an address isn't very helpful. Identify where the enclosure, crawl space, or garage, whether it has engineered openings is a requirement now. And I think I'll mention this later, but if engineered flood openings are provided, then the documentation that goes with that engineered flood opening has to be submitted. And all of that is explained now on the elevation certificates, and the instructions that go with the elevation certificates are much improved in the last 10 years. Carefully make sure they've chosen the correct building diagram. Look at them carefully, make sure 3 newer diagrams have been added. So just make sure you're just very careful and checking that they've selected the correct diagram. Next. We have had situations where instead of, so this is the building owner's name and the building street address. I've seen all kinds of things filled out here. Sometimes the surveyor adds some information here for his information. So, or they put in an address for maybe the mailing address of the building owner if it's the contractor, instead of the actual building street address that the elevation certificate is written for. Next. Pointing out again, the architect will sometimes use the interior dimensions, while the EC, if you look at the instructions, will reference these are the outside dimensions of the crawl space or enclosure. The number of permanent openings. I once had a surveyor put in the glass blocked window wells as permanent flood openings. No, those are not permanent flood openings. The net area of the flood openings, they need to subtract, and again, this is in the instructions, any grading, bars, louvers, any screening obstructions to that net area. It says net area of the flood opening, so you have to remove that. So I'm just giving an example here of a wire mesh that was used, and you can go to the manufacturer, the surveyor can go to the manufacturer and get information about the obstructions for that mesh. And then here it shows engineered flood openings, and then the ICC-ES forms from the manufacturer must be attached. Next slide. Next slide. So this just shows examples of these, all the different building diagrams. Note diagram 2B allows for depressed patios where, I don't know if this talks about existing high ground around that depressed patio, but that sometimes comes up as an issue where we've had somebody build a wall around a patio, so, and then backfilled around it to create high ground. Next slide. Just more pictures. Next slide. And next slide. So this is just showing some examples of where you will take the elevations, the highest adjacent grade on the left, and then the lowest adjacent grade there is shown on the right, and then where they would get the low floor elevation. So in this case, it's hard to know if there's a second floor to this building. So that would be a question of getting into the building or having the surveyor speak to the owner to determine the next higher floor. Next slide. So fully enclosed lower area. So we've got flood openings. Looks like there's probably going to be some grading over those. So that has to be subtracted from the net area. We have the elevation of equipment. So they're showing the elevation of the AC unit. In this lower level, the surveyor needs to know, is there any equipment in that lower level? Is there a furnace or a water heater or something in that lower level? That would need to be noted on the survey. Next slide. So again, we have flood openings. We have the lowest adjacent grade on the right and the highest adjacent grade on the left. We have the first floor elevation noted with the yellow 2B. And then 2A, C2A, I believe, is going to be the elevation for the lowest level. I don't know, Frank, if you have if somebody has the building diagram open, but we've got an attached garage here. So we have an elevation there for the attached garage, and then we have the elevation of the next higher floor. I think would be the 2A and 2B.
So C2,
Next slide.
C2A is bottom floor.
I'm sorry.
C2A would be the top of the bottom floor.
Got it. And then 2B is the next higher. And then, so I guess the key here is the building diagrams will call out where all of these elevations are to be taken now. So the elevation certificate kind of leads you through how to fill out this information. Next. Property information, crawl spaces. So this, just again, more details are being asked on these elevation certificates. So for example, a building with an attached garage, whether there are flood openings in that attached garage, as well as are there flood openings within the building or the crawl space itself, and then the area of those separate units of the building. Next slide. So this is just showing you examples of flood openings, and it's to be no more than the openings to be no more than 1 foot above the grade, and it can be the interior grade. So that may need to be, or that needs to be noted potentially if a flood opening is shown to be higher in the photos. The surveyor can add comments to make sure that is noted. The image there is from the technical bulletin for crawl spaces. Ashley had mentioned the maximum height of the crawl space is 4 feet, and then the interior maximum is a 2 foot for the difference between the interior grade and the exterior, lowest exterior grade. Next slide. Building diagram. Not sure what was intended there. We've talked about this. Next slide. Just make sure you check this. You know, most community or most surveyors are doing this correctly now, as far as getting the NFIP and community name and number correct on countywide maps. But there are counties in the state that are just now getting countywide maps. So this will be new for the surveyors to know that this will differ. This information, so the map and panel number will differ from the NFIP community name and number. Next slide. So this is just an example that sometimes the map index date will differ from the panel date. This is especially applicable in Cook County that just got brand new maps along the coastline for Lake Michigan. So we now have a new index date, whereas the majority of Cook County panels are still from 2008. And then we even had some other map panels that were issued for parts of Cook County and a couple watersheds back in 2019 or 2018. And they're still going to get more new maps in Cook County in the next year. So the index date in Cook County will continually be updated, but majority of the county will still have 2008 maps. And this is, I'm showing an example here from Kankakee County, where they did get some new maps in 2019 for just a few panels, and the majority of the panels in Kankakee County are still 2010. Next slide. So again, base flood elevation source, the flood insurance study, and the firm is the least accurate. Next slide. So here's just an example of this base flood elevations. Again, we've got the lines on the map. This is an older map, so the numbers are to whole numbers. We have cross sections without any BFEs called out, whereas the new maps will show them to the 10th of a foot. And I'm just showing an example here is what is the BFE at the northwest corner of this house. That's about a quarter of the way between the 688 and 686 line. So if you're looking at the firm and you're assuming a continuous fall, you would assume that it's going to be a 686.5. However, it calls out a private driveway is located just upstream of this property. So go to the next slide. I'm not sure what happened here. I don't know if that slide is out of order. So the flood insurance study for Lyle is where you're going to go to look at the profile for this creek. And you can pull that up from the Map Service Center. All flood insurance studies are available on the Map Service Center, and some of the historic ones are as well. Next slide. So here we have those two cross sections, 49 and 50 that I mentioned. And there you can see the elevation to the 10th of a foot. Next slide. This property falls between 49 and 50. And so you can see here this private driveway causes a level pool upstream. And so you really need to look at the profile. And so the BFE in this case is 686. Next slide. So BFEs in unnumbered zone A's, this is where we get into the 5 acre or 50 lot. So you can check with the Illinois State Water Survey, LOMAs in the area, highway engineers, engineering study required for development of 5 acres or 50 lots, or both. Even if an IDNR permit is not required, apply for a LOMA. I mentioned that as an option. That would be more for a existing single family home that is just not certain if they are outside or above. They can try that as an option and see if they can be removed. And again, this is an old slide. Do not call Paul Osmond. But that's kind of a joke, but I will do my best to help give you advice on ways to find a BFE in an unnumbered A zone, but ultimately a study may be required. Next slide. This is the building information. This is all the elevations we were shown on those slides. Not applicable is supposed to be entered in any of these that are not applicable. So for example, C2C is for V zones only. So that should be filled in as not applicable for anyone outside of a V zone. If there is not an attached garage, then there should be a not applicable in 2D. And then I can't think of anything else. Oh, under C1, there are 3 options up there. It's construction drawings, building under construction, and finished construction. So elevation certificates can be used when a construction loan is being requested to set up the flood insurance. Lenders would require flood insurance during construction. And then building under construction, that could be required when a home is being elevated, and it is required for ICC coverage to guarantee or to confirm that the elevation of the foundation before the house is lowered, it has been built to the right elevation. And then finally, finished construction. Make sure that you have a finished construction EC in your permit folder if that's what you're using for compliance. Make sure that all the mechanical and equipment and machinery and equipment have been placed. Make sure the openings are documented. I have seen cases where a building under construction, the elevation certificate was ordered too soon. The surveyor knew that the house wasn't complete and put building under construction. So that is not a final EC for the home. Next slide. Deck elevation. Elevation CH now captures the lowest adjacent grade and lowest elevation of deck or stairs, including structural supports. This information is required if the EC is being used to support a request for a LOMA or Lomar F. Sometimes people have avoided an issue with a deck that's cantilevered out over low ground by disconnecting it from the structure and making it a standalone structure. And if that's the case, that information should be added in the comment section and should be supported by photos that show that it's a self-standing or standalone structure. Next slide. The latitude and longitude, I think is what I meant to be circling here. And that's important for locating the LOMAs. I mentioned in the comments earlier that when, unfortunately, when a LOMA is requested for multiple lots, they will just choose one of the lots. And so if it's a large subdivision of 50 lots, sometimes that LOMA is not centrally located, unfortunately. So they are somewhat difficult to find for larger subdivisions. And this is the comment section where at the very bottom, the surveyor can explain the equipment and the location of that equipment. Ideally, I know surveyors list just one piece of equipment, but they ideally should list multiple. The furnace, the water heater, the air conditioner, ejector pumps, sump pumps, then they could list that they are submersible pumps. Next slide. This is where AO and A zone information can be submitted. Doesn't happen too often in our area. Next slide. Property owner. Okay, so this property owner can take measurements in an AO zone, or a property owner's agent can take those measurements. Could you go back? Frank, you may jump in here.
Yeah, so in an AO zone, you're talking about a depth above the highest adjacent natural grade. So the property owner could go out there with the yardstick or a tape measure and take the measurements himself and then sign section F certifying that, yep, that's what I measured. Or in an unnumbered A zone in a state other than Illinois, where you might be building without a base flood elevation. Formerly, your insurance rating could be based on the difference in elevation in terms of the height of the lowest floor above or below the highest or lowest adjacent grade. And so again, the property owner or somebody, the property owner's agent, the realtor or whatever, could go out there and take the measurements themselves and then sign section F saying, yep, that's what I measured. It's not necessarily the practice of surveying, so they could do that themselves without hiring a surveyor and engineer to do it.
Yeah, so you're just showing below, above or below highest adjacent grade, above or below lowest adjacent grade, and what the elevations are compared to that elevation. And since in these zones you're measuring just the depth of the water from the highest adjacent grade, they can make determinations of the flood depth.
Yeah, you're not going to get a Loma that way.
Right. Okay, next. We discussed this, so this is where the owner would sign, or whoever took the measurements for the owner would sign this. Next. This is community authorization, so a local official can also complete an elevation certificate. Maybe they have an as-built drawing, they have some other document from a surveyor or an architect, and the information in section C was taken from that, and the local official completed it. And this is where they would explain that they completed the elevation certificate. Next slide. Just the pages for building photos, self-explanatory. Next slide. Make sure you use the latest form. Next slide. Okay. I don't know that we have time for any questions. I did see one. Frank may have been answering it. EC is required for flood insurance until 9/30/2021. After that, it's not required, and James will talk more about that. But in general, they're still a great tool for you for determining compliance with your ordinance, regardless of how flood insurance is using them. Right. So, James, do you have the slides, or do you want to share?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Go ahead and pull that up here and we will dive into the part on flood insurance. Let's see here. Okay, Marilyn, can you all see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, my name is James Sink. I am the Regional Flood Insurance Liaison for FEMA Region 5. So if you have questions about flood insurance that Marilyn, Frank, and Ashley can't answer, I can definitely help out, but I cannot imagine there not being a flood insurance question. I can't imagine there being a flood insurance question that one of the three of them are able to answer, but I'm here to answer those questions should you have them. While we're going through this section, I will be posting some additional links into the chat box, so make sure you take advantage of that. There are significant changes coming to the flood insurance part of the National Flood Insurance Program. So first of all, there's one standard flood insurance policy, but there are three policy forms. There's the dwelling form. People tend to think of that as just a general, like kind of homeowners kind of flood insurance policy. It's for 1 to 4 family structures, generally for those houses that we're all thinking about when we think flood insurance. But then we also have the general property form. Some people think of that as a commercial property form. It can be used to insure multifamily housing. It can be used for office buildings. It can be used for industrial buildings. You can also insure your inventory under the general property form. And also most agricultural structures would be insured under the general property form. Finally, we have the RCBAP, or the Residential Condominium Building Association policy. And that is for exactly what the name says. It is for a condominium association to insure the common portions of a condominium. So it would be for the common areas in the structure itself, individual units within that condo building, and personal property within those individual units would likely require their own flood insurance policy in order for them to receive any kind of claim for flood damages to their own individually owned unit within that condo building. So while we're going through this, a lot of these slides are going to be under the legacy system of talking about flood insurance, of rating flood insurance. It's how we've done flood insurance premiums for the past 40 years. But there are very significant changes underway, and I'm going to put a link in the chat box for more information on the new rating methodology. Go ahead and check that out. There's also training coming up through IAFSM for you all to learn more about risk rating 2.0 from a floodplain management perspective. Shilpa from Floodplain Management up at headquarters is running that session. And then Diana Herrera and I, my colleague from Region 8, and I are helping moderate those sessions. So stay tuned for more training opportunities for risk rating 2.0 that is coming from IAFSM. But we're going to talk today about some basic terms and abbreviations, an overview of flood insurance through the NFIP. We'll talk about policy types and rating as it exists under the legacy system, and I will provide some high-level insight into risk rating 2.0, where it makes sense to do that when we're talking about rating. We'll also talk about increased costs of compliance, the community rating system, and grandfathering. And you'll recall earlier today that I did say grandfathering was being phased out as part of our move to the new rating methodology. So we all like our alphabet soup in FEMA. We actually have something called a FAT list, FAAT, FEMA acronyms and abbreviations, and I forget what the T stands for, but it's a whole book of all of the various acronyms we use in FEMA. So here are some that are necessary for flood insurance. BFE, base flood elevation, CRS, community rating system, FIRM, flood insurance rate map, ICC, increased cost of compliance, NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program, PRP. Those are those preferred risk policies. They were available in X zones outside, so areas outside of the high risk flood zone for people who met certain underwriting requirements. Those preferred risk policies are being phased out. The last day to purchase a PRP was August 31st. Unless someone has a loan closing or a map change coming up within the next 48 hours, there will be no way for someone to purchase a PRP after October 1st. Yes, thank you, Marilyn. Our FAT list is getting very large and it has not been updated in a while. But we also have the WIO, which is the Write Your Own program. Those are the 55 insurance companies that write flood insurance under their own name, but it is underwritten by FEMA, so they follow our underwriting rules. There is no difference in premiums or coverages if you purchase flood insurance that's underwritten by the NFIP from those 55 companies. If you're curious, I will go ahead and put a link in the chat box here to those 55 companies that currently participate in the WIO program. Again, you can purchase flood insurance through them. It is NFIP flood insurance. They follow our underwriting rules and all that kind of fun stuff. So there is no significant difference between purchasing from FEMA directly or from one of these write your own programs. Congratulations. You were able to get a PRP, Marilyn, just in time. Okay, so at a high level, let's talk about what we are doing here at the NFIP. Nationally, we have over 5 million policies in 23,000 participating communities, and we insure over $1.3 trillion in risk. We are the world's largest single peril insurance company. The world's largest single peril insurance company, if that gives you any perspective. Coverages. You know, nationally, coverages in the floodplain is surprisingly limited, and it surprises many people because they have that mandatory purchase requirement. But nationally, less than 50% of buildings in the SFHA are insured. In Illinois, that is 22%. 22% of buildings in Illinois are insured for flood. If we look at all risk zones nationally, less than 10% of buildings are insured for flood, and in Illinois, if we look again in all risk zones, less than 1%, 0.8% of structures are insured against flood. We also have an interesting dilemma in the National Flood Insurance Program, which is adverse selection. You do tend to want your insurance pool to be as large as possible so that everyone can, so that claims can be settled. However, we do have adverse selection within the NFIP, meaning that we largely see people purchase flood insurance who are required to have it because they are in a high risk flood zone. This is something that is an ongoing dilemma across the NFIP and across the private flood insurance industry as that is growing. And it's something that we're hoping we can address as part of the new rating methodology by increasing the number of flood insurance quotes that are given out. And if it's a volume game. The more people who you provide quotes to, the more people that will ultimately purchase flood insurance. So who can buy flood insurance? The most important thing to remember is that anyone in a participating community can purchase flood insurance regardless of flood zone. You do not have to live in that floodplain in the special flood hazard area and that 1% annual chance area to purchase flood insurance. Anyone in a participating community can purchase flood insurance. And it's more important now than ever that people look at purchasing flood insurance when they're outside of the SFHA. There are fundamental changes happening with our weather and happening with the distribution of our claims. We used to say that 20% of flood insurance claims came from outside of the high risk area. That number is now over 40%. In some parts of this region, that number goes as high as 70% of claims come from outside of identified high risk flood zones. If someone has a question about flood insurance, though, it's really important that we make sure that we verify who is responsible for their insurance policy. Private flood is increasingly growing. In many states, that is a surplus line that is not directly regulated by the state. So if someone comes to you with a flood insurance question, take a look at that declaration page really close. Make sure that it is an NFIP policy or something underwritten by the NFIP. If it is private flood, you will likely need to refer them to the Department of Insurance for assistance. There's nothing I can do for someone who has a question about their private flood insurance policy. Private flood is not federally regulated. To purchase flood insurance, you can, of course, pick up the phone, go online, or go down the street to your favorite insurance agent. Any state licensed property and casualty agent who is in good standing with the Department of Insurance and has completed certain minimum training requirements can sell flood insurance through the NFIP. So pretty much any insurance agent who writes property casualty insurance can go ahead and write a flood insurance policy. If you cannot find an insurance agent who is willing to write flood insurance, you can always contact the FEMA Mapping and Insurance Exchange, or FMIX, at 877-336-2627, or visit floodsmart.gov and click on the agent locator tool to find an insurance agent in your area who is writing flood insurance. So again, floodsmart.gov, click on the agent locator tool, or call the FMIX at 877-336-2627 to find an insurance agent in your area who is writing flood insurance through the NFIP. So let's talk about those coverage amounts. Now, remember at the very beginning, I said we have three policy one standard flood insurance policy and three different policy forms. Now, the type of policy form that you have determines the maximum amount of coverage that you're eligible for. And that maximum amount of coverage is fixed by law. So if we wanted to increase these limits, Congress would need to change the law. So currently, for that dwelling form, those 1 to 4 family residential structures, we can insure the building for up to $250,000 and contents for up to $100,000. For that general property form, it's up to $500,000 for the building and up to $500,000 for contents and inventory. And for the RC BAP, it's a little more complicated than this, but the general rule of thumb is $250,000 times the number of units for the building and $100,000 for contents owned in common. It's also important to remember that there is up to $30,000 available for increased cost of compliance, which we'll be talking about later on. If your community participates in the emergency program, policy limits are significantly less. They are around $38,000. It is approximately the same as the group flood insurance policy. So that is about $38,000. Coverage is very, very limited in the emergency phase and with the group flood insurance policy. Flood insurance can be purchased if a building is still under construction. So if someone is in the process of building whatever building it is and their lender is requiring flood insurance, we can go ahead and place flood insurance on that building that is under construction. There are special provisions for loss settlement claims for a building that's under construction, but we can go ahead and insure that. Of course, as soon as that structure is finished, we would need preferably an as-built EC, and then we would go ahead and adjust their premium and their policy limits to account for the building as built. And of course, the contents inside of that building can also be insured. That is a separate line item though. Building coverage and contents coverages are purchased separately. So make sure that the declaration page says both building and contents coverage. So when we talk about insurable buildings under the NFIP, there's a basic definition that has to be met as to what an insurable structure is. Now, generally speaking, that building has to be affixed to a permanent site. It has to have 2 or more rigid walls and a fully secured roof. It has to resist flotation, collapse, and lateral movement. And we have to have at least 51% of the actual cash value of the building above ground. So looking at some of these buildings here, I think we can picture at least one whose coverages would be highly suspect and would likely not be eligible under the SFIP. That little treehouse looking thing, I'm not really, well, not the treehouse, that, if you can see my mouse pointing at stuff, goodness. Anyway, that one on the right, definitely likely not eligible for flood insurance. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Renters absolutely can purchase coverage for their contents. Renters insurance, just like most homeowners insurance and business insurance, does not cover flooding. So if you have renters in your community, I would really encourage you to, do an outreach campaign, tell them that flood insurance is an option for their personal property that would not otherwise be covered by their renter insurance policy. There are some parts of the Chicago area, for example, where urban flooding is an issue and where renters are consistently flooded. And so having flood insurance in those cases is really important because a renter's insurance is not going to cover flooding in most cases. So this is about mandatory purchase. This goes through a couple different scenarios, looking at how the mandatory purchase requirement would play out, and if a letter of map amendment or a LOMA would be helpful for them. Looking for, okay, that's not gonna work. Okay, so building A, the property is in the SFHA, but the building itself is clearly out. In that case, flood insurance is likely not required. If their lender is telling them that they have a flood insurance requirement, they might be a good candidate for a LOMA out as shown. But in building A, likely no flood insurance requirement. Building B, the structure is in the SFHA, but elevated on naturally high ground. The lender must require insurance, but the homeowner could apply for a LOMA. If the LOMA is successful, their mandatory purchase requirement would go away. Under the risk rating 2.0, under the new pricing methodology, that LOMA will not affect the premium. It will only affect the mandatory purchase requirement. And also, if the building is in the floodway, the community must sign the community acknowledgement form. So building B, mandatory purchase requirement may be a candidate for a LOMA. Building C, structure partially in the SFHA, flood insurance would be required. And again, they may be eligible for a LOMA. If they're successful, the mandatory purchase requirement goes away. But again, under risk rating 2.0, that LOMA no longer influences the premium. Building D, structure is in the SFHA, but elevated on flow-through foundation. Insurance would be required. And then depending on your local floodplain management regulations or state law, you may need an elevation certificate to show compliance. That EC is not required for insurance purposes under risk rating 2.0. However, if the EC provides better data, and it results in a more beneficial premium, we can absolutely use that in place of the risk rating engine in order to provide someone with a more beneficial flood insurance premium. So just keep that in mind. ECs are not required for insurance purposes under risk rating 2.0, but if they provide better data and a more beneficial premium, they are optional, and we can go ahead and use them in those cases. Building E, structure in the SFHA, but on a high bluff. The lender must require insurance and the homeowner could obtain a LOMA. And again, if that LOMA is successful, the mandatory purchase requirement goes away. The LOMA does not affect the premium. Building F, structure is in the SFHA, but elevated on fill. Again, the lender must require insurance. The lender could get a LOMA F. If they do that, the community has to sign off that it's reasonably safe from flooding. There's a question here about the community having records on compaction and the lowest floor below BFE. Those are important questions to answer from a compliance perspective at the local community level. For insurance purposes, again, under risk rating 2.0, this one is a bit nuanced. If someone has a LOMA F and an EC, not only would the mandatory purchase requirement likely go away in this case, but their flood insurance premium would also probably go down. So LOMA Fs are a bit different under risk rating 2.0. LOMA F with an EC will likely result in an insurance premium decrease under risk rating 2.0. For more information on that, because it is kind of in the weeds with the new pricing methodology, especially if you've not heard about it before, I would really encourage you to attend the upcoming ASFPM training where we'll be talking more in depth about those kinds of things. We went over this already. Definition of an elevated eligible building. Again, 2 or more rigid walls, fully secured roof, permanently affixed to a site, 51% of the actual cash value above ground. Manufactured homes and travel trailers can be insured if the criteria are met. There are some buildings, however, that the NFIP does not cover. We do not cover buildings that are entirely built over water after 1981. So if you're entirely built over water, we are unable to insure you if your date of construction was after a certain date. And I'm sorry, that is October, the exact date is October 1st, 1982. So we do not insure buildings that were built entirely over water after October 1st, 1982. We can insure buildings that are built partially over water. We can cover basements. However, those coverages are limited. We only cover the things that are necessary for the functioning of the building. So we're not going to pay, for example, for carpet and most personal property, but we would pay for, damage to the foundation. We would pay for drywall, but not finishing the drywall. We would pay for furnaces, water heaters, that kind of stuff in the basement. But again, those basement coverages are very limited. It's only for the things that are necessary for the building to function. There are also statutory limitations on what we can cover based on pre-firm or post-firm status. Things that are in enclosures below BFE, technically, things that are enclosures below a BFE on a post-firm building, we cannot cover that. So that is also taken into consideration under the new pricing methodology. More details on that again at that ASFPM training. If it's a pre-firm building and there are items in that enclosure below BFE, we are able to offer some coverages. So pre-firm, post-firm difference on coverages for enclosures below BFE. When are policies effective? Well, in general, there's a 30-day waiting period. So, you have to, when you purchase your flood insurance policy, it generally becomes effective 30 days after you pay your premium. There are 3 exceptions. The first one is that loan closing. So if you are closing on a loan, that there is no waiting period. If there's a map change, there is a 1-day waiting period. And if there's flood after fire, there's also potentially no waiting period depending on the circumstances. So there are 3 exceptions to that 30-day waiting period. Again, those are loan closing, map change, or flood after fire. So who writes flood insurance? Well, there's the NFIP direct servicing agent, that's the NFIP DSA, that would be NFIP direct. That is when FEMA itself is the insurance company. We do the underwriting, you pay NFIP directly for your premium. We handle that policy, from policy effective date to policy expiration date. Write your own companies. Those are those 55 insurance companies that write flood insurance that is underwritten by the NFIP. You can buy flood insurance through them as well. Those are going to be insurance companies that you've heard of before, like Allstate or Farmers or USAA. Again, I did post that link in the chat to the current list of the 55 companies that participate in the Write Your Own program. Like I mentioned earlier, there's increasingly private flood insurance. FEMA and the National Flood Insurance Program did get rid of the non-compete clause in the contract we have with the WIOs. So some WIOs do offer their own private flood insurance product. An example of that would be auto owners, where in some circumstances they do offer a flood insurance rider to certain primary residence policies. Some other high-risk insurers, such as Lloyd's of London, also offer private flood insurance. And again, these are largely, surplus lines. Depending on the state, they may or may not be directly regulated by your state Department of Insurance. For questions about private flood, you really would need to talk to the Illinois Department of Insurance. Yes, Frank has a good point there. You do need to speak to your state licensed property and casualty agent, who again has completed certain minimum training standard requirements and is in good standing with the state licensing authority. They are insurance agents. They can sell the policy. I am not a licensed insurance agent. I cannot write a flood insurance policy. So I will just refer you back to your local insurance agent if you call me looking to purchase flood insurance. You can call NFIP Direct. NFIP Direct may be able to work around that limitation and may be able to directly get a flood insurance policy to you, but that does depend on where you're at. So talking about the mandatory purchase requirement, mandatory purchase of flood insurance is required when making, increasing, renewing, or extending a mortgage, home equity loan, improvement, construction, commercial, or farm credit loan that is secured by a building in the SFHA, or when the lender becomes aware that the building is in the SFHA and it is secured by a qualified loan. So basically, anytime there's any kind of federally backed money tied to a loan in the SFHA, there is a mandatory purchase requirement for flood insurance. And that applies to mortgages, it applies to SBA loans, any kind of federally backed money. If there is a loan made secured by real or improved property in that SFHA, there does need to be flood insurance on that building. There are also mandatory purchase requirements tied to certain forms of disaster assistance. For example, some SBA disaster loans will require someone to purchase flood insurance even outside of the SFHA. Some forms of disaster assistance through FEMA, like public assistance and individual assistance, also have mandatory purchase requirements depending on the circumstances. So make sure if you have publicly owned infrastructure in the SFHA, publicly owned buildings in the SFHA, have those conversations early if you should consider having flood insurance on them, so that you don't end up with an obtain and maintain requirement issue from public assistance in the event of a federally declared disaster. So some questions that have to be answered when determining if someone has a mandatory purchase requirement. First of all, does the community participate in the NFIP? Currently, the community has to participate in the NFIP for that mandatory purchase requirement to apply. Is the lender federally regulated? There are some lenders out there that are state regulated. For example, the mandatory purchase requirement likely does not apply to state regulated lenders who are also not federally regulated. Is it an insurable structure? So an open air stadium, for example, is not an insurable structure, so there is not a mandatory purchase requirement on that building. We had this come up in Ohio last year. However, a house, of course, is insurable because it has at least 2 walls and a roof. So that the mandatory purchase requirement would apply in that case. Is it located within the special flood hazard area? If it is within the SFHA, any part of that building is in the SFHA. Even if one tiny corner of that building is in the SFHA, a mandatory purchase requirement applies. Of course, a LOMA can remove the mandatory purchase requirement, but after October 1st, that LOMA will no longer have an effect on the flood insurance premium. So these are the lender's responsibilities when it comes to that mandatory purchase requirement. That lender does need to monitor its loans across the entire life of that loan to see if that mandatory purchase requirement comes to apply because a map change happens, for example. If that is the case, then the lender has to notify the owner of that building that they have this mandatory purchase requirement for flood insurance, and there's a certain amount of time for the owner to come into compliance with that mandatory purchase requirement. Otherwise, the lender can go ahead and force place flood insurance. Generally speaking, if there is a mandatory purchase requirement, the banks can go with one of 3 numbers to satisfy that mandatory purchase requirement. It can be, first of all, the outstanding principal for that loan. It can be the maximum amount available through the NFIP or the insurable value of the building, whichever is less. In most cases, we're going to see it for the outstanding principal of the loan. Again, there is a 30-day waiting period in most cases. The only exceptions are for flood insurance policies made in connection with a loan closing, again, map changes, or certain circumstances following flood after fire. So the lender or their vendor has to complete the standard flood hazard determination form and maintain it in the loan file for the life of loan. They are regularly audited on their compliance with the mandatory purchase requirement. It is a non-discretionary penalty, which means that if their regulator finds that they are not complying with the mandatory purchase requirement, or if they're not maintaining proper documentation like you see here, mandatory penalties. There is no discretion on the part of the regulator to not assess those penalties. So lenders take the mandatory purchase requirement very seriously. And the fines are quite stiff. You can go and look at the various federal regulators for last year and see how many millions of dollars of penalties were assessed for not complying with the mandatory purchase requirement. Also, again, the lender must notify the borrower of the results of that determination and maintain documentation that they did inform the borrower of the outcome of that determination. And no, lenders do not have to hire a third-party determination company. They can always do that in-house if they want. However, most lenders do opt to have a vendor that provides life of loan monitoring. You might often see things about flood certification vendors. There's a particular company out of Florida that comes to mind that we've been dealing with lately. None of these vendors are FEMA endorsed. I'm not going to talk much more about this slide other than to, buyer beware and make sure you know what you're getting into and you've done your research. When hiring these companies, you might just be hiring someone who will give you a PDF of a permit and call it good. So just do your research before you hire flood certification vendors. Most of the vendors are automated. There is a computer system that will go ahead and make the determinations for them. Occasionally they are reviewed by a person, but just do your research. Buyer beware. Deductibles. Deductibles are changing as we transition towards the new pricing methodology. So this is accurate, as of today. Minimum deductibles for a pre-firm building, $1,500, post-firm $1,000. Maximum $10,000 for single-family residents and 2 to 4 family buildings, $50,000 for other buildings. Higher deductibles can result in lower premiums. And there are separate deductibles for building and contents coverage. For the most recent information on what deductibles look like, you'll want to check out the Risk Rating 2.0 Flood Insurance Manual. And I am posting the link to that in the chat right now. So pre-firm structures. These are those structures that were built before the first flood insurance rate map for a community, right? And technically these rates are subsidized because we do offset the underwriting uncertainty that goes along with writing for pre-firm structures. This slide here gives you an idea of what flood insurance can cost based on how high or low these pre-firm structures are relative to BFE. Now, look, building 1, 1 foot above, building 2, 1 foot below, building 3, 10 feet below. They're all paying $887 a year. Because in pre-firm structures, we don't elevation, they're not elevation rated. So they are subsidized. They're paying less than their full risk rate. Now, under Risk Rating 2.0, this changes. All structures within our book of business become elevation rated. There is a pre-firm discount that kicks in for these pre-firm structures. It is 70% off of the first $35,000 of building coverage. That's required by statute. But other than that discount and a glide path towards full risk rate, all structures within the NFIP's book of business after October 1st are going to be elevation rated. And again, for more information, attend the ASFPM Risk Rating 2.0 training. Watch your email for that invitation. It is forthcoming if it's not already been delivered. Now, let's go ahead and look at this from the post-firm perspective. Now, as you all know, post-firm buildings were built after the flood insurance rate map came into effect. The first flood insurance rate map came into effect for that community. And flood insurance under the legacy system for post-firm buildings was all done, it was all elevation rated unless it was a preferred risk policy. This is why if you were in the SFHA under the legacy system and you had a post-firm building, we needed an elevation certificate. It was the only way for us to get elevation information for us to elevation rate you. Now look at what happens. You know, you have that person that's 1 foot above BFE. Their premium was $535 a year. You have the person that goes to 1 foot below, their premium goes up to $3,000 a year. And then the person that has that basement, you know, 10 feet below BFE, minus 10, $21,583 a year for flood insurance. Compliance matters, right? The higher the better, and that remains the case under the new pricing methodology, just as it was under the legacy system. Do you want to draw your attention here to that $21,000 premium? Under the new pricing methodology, that high of a premium is no longer possible for a single family residence. Under the new pricing methodology, for single family homes, the premiums will range from between $300 a year up to $12,125 a year. I've been referring to the Risk Rating 2.0 stuff throughout this webinar. There is a lot of additional information. Again, ASFPM's training is upcoming. Depending on what happens with the continuing resolution and NFIP reauthorization, there will be additional training opportunities, but we're not announcing those at this time because it's possible that there will be a furlough, a lapse in appropriations, and a lapse in authority sometime on Thursday. So stay tuned. I will keep Marilyn posted on those training opportunities, and hopefully she can go ahead and pass that on to the rest of you. Preferred risk policies, phased out. They no longer exist. The last day to purchase a PRP was 31st of August. Marilyn was lucky to get her PRP before that last date passed. For all policies that are effective on or after October 1st, 2021, again, they will be elevation rated. The newly mapped procedure continues to exist. Under Risk Rating 2.0, the newly mapped procedure becomes a newly mapped discount. Again, that is 70% off of the first $35,000 of building coverage. And from there, people go on a glide path towards their full risk rate. And again, just stay tuned for more Risk Rating 2.0 training, and we'll have information, a lot more information for you about the newly mapped procedure in that separate training. Grandfathering phases out under Risk Rating 2.0, so I'm not going to spend any time on this because after October 1st, it's really no longer an option. If someone previously had a grandfathered policy, if their premium is going up under Risk Rating 2.0, they will be on an 18% glide path towards their full risk rate. If their premium is going down under Risk Rating 2.0, their premium will go down immediately at renewal. But grandfathering is no longer available after October 1st. Always make sure to keep your old maps. While grandfathering does not exist for insurance purposes, it is still important for floodplain management purposes. There may be a need to demonstrate that something was built in compliance for floodplain management purposes that are separate and aside from any insurance considerations. So make sure that you keep your historical maps in your official local repository. msc.fema.gov has many of the old maps, but not all of them. Your community is the official repository, so make sure you are maintaining those records. Ways to reduce their flood insurance rate. And again, this slide is outdated, so I'm going to tell you the ways to reduce flood insurance under the new pricing methodology. Change your foundation type. If you are in violation of your local floodplain management ordinance, the best thing you can do is take a mitigation activity that will change your foundation type. So let's say someone has a basement in the SFHA. If they change that to elevated on a crawl space, for example, that will change their foundation type and significantly affect their flood insurance premium. They can take advantage of mitigation credits. So building on post piers or piles, regardless of zone, there are mitigation credits available for that. Proper flood openings, regardless of zone, there are mitigation credits available there. Elevation of machinery and equipment. If people's machinery and equipment is properly elevated, there is also a discount on their flood insurance premium. LOMA no longer affects flood insurance premiums after October 1st, 2021. The only thing the LOMA will affect is a mandatory purchase requirement. There is an exception, which I mentioned earlier, Lomar F with an EC. Lomar F with an EC will likely result in flood insurance premiums going down. So what can the community do? Well, joining CRS is a really great option. And under the new pricing methodology, it's even better. There used to be a distinction between the CRS discount in the SFHA and the CRS discount outside of the SFHA. They got two different discounts. Well, under the new pricing methodology, what was formerly only available within the SFHA now becomes available throughout the entire community. There's no longer a distinction between SFHA and non-SFHA under the new pricing methodology. Work with your local emergency manager to identify mitigation activities and those substantial damage plans early before that disaster. There are opportunities to take advantage of public assistance funding to do mitigation activities following a disaster. And there's also opportunities through various grant programs, but the floodplain managers and emergency managers need to be playing from the same sheet of music to make that happen. Plug for elevation certificates, even though they are no longer required for insurance purposes under the new pricing methodology. In general, we have seen that people who have provided elevation certificates have gotten better premiums. So just, keep that in your back pocket should you need it. If someone has questions about their premiums under the new pricing methodology. And of course, we love higher standards. Higher standards are always good. The higher, the better. It was the case before risk rating 2.0, and it continues to be the case today. So some notes here about the impacts on floodplain management and flood insurance. Get it right, and the insurance premiums will be affordable. Again, this hasn't changed. It continues to be true under the new pricing methodology. Get it right, and the premiums will reflect that it was right. Get it wrong, and the premiums will be very expensive. Again, it continues to be the case. You have the wrong foundation type in the SFHA, and it's going to affect people. So make sure that you're meeting or exceeding those minimum standards. Increased cost of compliance is part of the standard flood insurance policy. What it does is it makes up to $30,000 available to floodproof, relocate, elevate, or demolish your substantially damaged structure. What does that mean? If you are substantially damaged by flooding and you are in the SFHA and you have flood insurance through the NFIP, we can make up to $30,000 available to assist with code compliance. Again, it has to be floodproofing, relocation, elevation, or demolition, or any combination thereof, as required by the community to comply with the local floodplain management ordinance. And again, coordinate with your local emergency managers on this. If there is a federally declared disaster, ICC can be used as cost share for some of those post-disaster mitigation programs. Already covered this. Let's see here. Doing mitigation quick is really, really important. Again, props to the state of Illinois and how great you all are at doing substantial damage. I have never seen ICC claims closed so fast in my life. I think 2019, was that the flooding along the Mississippi River?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, ICC claims paid and closed in less than 6 months. You guys are really good at this. And I just want to reinforce that quick mitigation is really important. It gets people back in their homes, gets the tax base back in place. It's important to do this as quickly as possible post-disaster. There are some other states where, it's 5-6 years post-disaster and they're still dealing with mitigation. They're still dealing with ICC. So again, keep up the good work, Illinois. I'm grateful on behalf of the policyholders that you're good at doing that. Okay, that concludes the insurance portion, unless someone has questions. Otherwise, I'll.
Hey, James, I had a quick question. IAFSM has this new interactive map where you can drill down to like zip codes. I don't know how they, to see how risk rating 2.0 will change policies within that zip code. I did not realize it was an IAFSM product. So what are FEMA's thoughts on that?
Yeah, so IAFSM and Pew worked together to produce those maps using the data that we put out there publicly about the impact on risk rating 2.0. So they used the data that we provided that is already publicly available and just visualized it. So that data that IAFSM and Pew put out is accurate. It does reflect the data that we made publicly available regarding risk rating 2.0. I know there's a lot of concern about a supposed black box when it comes to risk rating 2.0, and I won't spend a lot of time on this just so that people can move on, but if you have questions, I can answer that. But we did put out a list of how risk rating 2.0 would affect different geographic areas at the state level, at the county level, and at the zip code level. So all IAFSM did is they took that map data and went and posted it. So here in the chat box is a link to where we made those state profiles available, and you'll see that there's a link to that IAFSM map also on this website that I just put in the chat box. But for those of you who really want to get into the weeds and see how risk rating came to be, the second link that I put there, go down to the very bottom, look at the technical documents. Those are the same things that we would have to provide to, for example, the Department of Insurance if we were state regulated and seeking to change our rate structure. So everything that we looked at for risk rating 2.0 has been publicly available for quite some time. But yeah, those IAFSM maps they accurately reflect the data that we had publicly available. Yes.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And if it gives anyone any kind of confidence, what we have seen with risk rating 2.0, with the new policies that have come in, they are in line with what that analysis had led us to believe. So we're not seeing any kind of crazy outliers or anything like that. Everything that we're seeing is pretty consistent of what we had expected to happen.
All right,
thanks.
seeing no more questions for James at this point, we can go ahead and move on to the community rating system. Okay, so the community rating system, or CRS, which James did reference earlier, is another way to reduce the cost of flood insurance. This is a program for communities that go above and beyond the NFIP minimums in terms of their floodplain management regulations. And they are able to get discounts for their insurance in the community. To get into the CRS program, the community must pass a clean CAV prior to entry, which means no violations or programmatic deficiencies, and they must have a 90% accuracy on elevation certificates, which are reviewed by the ISO, which is the group that administers the community rating system. One other thing to note, it really is an exclusive program for communities that go above and beyond the NFIP minimums. It's not a program that makes sense for all communities, and that's totally okay. But the benefits to the residents, if the community is eligible for participation in the CRS program, those benefits are very attractive. The higher the standards are in the community, the higher the flood insurance discounts will be. So this is a list of the community rating system communities that are in Illinois at this point. So we have 71, which is a really high number compared to the rest of the country. I'll get a closer list. So here you can see a little bit closer, and it ranges from a couple communities in the class 9 and 10 all the way up to a class 2, which is one of the highest that you can possibly get. So CRS in Illinois, like I said, Illinois is consistently one of the top states in the nation for the CRS participation. 13 communities in the state are a class 5 or better, which is really wonderful. And one class 2 community is in Illinois, which is Ottawa, and there's only 7 of those in the entire country. 23 of the top 50 communities are also enrolled, and 40% of all flood insurance policies in Illinois are in communities that receive CRS discounts. So 40% of those flood insurance policies are receiving discounts because of the efforts that the communities have put forward. Multiple communities are struggling to maintain participation because of COVID. It's a little bit difficult to manage staffing and keep up with some of the requirements that are needed to stay in the program and to maintain your class standing. But we have noticed that in some cases, perhaps the community had been doing really well. It was clearly led by one person. When that person left, there is the chance that it was just a one-person commitment rather than by the whole staff, which is an unfortunate reality that I think is happening across the entire country. But we've definitely noticed it too. So if you are interested in the CRS program, we would recommend that have a deep conversation with your staff. Make sure it's something that everyone can get on board with, because it is a big lift. But at the same time, there are those wonderful benefits as well. So the incentive for all that hard work is the obviously the discounts. So the CRS provides an incentive for communities to initiate new flood protection activities. So you'll get a introductory plaque that's presented to the community once you're in the program. You can see here the city of St. Charles received a class 5 plaque. And all those activities, again, with the discounts, is making your community safer and less risk is present in the community in terms of flood risk. There are 4 CRS activity classes: activity 300, 400, 500, and 600. And I'm not going to spend too much time on the specifics because, again, I'll speak very generally. If anyone has questions about the CRS program, I'm the regional coordinator for the program, so please feel free to reach out to me. Just for the sake of this being more applicable to maybe only certain communities, I won't go into the details, but these are the 4 main categories. Activity 300 speaks on elevation certificates and outreach projects. Activity 400 is in regards to higher standards, open space preservation, and stormwater management. Activity 500 is in regards to acquisition and relocation, as well as drainage systems and maintenance. And lastly, activity 600 is in regard to flood warning programs, levee safety, and dam safety. So a little bit more breaking down into each of the 4 program activities. So the 300 public information activities, again, there are specifics that we can kind of talk more at length when it comes to if anyone is interested in hearing more about this. But I guess before I get into the details, I just do want to mention that it's the ISO Insurance Services Office. If you've heard from someone, if your community is participating in CRS, it's probably who you've worked with. They run the CRS program for the NFIP. So ISO has assigned CRS specialists to assist communities who want to get involved in the program, and they also deliver training at various conferences. And they also meet with communities to assist and review their work. They have a great website. Marilyn alluded to the EC webinars that they had done. They have a ton of great resources for anyone who's interested in general floodplain management, or the CRS program. And again, I probably won't get too in the weeds on these different ones, but just for everyone's awareness, this is the breakdown of the 300 level. Information on the 400 level that has to do with mapping and regulatory activities. More details for the 500 level, the flood damage reduction activities. The 600 level flood preparedness activities, which include the flood warning system, the levee safety, and the dam safety program. And then this is how it breaks down in terms of CRS premium discounts. So with all those activities shown on the previous slides, a tally is made and a total number of points given at any recertification time is provided. So the more points you get, the higher your class, or I'm sorry, the lower your class, the higher the discount you would receive. So that class 2 community Ottawa has a very large amount of points, and they receive a 40% discount on all flood insurance policies in the SFHA at this time. James had referenced that that's going to change in the new rating methodology, that the discounts will extend outside of the SFHA. So again, more work, more points, but better discounts for the residents. If you want to speak to the ISO folks who do cover Illinois, these are the contact information. We have Luann and Tracy. Luann works for the northern part of Illinois, and Tracy does southern Illinois. You are welcome to reach out to them. You're also welcome to reach out to me, and I can facilitate a connection between you and the ISO folks just to get more information, or if you're ready to apply or have information about your standing in the program at this point, that's also fine. And that's all I have for CRS. I know I went through that super quickly, so I'm going to just see if there's any info in the chat that anyone wants to see, and it doesn't look like anyone has anything. And at this point, I think we'll toss it to Frank, unless there are any questions outstanding for insurance. All right, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing at this point.
All right, everybody can see my slides.
Yep.
All right, excellent. So I got volunteered to talk about mitigation, since we don't have anyone from the grant side of the house, from IEMA or from FEMA grants programs or from IDNR's grant programs to talk about it. So mitigation, when you talk about mitigation, a lot of people are referring to our financial support for mitigating activities. Mitigation has worked for many years, been in the works for many years throughout Illinois. As you can see the lines of places where there's been buyouts, acquisition and relocation, or acquisition and demolition projects in major flood hazard areas along the Illinois River and the Mississippi River, among other places in Illinois. And I don't know how up to date these numbers are, but there are communities that have literally mitigated hundreds or even over 1,000 structures over the years. With the use of combinations of funding from FEMA, from the state, and from other entities. Right now, FEMA has 3 mitigation grant programs. There's the one that you may be familiar with, the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, funding that becomes available after Stafford Act disasters are declared in the state for various types of mitigation. There's one called Flood Mitigation Assistance, or FMA, that's associated with the National Flood Insurance Program and flood insured properties through the NFIP. And there's a new one that was created by recent reform laws for disaster reform called a BRIC, Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities. It replaces what was formerly called pre-disaster mitigation. It was an annual funding annually funded program by Congress. which you might have heard called PDM. Essentially, it don't have to wait until after a disaster to do mitigation. The funding is made available on a national basis as a portion of the funding that's made available for disasters on a national basis every year. So the overall amount of funding in the BRIC pot has the potential to be much larger. But it is also a national competition. We'll go over that a little bit more in the later slides. Some other sources of money, if FEMA grant programs, if you have projects that aren't eligible, if there hasn't been a disaster in a while and there's not any HMGP available, there may be other places that can provide funds. There's frequently there's money appropriated at the state level for IDNR, Office of Water Resources, to use. I believe Ron Davis still runs that grant program for IDNR. There may be funding that's available through the Department of Community and Economic Opportunity, the state of Illinois. It comes from other federal agencies such as HUD through the Community Development Block Grant Program. There could be regional funding from MWRD up here in Northeast Illinois. They got authorization some years ago to use their funding to do less than regional forms of mitigation projects. Props to them. And there may be funding made available at the county or even local level. We've had several municipalities that have decided to fund mitigation projects or to at least provide assistance with homeowner initiated mitigation projects, such as installation of overhead sewers and backflow prevention devices so that folks don't get sewage in their basements. You may hear us toss around the term, or grants people toss around the term NOFO. That means Notice of Funding Opportunity. Essentially, it's the notice that we put out, the funding agency puts out on it at the beginning of the period of application period that spells out the details of the grant. Who's eligible as an applicant, what type of projects are eligible, what the cost share requirements are, what are the key dates, when you need to apply, when will we make decisions about eligibility, and when we will evaluate and make awards, and what will be the period of performance. As an example, the BRIC NOFO for this year is 56 pages long. So it's not something you want to read if you're trying to stay awake. For the eligible entities for these programs, for HMGP, BRIC, and FMA, a state agency, a federally recognized tribe, even though we don't have any of those in Illinois, a local government, community, could all be eligible applicants. Specifically for HMGP only, certain private nonprofit organizations that provide services to the public could also be eligible. They're not eligible typically under BRIC or FMA. The cost shares. Generally speaking, the cost share is at least 75% federal, 25% non-federal for HMGP and for BRIC. For certain small and impoverished communities or tribal governments, the cost share may be 90-10 under BRIC. For FMA, for certain types of projects involving repetitive loss and severe repetitive loss properties, the cost share could be 90-10 or even 100% federal for severe rep loss. But generally under FMA, it's 75-25 as well. So between the cost share and the amount of funds that's available and the sorts of projects that might be eligible or might be able to show cost benefit, you find that mitigation funding from federal government or from other level of governments will not always solve all of your problems. There may not be enough funding for your project to be competitive. Your project might be too big of a project to be funded by grants of this sort, or your project might be too small. If you have a homeowner that wants to relocate their appliances upstairs from the basement, it's unlikely to qualify for FMA or HMGP funding. Project has to show a positive cost benefit using the rules of that individual grant. Some of the grants have rules that are pretty relaxed if you have major damages that will be mitigated by the benefit. But in any case, there needs to be a positive cost benefit, whether that's calculated or it comes in through a provision for things that have a low cost to be considered positive cost benefit. Some projects simply may not qualify under the eligibility rules for that particular grant. So I mentioned that there's one of the grants, HMGP, is related to presidential disaster declarations. So that takes us on a little detour to talk about post-disaster activities. So we have a bad event that causes damage. If it's large enough, it causes significant enough impacts, it could receive a presidential declaration of disaster pursuant to the Stafford Act. That declaration could make available individual and household assistance, individual assistance for households and their losses, public assistance for public entities, state and local governments, or both. And in either case, hazard mitigation is almost always included. One exception to that has been, at least initially, the declarations of disaster for the COVID event were not originally included hazard mitigation, although I believe that's changed at this point. And so now there's a large amount of money that's going to be made available under HMGP for the COVID event, not necessarily earmarked to be used for pandemic-related activities. When there is public assistance available through a disaster, public assistance has what are called 406 mitigation funds, because public assistance is section 406 of the Stafford Act. Public assistance can use those funds to do activities that will mitigate damage to either damaged or destroyed public facilities. So you have damage to a fire station, a police station, or some other public facility. It can be not only repaired and put back the way that it was with public assistance, but it can also be done in a way that will reduce future damages through the 406 mitigation program. Of course, the community will pay their cost share, a portion of that cost, but PA can, if it has a beneficial result, they can plus up the amount of assistance provided through 406 mitigation. Small Business Administration may have their own loans made available in an area, even if there's no declaration under the Stafford Act. If the threshold is different for Small Business Administration disaster recovery loans to be made available. They also have a process by which they can increase the amount of a Small Business Administration loan for people to use to mitigate their structures. HMGP funds, section 404 of the Stafford Act, to be used anywhere in the state, not just in the areas that were designated for assistance in the disaster. And they can be used for any type of project. You don't have to just be used for flood mitigation. It doesn't have to relate to the type of disaster that made the flooding available, the funding available. It could be a flood disaster and you could do tornado mitigation projects. It could be a tornado disaster and you do flood mitigation projects, etc. What are the priorities in your local hazard mitigation plan? Those are the things that you probably would want to focus on first. And so in your local hazard mitigation planning process, you would want to prioritize things, and you want to consider what sorts of things you might actually be wanting to do first, and identify those types of projects or specific areas where you would do those projects in that plan or in the updating of that plan at the next go round. HMGP, not to get too much into the details, but typically in most states, it's 15% of the total amount of disaster assistance made available in response to that declaration goes towards HMGP. Program is administered by the state as the applicant or grantee. Other entities, communities, counties, local governments are sub-applicants who apply to the state, who then presents the entire application to FEMA by an annual deadline. There's a 75% federal cost share. The 25% local cost share could be paid for by the community, the state, individuals who might benefit from the project, or some combination thereof. As James indicated in his presentation, if you have folks who have been substantially damaged and they stand to receive ICC if their property is mitigated, that ICC can be signed over to you, assigned to the community to be used as that cost share. HMGP is voluntary, but it's competitive amongst the sub-applicants. So the state doesn't have to select your project. There's no guarantee that if you apply, you're going to get funded. They have to meet positive cost benefit. They have to meet certain environmental criteria, historic preservation criteria, and they have to comply with federal and state and local regulations. You can fund acquisition and relocation or demolition of structures, elevation of structures, smaller structural flood control projects, wind mitigation projects, even earthquake mitigation projects. You can retrofit buildings by elevating them or relocating them. You can build flood walls if they're effective and have a positive cost benefit. And you could wet or dry flood-proof buildings or demolish buildings. Traditionally, Illinois has prioritized dealing with substantial damage and repetitive loss through acquisition and demolition. It's not guaranteed that that will remain the state priority. If you have desire to have input with that, I would suggest talking to your community county EMA director and to IEMA, State Hazard Mitigation Officer, Sam Albasha, about what you feel ought to be priorities. For acquisition and elevation projects where individual properties are going to be affected, those property owners need to participate on a voluntary basis. They can't be forced out of their homes by the federal grant. Some examples, as I said, acquisition and demolition of flood damaged or flood threatened structures, relocation of those structures, dry flood proofing of historic residential structure or commercial structure, perhaps, elevation of structures to comply, floodplain management regulations, writing a hazard mitigation plan for a community that doesn't have a plan or needs to update their plan, structural retrofitting of existing buildings, building safe rooms, either in individual buildings or they could be used communally by a neighborhood, perhaps in a community at a central location, or wind retrofitting of structures that need to resist high winds. FMA is for communities that participate in the NFIP to mitigate buildings that are insured under the NFIP. It's annual nationwide competition. There's a yearly allocation from the National Flood Insurance Fund, the money we collect through flood insurance premiums. Community needs to have a hazard mitigation plan. It has a component dealing with mitigation of flood prone structures. Projects need to be consistent with the plan. They need to have a positive cost benefit ratio. Typically, severe repetitive loss and repetitive loss properties are the priority of this program. Structures need to have flood insurance at the time of NFIP flood insurance at the time of application, and they need to maintain that throughout the grant process. Can't drop it at any point before they're acquired or elevated. It's voluntary since it primarily benefits individual property owners. BRIC is also an annual nationwide competitive program. It funds projects for all types of natural hazards. Having flood insurance for the structures involved is not a prerequisite. You do need to have a local hazard mitigation plan. Can be used to fund hazard mitigation plans, just like PDM could. There's a changing emphasis on infrastructure, green infrastructure, sometimes flood walls, stream and floodplain restoration. As I said earlier, there's a potential that a lot more money could be available through BRIC. Communities, again, apply to the state, which would then apply to FEMA with a package of applications by the annual deadline. IDNR funds are typically prioritized for acquisition and demolition. They don't fund acquisition of mobile home parks or elevation projects. The funds are on a reimbursement basis, so your community is going to have to pay for it initially and then get reimbursed by IDNR. There's not a cost share. It can be used as cost share for FEMA grants. Typically easier, less rigorous criteria than for FEMA programs, but there is limited funding available on an annual basis and it tends to be highly competitive. If you have questions about that, you would contact IDNR. You can talk to Marilyn, but I believe she'll send you to talk to Ron Davis about the program. Now, I mentioned a couple of times repetitive loss and severe repetitive loss for FMA purposes. Now, there's repetitive loss in particular can be a little bit confusing because there's a couple different definitions. I'm going to give you the grant definition, the FMA definition of repetitive loss. It means a structure that was insured under NFIP flood insurance that has been flood damaged on 2 occasions in which the cost on average to repair the structure was 25% or more the market value of the structure at the time of each flood. And at the time of the second flood, the insurance actually contained ICC. It's not really relevant because we've had ICC in the insurance for about 25 or 30 years. But in any case, it needs to have had 2 or more claims that average to 25% or more. If it's more than 2 claims, to get to 50%, it's not going to qualify as repetitive loss under FMA. Now, if you ask us for data, a list of structures that are repetitive loss, we're typically going to give you the larger list using the CRS definition, which means they've had 2 or more claims of $1,000 or more in a 10-year period. So if you draw the Venn diagram, you'll see that the FMA list of repetitive loss structures is a small subset of the CRS list of repetitive loss structures. There may be a way that you can get a list that has been winnowed down from the CRS list to get mostly the structures that would be eligible under FMA, but you still would have to explore with individual property owners and documentation from them whether they actually qualify as FMA repetitive loss structures. You would need to find out how much they were actually paid and whether they were actually insured on both of their flood losses. Severe repetitive loss, 4 or more separate claims of $5,000 or more with the cumulative amount exceeding $20,000, or a building for which they received 2 separate claims payments, which in total exceeded the entire market value of the building. So much smaller subset of the CRS definition as well. There used to be a much larger proportion of repetitive loss buildings in Illinois. Illinois has been dropping down the list of states in order of how many repetitive loss properties there are remaining non-mitigated. Other states have been suffering a lot more flood damage, sometimes on newer structures, and Illinois has been mitigating them. So Illinois is now kind of in the middle of the pack rather than at the top 5 or 10 of the list. Still have about 3,800 properties, but we've dropped from number 5 to number 15 nationally over the course of the years from 1993 to 2007. And I would bet that at this point, it's even lower than 15. The state has a hazard mitigation plan that sets the state's priorities. They need to have that in order for public assistance to be available in most categories. So you can imagine they make sure that that's kept up to date. Local communities need to have the plan in order to be eligible for most of the grant programs. So it's important if your county, or if you have a community plan, which is unusual, your community stays on the ball with keeping that plan up to date and in place. Need it to be eligible for most mitigation funds. Most of these plans in the state of Illinois are done on a countywide basis, so your community would be participating in a countywide plan. Analyzes the community's risks and considers what steps could be taken to mitigate them, considers the pros and cons of those steps, and prioritizes which types of activities should be done first and with the most readily available funding, talks about how you're going to accomplish the mitigation of the community's risks, and it's considered sort of a subset of the state's priorities. Your local government needs to adopt the plan after it's been reviewed and approved by the state and FEMA as being qualified under the process. So the adoption step is the last step before your community becomes eligible for the grants if you had an expired or didn't have a plan. The emphasis in this is on the process, community involvement, public involvement, and dialogue about what's going to be done. Don't just go through the motions and have a consultant write the plan and then have your elected officials bless it. There is supposed to be actual public participation. Don't plan for the past, plan for the future. I'm not sure what the reference with the cartoon is. Maybe Ron could tell you. Urban flooding is becoming a more significant problem. You used to have plans that talked about urban flooding. The National Flood Insurance Program doesn't really map a lot of urban flooding. There's not a lot of prioritization of ensuring that people in urban areas where there's poor stormwater drainage are insured. But we continue to have these extreme events in urban areas that flood areas where there's locally poor drainage or outdated stormwater systems available. One thing to consider for the future, in addition to the possibility of events that you didn't consider, is if you're talking about acquisition and demolition or relocation of structures, How will the homes and the workplaces that are displaced by your planned activities be replaced? Where is the housing for those residents? Where are the workplaces for the people who work in the businesses in these areas that you plan to maintain in the future as open space? Where are they going to work? Where are they going to live? Do you have effective plans in place to provide for affordable housing or meaningful job opportunities elsewhere in the community outside of the areas where there's a flood hazard? This graphic is a little out of date, but it gives you a sense of the plates that IEMA and the FEMA planners who work with the plan review have to keep spinning. There's 102 counties in Illinois, and many of them are in various stages of, they have approved plans, their plan's approved, but they haven't adopted it yet. It's approved, but it's going to expire soon. It's already expired, but they have a grant to rewrite it. It's expired and they don't have a grant to rewrite it, so they really need to get on that, or they're writing a new one, or they never had one. So if your county, this is a couple years old, but you might want to take account of where your county stands in terms of the plan, and did your community participate in that plan? And if they didn't, maybe you should initiate your community getting involved in it, whether that's the community you work in or the community you live in. Pre-disaster assistance, post-disaster assistance, I talked a little bit about the PA and IA programs. I'll talk about them a little bit more here. So when the Stafford Act Declaration includes public assistance, that's assistance for state and local governments to help pay for response or damages to public infrastructure, provides money for other relief agencies, can pay to replace or repair damaged public facilities. There's IA, individual assistance, individual and household assistance can pay for individuals and households for the damage to their property, the loss of their personal property, for temporary living expenses, and a variety of other needs that they might have after a disaster that might not be covered by homeowners insurance. Small Business Administration loans are typically made available when there's a Stafford Act declaration, but there may be Small Business Administration loans available even if the criteria aren't met for a disaster under the Stafford Act. You can also sometimes get tax relief through the IRS if you've had significant disaster losses to your property, but you'd need to read the IRS publication about that to determine whether your individual losses would cross that threshold. PA can fund a wide variety of activities, repairs to infrastructure, water treatment plants, roads, public buildings, can pay for overtime pay for police and public works, flood fighting, like putting up sandbags, fighting fires if it was a major fire, supplies and equipment, meals for emergency workers. A new thing that we've been touting is in a recent Reform Act, Section 1206 of the DRRA Act 2018 added assistance for community code enforcement and administration, including administration of substantial damage determinations at the local level. So if you hire a contractor or you pay overtime, or you redesignate people who don't normally work on that program in the zoning department to work on doing substantial damage determinations, where you have mutual aid with other communities where people come from another community to do the work, that can be funded under a PA disaster if you have the proper documentation to show what the cost was. You need to contact IEMA and your EMA director for more details about how to maintain that documentation and how to do that contracting. We're trying to get materials made available to people so that they know exactly what kind of documentation they need to have pre-positioned so they can be ready to take advantage of that the next time there's a PA declaration in Illinois. Something to keep in the back of your mind for now. I believe Ashley and Marilyn will be sharing more information as soon as we get it available, and putting you in contact with the IEMA folks who administer this as well. One thing to keep in mind here, there is a dovetail between public assistance and the insurance side of the NFIP. If your public facility is located in a special flood hazard area and it was damaged by a flood, the assistance will be reduced by the amount of flood insurance that is available for that type of property. If it's a building, That's typically, if non-residential building, that's $500,000 before you get anything from PA. If there was contents to that building that was damaged or destroyed, $500,000 of that contents before you get anything from PA. And then if you receive PA for that flood damaged facility, you will be required to maintain coverage thereafter in perpetuity in the amount of the assistance that was received. So it's important, if you have public facilities that are in the special flood hazard area, to make sure that they are insured against flood. IA, when individual assistance is designated for the disaster, FEMA will typically set up disaster outreach centers and have a number for people, individual households to register for assistance. The IA program typically provides assistance for temporary housing, for replacement of damaged or lost personal property, and sometimes for repairs or replacement of people's real property damage to their houses. Usually you don't get very far with that assistance because it's a limited amount of money. If you receive assistance for damage to your personal home, flood insurance will be purchased using part of your IA assistance, and then you'll be required to maintain it in order to get be eligible to receive IA again in the future as an individual homeowner. Small Business Administration loans are typically, you go through their process to determine whether you qualify for an SBA loan based on your income before you can get most of the IA assistance. There are other needs that can be taken care of through IA, even if you get an SBA loan, but repairs or replacement of your home is typically, you end up doing that with Small Business Administration loan unless you have very low income or no job. So if there are questions about grants before I go and we talk about V-zone stuff, we can address those. Let me see here, I gotta get the chat box up. See, Marilyn says she couldn't find updated numbers on the repetitive loss numbers. Current plan status, yeah, okay. Okay, well, trying to stay on time here. I have a section. The next section is about coastal flood hazard areas. Contact information for the folks who deal with mitigation. The DNR point of contact for the DNR grant programs, Ron Davis, you might remember him from some years ago. He used to be the Illinois State Hazard Mitigation Officer. He works for DNR now. Or for IEMA, for most of the FEMA grants, the SHMO is Sam Albasha, works for IEMA. You see his email address and phone number there. A good starting place for homeowners, individuals in your community would be your county EMA director, or maybe you as the community official, to consider whether you have projects that might be worth developing into something that could be submitted under one of the grant programs. And then you would talk to Sam or one of his staff about the details about how to get that prepared and submitted. So I see I'm running a little behind schedule, but we need to get through coastal hazard areas, because if any of you are taking the CFM exam, there will be some questions about V zones on the exam. And if any of you work in Lake and Cook County, you may start to see developments going on in or near coastal hazard areas. So one of the new things that FEMA has been doing over the last 10 years has been a long ongoing project to identify coastal hazards on the Great Lakes shorelines. So as a result, communities in Illinois and Indiana and Wisconsin and the other Midwestern states are having coastal high hazard areas identified as zones VE on flood insurance rate maps. Now, there's a couple different circumstances in which we might identify V zones. The typical one that you might imagine in a low-lying coastal area on the Gulf Coast might be overland wave propagation. You have a very shallow topography. The storm surge inundates significant area of normally dry land, and then you have waves that propagate over the land in that situation. That was the situation, the community that I used to work in. Most of the island was underwater, and then there was waves on top of that water crashing through the neighborhoods. The other situation, much more common in the Great Lakes and parts of the Atlantic coast and the Pacific coast, is wave runup. And sometimes when the wave run-up exceeds the elevation of a barrier feature of some sort, overtopping and then ponding or sheet flow on the other side of that barrier. So you have waves that come crashing up a steep shoreline, and they can crash up to spectacular heights, but then they don't extend very far inland because the momentum is lost. So the hazards inland from there is typically not very far in and of a lesser nature. So I said coastal high hazard area, that's the term we use for an area. It's a special flood hazard area that extends from offshore inland to the limit of a primary frontal dune where you have primary frontal dunes on any open coast, or other areas that are subject to high velocity wave action from storms or seismic sources, designated as zone VE on current maps. Typically marked by wave heights or run-up heights that exceed 3 feet during the 1% annual chance flood. If it's a lesser wave height than that, it would be an AE zone. Now, in areas where we have overland wave propagation, wave-dominated flood hazard areas, it's also possible to delineate sometimes a zone within zone AE adjacent to a V zone where wave heights would be between 1.5 and 3 feet. This is relatively uncommon in the Great Lakes because most of our V zones are run-up dominated. So you won't see a lot of limois. You won't see a lot of areas where wave heights are between 1.5 and 3 feet identified on maps in Illinois or Wisconsin or Indiana. But it is something to know. It might even be on a CFM exam, for example. The key thing is that it's zone AE rather than zone VE. And FEMA does not require that you use different standards in an area where there's a limois, but we strongly recommend it. So we have rising water, which is what we're used to in an area near a lake or a river. But in addition to the rising water, it's moving water and waves. So in addition to the storm surge and wave setup that causes the water to rise, we also have wave effects on shore. Generally speaking, where coastal topography is actually inundated, the onshore wave component would be dominated by wave heights, which might include overland wave propagation. You have wind blowing over the land, continuing to generate waves over areas that are normally dry. But generally where the slope is steeper or there's a bluff face or a vertical wall close to the shoreline, the onshore wave component is going to be wave run-up. And it'll be a V zone if that run-up height is 3 feet or more. So waves crash against the seawall, they splash up 15, 20, 30 feet in the air, they come down on the other side of the wall, and there's an overtopping splash zone on the other side of the wall. So what does this mean for us as floodplain managers? Well, what it means is that there's other forces that we need to account for in our floodplain management regulations. In addition to water rising and stuff getting wet, damaged by getting wet, and having water pressing in on all sides around a structure, hydrostatic forces, we also have hydrodynamic forces. Water's coming onshore at a high rate of speed. We have breaking waves. We have wave uplift if waves are coming up under things. We have high winds typically during a storm. It can blow against a structure, could blow up under a structure and lift it up. And both the wind and the waves are typically going to carry debris, and the moving water and waves could cause erosion or localized scour around structural elements, buildings, seawalls, riprap, etc. So there's additional types of damage that could be caused by these forces. I see there's a question John asks about the estimation of erosion. Our flood hazard products do not include any long or medium-term erosion projections. However, as of the time that they were generated, the wave transformations that were done to estimate what the base flood elevations would be on the shorelines that were out there as of a couple years ago, there were estimates done as to the amount of erosion that would occur during an individual storm. So the flood hazards that are depicted on our maps do take into account the potential for erosion under those conditions that were observed in the course of a single storm event. Now, if you had a series of storms that caused erosion, or you had a period of time during which there was a progression of erosion and the conditions changed, the amount of erosion that might occur during a storm after that, or the flood hazards that might exist after that, could be different. So kind of incumbent on the engineer who's called upon to design a project in such an area to account for those things in the process of doing his site design, investigating the site, to determine where the building should be placed, to determine whether there's engineering solutions to those problems or whether they have to retreat away from the shoreline in order to get more favorable conditions for building. Example here, we have a building. This building was slightly outside of a V zone. And well, the waves that occurred in this area disregarded the flood zone boundary and crashed through the building. And it's not just a matter of rising water. The moving water can dislodge the building from its foundation and move it. And it carries debris. You see in the lower corner picture, you see a large piece of another building that speared through that building that was not elevated. Or the waves on top of the inundation that crashed through the elevated floor of that building and tore away the kitchen floor. And we have some local pictures, and it's not difficult to imagine that there could be some flood risk in a large storm in some of these places. You'll recognize some areas of Northwest Indiana and Northeastern Illinois, perhaps, in those pictures. So what I want to highlight here is the distinctions between the way that you get the information necessary to do floodplain management in these areas, because that might be tested on the CFM exam. So in a riverine area, we're used to the notion that you look at the map and you identify your location in the fringe or the floodway, as the case might be, in relation to cross sections. You go and you find the cross section on the floodway data table if you're right at the cross section, or you go to the flood profile and you find the two nearest cross sections and you measure upstream from one and downstream from the other and pinpoint the location on the profile to find the base flood elevation and maybe the 0.2% chance flood elevation if you want to compare to be a little bit extra careful. In the coastal area, you don't have a similar profile. You have various tables of information that report the results of the coastal analysis, descriptions of the transects that identify a still water, 1% still water elevation, which might or might not include wave setup, depending on the age of the study you're using. You'll have a summary of coastal still water elevations at various different locations, and you'll have a table that provides data about the nature of the analysis that was done at various transects running from offshore inland to the point where there was no more inundation, and a range of base flood elevations at different flood zones that might be identified along those transects. So how do you find what zone and what BFE applies at a particular site? Well, the answer to that is you look at the coastal flood hazard map. Here's an example of a recently taken effect coastal flood hazard map, Cook County and the city of Evanston. And you can see here, adjacent to Northwestern University, we have several different V zones separated by these white lines with different base flood elevations. And we have a couple of AE zones with different base flood elevations. So if you were riding on a wave that was coming towards the Patrick E. and Shirley G. Ryan Center for the Musical Arts, which is where that picture was taken, you would imagine that the base flood elevation would be 592 feet until you reach this gutter line. And then the wave is going to come crashing down and be less than 3 feet high briefly and have a base flood elevation of 590 feet in this little area of the building. So you can see we have a non-conforming pre-firm, at least pre-SFHA building recently built in that area. Now in other areas, we can see that this V zone extends inland here to some point on the shoreline here, just landward of the beach, next to the Alumni Center and the parking garage. So it makes a lot of difference where you are in both a shore parallel and shore perpendicular direction, what base flood elevation you use. The base flood elevation is that number that's labeled on the map for that area that's bounded by those white lines. So over here, you have a map from Erie County, Pennsylvania, where you have a V zone offshore and up onto the beach. And then somewhere in the dune vegetation here on Presque Isle State Park, it transitions from a V zone to an AO zone with a depth of 1 foot. And then there's some purportedly dry land that's not subject to special flood hazards. And then on the other side of the peninsula, we have an A zone with base flood elevation 577 feet. On the right, we have a somewhat older map where we have a whole variety of different zones at different base flood elevations. The map is like a layer cake with all these different gutter lines, different base flood elevations, and you need to figure out where your site is in and amongst these gutter lines to determine what zones and base flood elevations apply to your site. So that begs the question, what happens if my site crosses over those lines? It has multiple BFEs or is in multiple flood zones. Well, you use the most hazardous zone for the area that you're doing the development in, and you use the highest base flood elevation for the area of the development. So if the development's a building, the whole building needs to meet the requirements for the more hazardous zone and the highest base flood elevation. So you don't have part of the building elevated to meet V zone standards and the other part elevated to meet A zone standards. I don't know if that's on the exam, but that concept is probably somewhere in an exam. So let's go over the regulations for a V zone. Highlights quickly. So Ashley talked about the standards that apply in various types of flood hazard areas when we provided either a map that shows special flood hazard areas without base flood elevations, when we've provided base flood elevations, or when we've identified floodways. Well, if you go up those staircase, in addition, we have standards for coastal high hazard areas in section 60.3E of the NFIP regulations. So one big shift you need to make right away is that when we're talking about elevating in a coastal high hazard area, what we're talking about is the elevation of the lowest horizontal structural member of the lowest floor, rather than the top of the lowest floor. So that's line C2C on the elevation certificate. And you can see the comparison to line C2A, the top of the lowest floor. You have a floor, it's supported by something, whether that's a slab or a basement floor, or it's on pilings. C2C is somewhere down under that horizontal element that's supporting the floor. C2A is up above on top of that floor. So you're looking for that elevation. That's what you're requiring for compliance. Now that could be a little bit tricky because if you have elevated buildings and you can see where it is, pretty obvious. This lower left corner, that building was elevated on pilings and the lowest horizontal structural member is back hidden behind this decorative archway here, up there supporting this elevated floor. Now this building over here looks similar, but you can see there's a slab under there. Well, that slab was reinforced and attached to those dinky little pillars that were holding the building up, and it was providing structural support for this building. And when that slab failed, the building supports failed. So actually, the slab was the lowest horizontal structural member in that case. So this can be a little bit tricky. It's important to make sure that you understand how the building was structurally designed, how it's to be structurally designed in the process of reviewing these types of construction. So we get to the regulatory requirement. First, we have to skip over this one. Doesn't really apply in the Great Lakes, though it could be on a CFM exam. The community has to provide that new construction within the D zone on the firm is located landward of the reach and mean high tide. Well, we don't really have tides in the Great Lakes, so the concept is not applicable to the Great Lakes. That's the answer in terms of policy from FEMA headquarters at this point. It is analogous in many ways to the ordinary high water mark for Lake Michigan. The purpose of it being to prevent new buildings from being built directly over water or in areas that are extraordinarily exposed to flood damage from damaging wave impacts. So it might be wise to make sure that you don't build any buildings below the ordinary high water mark, but we're not absolutely requiring communities to include that in their ordinance. Just keep in mind, the regulatory requirement is that the buildings need to be landward of the reach mean high tide for new construction. To hammer that home, this building was built in 1942, so it's not landward of mean high tide. It's in Pine Island Sound in Florida, but it's also not new construction because it was built in 1942. So this is kind of the key element to the regulation in V zones. Instead of requiring the top of the lowest floor to be elevated, you require the new construction and substantial improvements are elevated on pilings and columns vertical foundation elements so that the bottom of the lowest horizontal structural member of the lowest floor, excluding the pilings or columns, is elevated to or above the base flood level. Now, why would we do that? Remember, we talked about moving water in waves. There needs to be structural elements that can resist those waves, and that's a lot easier if those structural elements are not wide, flat walls that are subjected to the multiplied hydrodynamic and wave slam forces that they would experience. So continuing with that regulation, we get to the part about the structural design and the pile or column foundation and structure attached there too. So all the rest of the building, superstructure, the upper floors and the roof and everything is anchored to resist flotation, collapse, and lateral movement due to the effects of wind and water loads acting simultaneously on all building components. Water loading values should be those associated with the base flood. So like we said, you could start with the base flood elevation, the wave heights that are identified in the flood insurance study, but if and on the map. But if you've had progressive erosion and the ground elevation and the location of the shoreline has changed since that map was done, the design professional who's doing this is going to have to figure out what the conditions would realistically be on the site based on the actual conditions out there. Wind loading values would typically be those that are required by state or local building standards. If you don't have any, I would recommend using ASCE 7 for that. And explicitly, a registered professional engineer shall develop or review the structural design. So you're not going to hire a residential designer. You're not going to hire a builder who's going to just do the work based on his usual practices. An engineer will design the foundation and certify that the design and methods of construction are in accordance with accepted standards of practice for meeting those paragraphs. So the accepted standards of practice, there may be other ones, but these are the typically used ones in the United States, ASCE 24 and ASCE 7. So this concept that you're connecting all parts of the structure down through the pilings and into the ground, and it's going to resist all wind and water forces. Our building science folks call this a continuous load path. Every element of the building is continuously connected to each other element of the building down through the walls, through the floors, through the pilings, down into the ground, ending in the supporting soil. There's hundreds and hundreds of load paths from connecting all of these various structural elements of the building. You have to transfer those loads through the building down into the soil. And if there's weak points, that's the point where it's going to fail first. So the weakest point is the place where you saw, for example, that building had its floor torn away. There's an example from Sandy and somewhere on the New York coastline on Long Island. These two similar buildings, both were attached to the pilings with metal connecting straps. But building A, the metal straps had corroded and were not sufficient to maintain a continuous load path. Building B, someone had inspected over the years and said, hey, these things are getting corroded, and replaced enough of them that it was able to perform better. And as you see, building A was lifted off the foundation and gently set down behind the foundation. Probably had to start over after that because I don't think they're going to pick it up and recover that building back onto those pilings. We talked about moving water in waves. So below that lowest horizontal structural member supporting the lowest floor, the community is also going to require that it is either free of obstruction, so completely open, or only constructed with non-supporting breakaway walls or open wood lattice work for decoration or insect screening that will collapse under wind and water loads without causing collapse, displacement, or other structural damage to the elevated portion of the building or the supporting foundation system. So there's an example of wood lattice work you see there. So what's a breakaway wall? What makes it a non-supporting breakaway wall? Well, there's a standard for that. Breakaway wall should have a design safe loading resistance of not less than 10 and no more than 20 pounds per square foot. except if you want to, or you need to, because your local code says it needs to resist wind loads that would exceed 20 pounds per square foot. You could have breakaway walls that exceed 20 pounds per square foot if the professional engineer certifies that it will collapse during the base flood water load, and that the elevated portion of the building supporting foundation system shall not be subject to collapse, displacement, or other structural damage due to the effects of wind and water loads acting simultaneously on all building components. So they do actually need to break away, and the rest of the building doesn't break away in any way or get displaced or structurally damaged as a result of them breaking away. One example that we show for this is some folks who had some plumbing that went through their breakaway walls, and the breakaway walls didn't break away and transferred loads to the plumbing, which transferred loads to the rest of the building. One other thing to note about breakaway wall enclosures, similar to your enclosures in a riverine or lacustrine area in an AE zone, the enclosure can only be used for parking the vehicles, building access, or storage. So we would expect not to see plumbing and electrical made available in these areas to be used for future bathrooms or nice windows and doors for people to go in there and use it as a recreation area. We wouldn't expect to see big screen TVs or futons set up in these areas for them to be used as accessory apartments that are rented out to spring breakers, et cetera. You might want to be diligent about enforcing people not converting these areas into living space. Sometimes it's tempting. This is one that some folks may have trouble wrapping their heads around. The community must prohibit the use of fill for structural support of buildings within a coastal flood high hazard area, zone VE. Why would we do that? John had a question about erosion. We talked about the possibility of erosion or localized scour around things that resist the movement of water, like the foundation elements, the removal of soil during the storm event. Well, if your foundation was depending on that soil, particularly fill that was brought in and placed on the site, it has a tendency to get removed during those storm events. So we see examples of buildings, maybe it wasn't fill, but buildings where performance was questionable or more than questionable after the removal of significant amounts of soil. That building in the upper left is a building that is currently shown on a preliminary map of Kenosha County, Wisconsin as being an unshaded zone X. And yet it seems like soil has been removed and maybe it's at risk of being destroyed soon. Actually, it was destroyed. They demolished it before it fell in the lake. But soil could be removed, particularly soil that was brought in and artificially placed on site. So you can bring in artificial fill, but you can't use it as an aspect of the structural support. That engineer who's designing the piling column structure can't consider that fill in any way as a component of structural support for the building. If it's removed, the building has to remain in place. And anything that's supporting on it, like a slab to park vehicles on, has to be able to fail and be removed so that the building is not displaced or damaged by the loss of that slab that was supported on the non-structural fill. So in other words, your design professional who's designing the piling and column structure has got to make sure that it's embedded. There's got to be adequate fixity. It's either got to be embedded deep enough or have buried grade beams underground to keep it from sliding sideways and failing when the wind is blowing and the water is moving through the area and the surface is getting removed. So what does this mean for my Lomar F? I thought it was guaranteed that I can fill my site and get out of the special flood hazard area and get out of buying flood insurance. Well, in a V zone, that's out of the question. You're not going to get a Lomar F in a V zone. You're not going to be able to have a basement in a V zone. Those are not really negotiable. And in zone AE, right on the other side of the gutter line for the V zone, it's probably not a good idea. One other standard may not come up that often in the Great Lakes because we don't have mangroves, so you don't really even need to require anything about prohibiting alteration of mangroves. But you do have sand dunes. They may be more or less evident. Community has to prohibit man-made alteration of those sand dunes unless it is shown that alteration or removal of those sand dunes would not increase the potential for flood damage. So if those sand dunes provide any sort of wave dissipation, you would not be able to alter or remove them. If you're going to install shore protection, you would want to stay landward of those sand dunes. Side note about accepted standards of practice. ASCE 24 and 7 would be the accepted consensus standards. For those of you who have international codes, 2009, 2012, 2015, 2018, these are referenced in there. The IBC will use ASCE 24 and ASCE 7 to require a lot of these things in the same basis as your floodplain management ordinance will require them. So if you're already adhering to those things, they're already in your codes, if you have those building codes in place. So things to remember, you're not going to use fill for structural support. You're elevating the lowest horizontal structural member supporting the lowest floor to or above BFE, not just the lowest floor. You're only enclosing that with breakaway walls or wood lattice work. Breakaway walls, not more than 20, greater than 10, not more than 20 pounds per square foot, or engineering design to break away. You're not going to be able to do dry flood proofing. You're not going to be able to get a Lomar F, and an engineer is going to have to design the foundation. Oh, and did I forget to mention no basements in a visa? So thanks, everybody. If there's questions about coastal stuff, or if you thought of questions about the mitigation aspects, we can talk about that. You guys have any admin stuff you want to do before we say goodbye to these folks? Marilyn?
I can hop on. Marilyn, feel free to add anything, but I think unless anyone has any questions about anything we covered today, which if you do, please feel free to hop on or put your questions in the chat or the Q&A. Anyone else is feel free to drop once you you feel like you're ready to do so. But thank you so much for everyone for coming out here. I know it was a really long day, but yeah, and good luck to anyone who is going to be taking the CFM exam in the next couple of months or so. But yeah, feel free to hang on. We'll be on here for a little bit to answer any questions. Thank you.
I was double muted after my walking the dog, talking to the neighbor. I decided to double mute. I just wanted to mention for anybody still on, IAFSM will be getting out the CEC certificate. We will also get out some PDFs for today. And I'm not sure about when the video will be posted. I think that does require some effort to look through the video and before it's posted. So I don't really know that process.
I did see a question in the chat from Rachel Snyder, who said, how do you decide which is more appropriate, Loma or EC? I don't know if anyone in particular wants to hop on that one.
Well, the Loma will not affect the flood insurance premium, but it could affect a lender requiring flood insurance. So the amount someone will pay for their flood insurance won't be affected. And usually an EC is needed to secure a Loma. But once a Loma is issued, oftentimes lenders will waive the mandatory requirements.
I saw a question about the CFM exam being offered online. Is there anyone who could speak about that?
I know it is coming. I know it is more expensive. But at some point, Illinois will no longer be allowed to offer the paper exams. So the next few exams that will be offered are on paper. I don't know if we'll even be able to have a paper exam come the conference in March, but we will hold on to it as long as we can because it is a cheaper option. So Rachel, so EC measures risk exposure. Oh, I think Frank might have talked about that. So yes, it does provide information on the true risk of the structure. There's a lot of messages flying quickly. So a LOMA can be requested for an entire property if the entire property is high, and then an elevation form is used to document the lowest lot elevation. You can request a LOMA for a portion of a property, and again, the elevation form is used in the MT1 packet, and they would have a meets and bounds description of the land that is being requested to be removed. And then finally, you can request a LOMA for a structure only, which is where you would use the EC, and the lowest adjacent grade would have to be at or above the BFE in order to secure that LOMA. Tara McFarland asked about a test down in Swansea in November. I did not see that. That may be something that was posted on the IAFSM website. So I'm not certain of that. Tatjana, yes, the presentation is going to be made available. It will be made available on the IAFSM website. So you will be sent a link at the minimum. They'll be sent out through the IAFSM newsletter. Right. We're down to 78 participants. I don't know, is there even a way for us to open it up for for everyone to speak if they wanted to? If not, any last questions? Are you still required to submit an application? Yes, the submittal for CFM exams 2 weeks prior to the exam date, I believe that is an ISFPM requirement. So I don't know though if we're allowed to add any more. Again, they send the packet to us. So it is more of an ASFPM deadline. I can try to, Anita, if you could list your email address, I could have an email sent to you from IAFSM.
Hey, Marilyn, are there references in addition to this NFIP 101 that people may be interested to refer to? I know that IAFSM still, I think they host the floodplain manager desk reference. Are there other resources like that that people could use to prepare for either CFM exam or to increase their knowledge of some of the topics that we covered here today.
But I don't know that. I remember a couple years ago looking at information 2 years ago and finding just what you referred to at the ASFPM website. I don't know if there's anything new provided.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay, someone raised a hand. I'm not sure what that does. Anybody knows how to open up? I don't know if there is a way to open it up so others can speak.
I don't know if that's an option.
Okay. Yeah, someone raised their.
You as
saw
the
a note
host
that
may
someone
have to
raised
do
their
that.
hand. Yeah, and I tried to go back in to edit, and it wouldn't let me edit anything once the broadcast started. So I cannot change it now, and I think we just didn't want that option when we knew the participants were going to be over 100. And I don't know how to change that now. There was something that I know. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Let's see if I can do this. I'm going to share a screen. So James, of course, did the presentation on, are people seeing this risk rating screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So unfortunately, I had sent him this at the end of the evening yesterday, and he had used an earlier version. So there we go. Now you seeing it full screen?
No, now we see the next
The
slide
black.
in that one.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how to switch screens, so we're just gonna leave it as this. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. Okay. So I had prepared a couple of slides. I don't know what just happened. I don't know how to go back. I apologize. So I had on that previous slide. There we go. Some just information. I don't know how many people are still on. There's 50 participants. So talked a little bit about these rating factors. So one of the new things with risk rating 2.0 is prior claims are going to have an impact. It is still not like other insurance where you could find yourself having your policy canceled because you filed claims. That is not an issue, but prior claims will now impact. And they're looking at things like number of floors, the square footage of the building. I think a big factor will be the cost to rebuild. So no longer will the $100,000 house compared to the $400,000 house be rated similarly. The fact that the $400,000 house will cost more to rebuild will be a factor if they were both subject to the same
level of flooding. Let's see, so here I talked a little bit about the claims. And so if a home, for example, had a series of claims, and once they have a claim after the risk rating 2.0 takes effect for their policy, they will go back 20 years and forgive the first claim. So they will be looking at these 3 claims. I don't have any details on how it affects the rating, but it will affect. So it is something that I know homeowners with small levels of damages may have to now consider whether they're going to file claims. Frank, do you know any more, or Ashley, anything more about how that would affect?
It's hard to pin down numbers like it affects you this much.
Okay. Yeah, so, but I guess we'll all wait to see what comes from that. But here in Illinois, for the last 40 people on, we're looking at 42% of the policies should have an immediate decrease, 49% should have this minimal annual increase, 5% will have the greater increase, and then 4% with the greater than $240 annual increase. And again, like Frank said, that's just this year. And then we don't know how long that will continue to rise for each policy. And this is just discounts now for proper openings, elevated machinery and equipment. And that's it. Stop sharing. All right. I don't see any more. So I guess we're going to sign off. I don't see any more questions. Thanks everyone for participating.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Thanks.
Good night.